Prologue. Jairo. 40-year-old Jairo Morales has been working in the Excommunicado Security Service for the past 3 years. A former peacekeeper and veteran of the Third World War and local conflicts in the Middle East, northern China, and Africa, he struggled to find activities that suited him in retirement. He'd been a special operative in the army and tried to find something similar in civilian life. Sure, it gave him gray hairs faster, but it was too late to change now. The rain had been crashing down since dawn. Clouds of flint hung over the city. They seemed endless, divulging an eternal downpour. That bothered Morales. The rain brought phantom pains, and he gritted his teeth. It was on a gloomy day like this that he had lost his leg, burnt off by a plasma mine in one of the Central American zones. Only his life support system had saved him, built into every peacekeeper exoskeleton. "Better than before," the doc said, with exaggerated enthusiasm. "At least they won't smell, Jairo. Ha-ha!" Morales had laughed, but he was far from happy. He'd been pushed out of the army despite his service. The least they could have done was waive his treatment bill. Who would have thought he'd find himself in the company of Caesar, younger brother of drug baron Ishmael Calderon? Jairo had once been in a raid to capture him. It had failed, and maybe that was for the best. In any case, Caesar, when he accepted Jairo into the Excommunicado Security Services, had no issue with him. Caesar Calderon himself, better known as Colonel, was also a military veteran. He personally interviewed every applicant to the company, needing only a short time to make a clear-cut decision. Often it was no. Nobody knew what influenced him, but Jairo was lucky. Colonel approved his hiring. In their meeting, after describing the company's requirements to the new hire, Caesar said on parting,
"Make a character in Disgardium, Jairo."
"Is that mandatory? I thought my work didn't involve video games."
"I'm afraid it does."
Caesar's voice rattled like a bunch of nails in an iron bucket.
"The company's purpose in real life is merely to support the Excommunicado clan in the game. Our businesses are no more than investments. Do you know who the investor is?"
"The clan?"
"Right. Most of your duties will be in real life, but first and foremost, you are a member of Excommunicado. You just get your paycheck from the company."
At first, Jairo got an old veteran as a partner, but he soon retired. A new Exco noob replaced him, Willie Brizuela. Routine took over. Alongside Willie, Jairo patrolled the clan's residential district, protected Colonel's mansion, escorted the clan leader or someone from the office on trains. It was boring. Boring and humiliating. Players in the clan's main staff treated him and the other service workers with contempt. This was not expressed in words or deeds. After all, according to corporate policy, everyone was formally equal. But it came through in looks, tones, whispers behind backs. As it emerged, the function of the security service was not just security, but also intelligence and counterintelligence, and what Colonel jokingly referred to as proactive defense, by which he meant his brother's protection racket. Excommunicado was always at war with someone, be it hot or cold, with competitor clans, the government, the triad, and that meant that when two serious threats appeared, Colonel gathered his security officers in secret and told them to start digging. He didn't just want to find the threats in real life, he also wanted to prevent his sworn friends from the Alliance from suspecting anything. After studying the analysts' reports, Jairo decided that one of the threats must be a non-citizen. Jairo himself was one, and from a place known as Hell on Earth, in the Guyana cesspit. He got citizenship through 10 years of service in the Peacekeepers, then changed his address, but never forgot his old non-citizen friends. It was them, in the Guyana cesspit and neighboring Cali Bottom, who he went to for information. When one of his agents told him of some strange events in Cali Bottom, Jairo's ears pricked up like a hunting dog on a scent. He started to dig, and his efforts were rewarded. One of the students he and Willie intercepted in the sky over Cali was a threat, but he hadn't decided what to do with the information yet. First, he needed to meet the threat, understand what he wanted, maybe get some more intel. He downed a painkiller, drank down his coffee, and got ready for work. His wife, Maria, kissed him, adjusted his collar, and sighed anxiously.
"Jairo."
"What, dear?"
"Have you spoken to Caesar about that promotion?"
"Yeah, he told me where to stick it. When Joao learned that I'd gone over his head, he shouted loud enough to break windows.
Oh no,
She groaned.
we could lose our home, Hyro. If you don't confirm your status, they'll increase our mortgage rates. What about Isolda? How will we pay her?
I'll fix it. Don't worry. Hyro pulled his wife close and hugged her. He hadn't told her yet of the money from the threat in Dis. He'd split the money 50-50 with Willie, and it was all still in game. He had to think about how to get it out. Back then, when he'd met those teenagers in Cali Bottom, Hyro had improvised. But now that all his hunches were paying off, to his own limitless surprise, and he'd gotten the money for the copper bar, he was panicking, afraid of losing it. Nothing prevented him from withdrawing it all to his account. Nothing except the unavoidable questions from the financial services. They had unlimited access to player transactions in Dis, and the metal bar he'd sold for $1 million wasn't worth even a single gold coin. There would be questions that he could not answer. And then, Hyro didn't want to think about what might happen then. Gotta go, darling. He gently released his wife and left the house. Once at base, he met his partner, detailed the plans for the day. They agreed a work front, and Hyro and Willie set off on their patrol routes. Brought it? Hyro asked soundlessly, just moving his lips. Willie nodded. Flying above one of the zones, their sharks stopped above a small village of the Wild Ones. That was the name for the Inwinova that left for districts declared by the authorities as unfit for life. Inwinova. Hyro spat mentally. Individuals of no value to society. That's what sneering citizens called non-citizens. But Hyro had childhood friends from among the people who lived in those places. Willie knew people there too. Good people, with big hearts. The partners regularly dropped crates of UNB rations, universal nutrient blends, along with clothing and medicine. But today, the cargo contained something else. I gotta take a leak, Hyro said loudly for anyone who might be listening in the future. The shark stopped a couple of yards above the surface. Willie silently passed the crates of machine guns and ammo to the people that met us. They were old guns, long since removed from production. Echoes of war. Once the packages had been taken, Hyro launched the shark rapidly and resumed the previous route. The colorful men below, with their worn clothes and rugged faces, raised their fists as one and shouted something. Hyro nodded, though he didn't think they saw him. In the zones, you can usually see the air you're breathing. Willie and Hyro didn't discuss what had happened. They'd talked it all over yesterday. Hunters sometimes went to the zones, successful citizens thirsting for adrenaline. They set up so-called safaris, shooting the wild ones. There isn't a single animal left in the world that isn't protected by law, Hyro thought bitterly. But you can shoot a whole village full of wild ones unpunished, and get nothing but silent approval. It cannot be said that the wild ones were defenseless. Unlike the hunters, they had nothing to lose. They fought tooth and nail. But knives and whips are no match for plasma rifles and machine guns. Hyro had learned yesterday of another safari preparing to invade the zone in which his friends lived. He couldn't protect them. He risked being turned into an Inwinova himself, if not worse. But he could support them with weapons. For the next few hours, he and Willie patrolled a large area that included Cali Bottom and the Guyana cesspit. The airwaves were quiet. The whole clan was responding to Nergal's summons. The event began that morning. Willie was reading the latest news of Dis. Suddenly, he did a double-take.
Something's happened. Mary, Mother of God. Hyro, look at this.
Morales looked at his partner's comm screen. The video showed the blessing ceremony at the temple square in Vermilion. The high priest spread his arms, recited prayers. Bright waves emanated from him, covering the whole square. The crowd surged forward as the masses rushed to get closer to the blessing.
Here, watch now,
Willie said excitedly. For a few moments, the screen was filled with white. The cameraman fell, and the colorful picture turned monochrome. But Hyro had enough time to notice bodies burning away to ash. He went back to controlling the flyer, immersed in thoughts about the threat. He was still waiting for an answer after agreeing to meet them. Willie continued to watch the videos flooding the net from the explosions in Bridger, Vermilion, and Fort Smith, listened to eyewitness testimony. Then the speakers whined, and the partners heard the familiar voice of Joao, the security chief.
Attention all patrols. Number 1 has declared a general assembly.
Everyone get off your asses and get to the base now. That's an order. Confirm receipt. Over.
Hyro grabbed the radio. Morales Brizuela squad here. Confirming. Over. The voice of Vladimir, one of their colleagues, stood out from the series of answers from the other patrol groups.
Boss, this is Krasnov Kalinich. We're far away. What's going on? Over.
Vlad, keep the channel clear. I repeat, everyone back to base.
Don't be an asshole, Joao.
Vladimir exploded.
We're over Siberia. We're checking out some Russian Invanovas. We got half the globe to traverse. What the hell is up?
Joao sighed over the airwaves.
Man, I don't know the details, but it looks like the threat has cooked the whole alliance.
Then the comm crackled. Hyro checked the message's sender, looked at Willie. He understood without words. They'd both been waiting for the threat's response.
Let me take the wheel.
3 p.m. ET. We'll wait 5 minutes today and tomorrow. Private room. Invite cipher attached. That was it. No signature, no return address. Flagged, burn after reading. Morales deleted the message, checked his watch. Only 10 minutes to the set time. 3 in the afternoon Eastern Time.
Descending. Need a piece, Hyro said.
When the flyer landed, he went outside, taking a VR helmet and manipulator gloves with him. He synchronized with the comm and pulled it toward him. A way to talk in a private room without a capsule. He had waited for the appointed time to arrive and the link to activate. The program activated. Hyro chose a default avatar and entered the room. The crypto world loaded instantly, an empty room with black walls. At the center was a small wooden table with a lamp. 2 chairs next to it. Using the gloves to control the avatar, Hyro walked to the table and sat. A couple of seconds later, a figure separated from the far wall, a young blond man, something from the base set of standard avatars.
Hyro?
The boy nodded, sitting at the table. The voice sounded sweet, appropriate for the avatar, but the security officer didn't let the soft voice fool him.
Thank you for agreeing to meet.
Thank you for the meal, Morales chuckled. All our units just got called in. They say someone blew up all the Alliance bosses. Your handiwork?
I won't deny the obvious. Neither of us have much time, so let's talk business. I'm sending a contract for 1 million phoenixes per year. My friends and I need security. We have funds.
Hyro wanted to show off what he knew, point out what had the kid shook up. Shepard was clearly the threat. He was the only one that talked like this out of those 5 students. Hyro had carefully studied the dossier for each. Rodriguez and Lee had a different style of speech. Abdu'Alim wouldn't have risked the meeting. As for Melissa Schaefer, she was still in the sandbox. He wanted to, but decided against it.
What's stopping me from just going on earning 1 million a week instead of a year?
The fact that I won't pay you any more. Your intel's going out of date. I'm not planning on hiding much longer. I'm sick of it, but I don't need extra attention either.
I get that. Why me?
I've studied your biography, the public part of it. Born and raised in Guyana, you lived through the war. A veteran many times honored. You lost your legs. Not only do you have friends in Cali Bottom, but I've heard tell of Hyro Morales. They say the Lobo can be trusted.
Hyro's breath caught. It was a good thing it didn't show on his avatar. El Lobo, the wolf, was his childhood nickname. Few remembered that now.
So can you be trusted?
Are you sure you have a year? If I agree, I'll want payment in advance.
Even if I don't have a year, the clan does. I'm offering you a contract with the clan. The money is legal, and it's after taxes, in cash.
I want 1,200,000. 600 each for me and my partner.
600? We can do that.
Do you know why?
Hyro interrupted.
Life has taught me not to back people into a corner. In desperation, a man will promise a great deal, but I don't have any use for empty promises. If I come over to you, then I want stability. Willie and I will work for your clan a year, and if all is well, we'll discuss a promotion then.
Agreed, Mr. Morales.
The boy stood and offered a hand. Hyro shook it. Held on.
Just to be clear, is contract control enabled?
Yes.
Good. Speak your offer.
I, Alex Kieran Shepard, representing the Awoken clan, offer a yearly contract to Hyro Morales and his partner.
William Brizuela.
William Brizuela for a total of 1,200,000 phoenixes after taxes for working in the clan's security service. Payment for the first year of service will be transferred within 3 days of this moment.
I, Jairo Morales Garcia, representing myself and the interests of William Brizuela, accept the Awoken's offer. I give my word not to disclose any information I have received during negotiations.
That was it. No way back. A verbal contract had judicial force, although a few formalities yet remained. Jairo gathered his thoughts.
Now I need to fly to the base right away. I'll find out what Colonel wants, and tomorrow morning I'll resign. This is an irreversible step, kid, and I have a family, a wife and daughter. Tell me, how are you guys doing out there? Who are you most afraid of?
Nobody is a threat to us in Dis. In the real world, the alliance of Preventers, the Triad, maybe Snowstorm. To grow, we'll need a place where we'll be safe.
You can add the cartel since Exco is involved. Colonel will definitely bring his brother in. Never mind, we'll deal with it. How many of you are there?
Over 100, counting the non-citizens. They have an option for a base.
We'll discuss it once I've left Exco, for your own security. I suggest we meet at your friend's place tomorrow in Calais Bottom.
The roof of Block 36, Jairo.
Morales nodded and finally released the threat's hand. The boy kept his gaze fixed on him.
You know, Alex, Jairo said, I changed my mind. 1 million is enough for Willie and me.
Why?
Because this is the first time I've seen a citizen talk about non-citizens without using the word Inwenova. And we're going to need a lot of money. Defense droids and turrets ain't cheap. And you can forget about community flyers, Alex. We need a shark.
Why?
Because after what you did this morning, you can say goodbye to the quiet life.
Chapter 1. First Battle. I soared high above the desert atop Storm and watched. The sun leaned down to the horizon, but I was sure the battle would start before nightfall. The alliance of Preventers had recovered after their fight with me and were gathering their forces into a single thrust. They were rushing to Tiamat's temple so fast that by the time I'd come to an agreement with Jairo and returned to Dis, they were already approaching the stronghold of the destroying plague. And I didn't know what to do. If my plague abilities were ineffective, then getting into a fight with a few thousand top players wasn't just stupid, it was suicidal. It would be easier to eliminate myself as a threat. If only that were possible, that would have been funny. All the new Plague Fury explosions in the frontier forts were no more dangerous than a firecracker to those who answered Nergal's summons. But those who caused the explosions died, the Yoruba members, who hadn't taken the blessing. The Radiant God kept his promise and gave his followers protection. News of this traveled at the speed of light. I hadn't had time to read the news properly, but the headlines made it clear enough. End of the Class A threat. Ace up the Alliance's sleeve. It's all turned around. Pyrrhic victory. That last one probably referred to me crushing the Alliance's camp. All that remained was to figure out whether the blessing protected them from all abilities related to plague energy, or only from plague fury. I counted 12 columns, matching the number of clans. The Alliance forces were moving on foot, without mounts. Maybe Nergal's blessing didn't extend to them. Each column consisted of 3 raid groups with 100 men each. A total of 3,600 players and almost the same again in pets and minions. There was a broad groove cut in the sand, clearly made by the wheels of the great portable altar as it carved its way through the desert in the rear. The real one this time. Unlikely that they'd dragged a second fake deep into the desert. The army kept catching aggro from mobs, but even with their massive level advantage, few of them reached the tanks. I couldn't figure out how the Preventers had managed to overcome the penalties. They shouldn't have been able to hit a mob 60 levels above them at all. Around 6 miles from the Preventer army, another army approached to meet it in uneven rows. The undead. Shaz had apparently leveled up his strategic skills because he sent some scouts out in advance. Banshee lieutenants and bone gargoyles, which reported on the Alliance's troop movements. Now the walking dead and the other nightmarish creatures were moving in apparent disorder behind and to the sides of a walking skyscraper. Desnofar, battle avatar of the departed, was covered in rotting flesh and chitinous plates like the kind I'd seen on the Ravager. All 8 of its massive undead legs sank almost halfway into the sand, and the monster left behind 2 deep ditches. Our entire fort could have fit in either one. I couldn't stop the battle, and in any case, I'd lose. If the Preventers won, their path to Tiamat's temple would be clear. If Shaz won, then the destroying plague would never stop. The Lich would turn the top players into legates, and those like Big Poe would retain control of their characters, becoming the pioneers of the officially launched new faction. Immediately after that, the undead race would probably become playable for everyone else. That's how it went when the Dark Ones were unlocked. It was a good thing Kieran Jackson considered our agreement complete. All I had to do now was delete my character. But we'd see about that. I planned to defend the temple and fort to the bitter end, no matter what happened. Cloak Essence hid my blackberry disguise, which I'd decided to keep for now. Petchenegg wrote to me not long before. When I warned them that Blackberry had been discovered, the elf girl logged out of Dis and managed to escape the Modus clan building in the chaos I'd caused. As for Hinterleaf's astral mark on the girl, they'd deal with that when Petchenegg and Victoria, her real name, came back to Dis. The Alliance leaders saw Desnafar's towering frame from a couple of miles away. Of course, they already knew of both Shaz's undead and the battle avatar of the departed from their scouts. The flying mounts of that class were protected from the heat, the only ones apart from those obtained in the Lacarian desert itself, like my storm. When I met him, the Lich reported indifferently that all whose shadows fell upon us have been eliminated, but the scouts would have made their reports all the same. However, this was the first time the Preventers saw the mega undead with their own eyes. They stopped. The raids took up defensive formations. The Preventers chose a spot on the crest of a dune to mount a defense in a semicircle before the smaller undead army. The flanks stayed in the same row with the rest for now, but I knew they'd move out and surround the undead when Shaz came close. Mere minutes remained to the collision. I saw a gleam of glass in the constant flashes of buffing spells. Looking closer, I made out the familiar face of one of the children of Kratos, Tyrannus, that scout from Vermilion, whom I'd told a week ago that I was legate of the destroying plague. His news release had stunned the world. My super-high perception allowed me to make out every face. Tyrannus was looking through something like binoculars. He opened his mouth and jabbered into his comm amulet, keeping his eyes on me. Another few dozen heads jerked upward. I tried to keep myself beneath the sun to remain unnoticed, but now that they knew where to look and what to look for, it wasn't hard to make out Big Storm in the sky with a rider on her back. Glancing at the Alliance leaders, I saw Yari already giving commands. Mogwai frowned nearby. Crag was hanging around in the form of an elf. After our meeting in the headquarters of the Preventers, my friend had found a way to get out of his capsule and told me in crap chat that Nergal had punished him for helping the enemy. His divine ability had been halved in strength. Several top players summoned mounts at once, but only one ascended. So that's how it was. They'd decided to figure out whether I could break through Nergal's protection. Without moving, I waited for the guinea pig on a white hippogriff to reach me. I wanted to know if the magic of the dead could damage him or not, too, so as soon as he got within range, I loosed an arrow with 500,000 plague energy behind it. You dealt damage to the player Zomba, level 379 Drunken Monk, 91. Health points, 1,856,239 of 1,856,330. The fat, stocky monk grinned when he saw the damage numbers. I swore. The plague energy hadn't gotten through, and rank 0 archery dealt pathetic damage. If it weren't for my accuracy, which was now over 2,000%, I'm sure I would have missed at my level 309. But this was no time for pessimism. Zomba stood up on his hippogriff's back, balanced, prepared to attack. A whirlwind of air surrounded his body, and when the distance between us closed to 30 yards, he jumped and stretched out his arm like damn Superman flying straight at me. My shield, Sharkon's mane, flew from my hand to meet him and got caught in the monk's whirlwind defense. They both flew toward me. It all happened in a split second, but I had enough time to greet the monk with hammer fist. I broke through his defense. The whirlwind seemed to harden, then shatter. But then everything went wrong. The top player's swift charge knocked me from Storm's saddle like a leaf in the wind. My eyes managed to catch the reflection damage numbers, almost 300,000, and from one hit. Then everything started to flicker. The earth and sky spun, swapping places, and the monk and I fell toward the earth, locked together. Riderless storm roared, discharged bolts of lightning. The monk's fists were a blur in the air, wrapped in some kind of legendary cloth, smashing through my ribcage with such ferocity that I didn't even have to hit him again. Reflection did my work for me. I managed to grab my falling shield, but now I faced death. I couldn't survive a fall from a great height, even with 3 million health. Such were the game mechanics. And immortality wouldn't work with another Legate nearby. In a panic, I tried to activate Depth's teleportation, but the cast was interrupted. The preventers had started shooting at my falling body. I heard shouts, commands, spells, the whistling of arrows, crossbow bolts and darts all around. A motley mass of battle pets clustered where I would land. Smack! I fell in a bad position, head down. My bones crunched, my neck twisted unnaturally. As I hurried to hit the respawn button, I realized I'd survived. I'd gotten so used to immortality that I'd forgotten all about Diamond Skin of Justice. 9 seconds of full invulnerability. I heard a few explosions, dwarven tanks firing their cannons at me. The cannonballs bounced off into the sand with a dull metal thud and spun there, red-hot and deadly. Diamond Skin of Justice absorbed the shock. I survived and ran away, recalling Storm and activating teleportation. 3 seconds later, I stood in complete silence outside the stronghold of the destroying plague. Sticky anthracite soil covered in sand and crisscrossed with green veins led to the fort. Only the glimmering veil of the portal was gone. It seemed my sectarian friends from the cult of Morena had smashed all the ziggurats on the other side. Digging through my inventory, I took out the bottomless healing potion with a half-hour cooldown and drank it. Honestly, I couldn't remember the last time I'd used it. There had been no need. Now it came in handy. I turned my head, made sure my neck was right again, summoned my dragoness, and rose into the air. The carelessness of a few minutes ago put things into perspective for me. I couldn't get into another scrape like that, or eliminating me would be a piece of cake. Shaz was close, and that meant death would be final for the character Scyth. And under such furious fire from so many top players, I'd die in within 10 seconds of Diamond Skin ending. The sky darkened a few miles away from the battlefield, and 3 bright dots appeared in it, leaving a fiery trail behind them. I recognized the overwhelming sound of meteors rushing to Earth. Armageddon. And not just one, but 3 at once. It seemed the top players had decided not to spare their scrolls worth 1.5 million gold, although it wasn't even about the cost so much as the extreme rarity of the ingredients. There were very few Armageddon scrolls in all Dis. I'd arrived just in time. The 3 massive meteorites ripped into the undead army with a second between them. The first one pulverized the left flank, the second the right. The third, central meteorite crashed through Desnafar's ribcage. The explosive shockwave swept aside the dead minions that weren't directly hit. Shaz himself, through some miracle escaping the danger, was pushed 500 yards away. Nothing was visible in the smoke and rising dust where the meteorites fell. Almost all the undead creatures were down. Some surviving banshees scurried around at one edge, howling. The frame of a sickening rotter crawled through the sand with its bottom half torn clean off. A bone hound was pinned beneath a shard of meteorite, whining pathetically. My brain mechanically marked every scene, each showing the undead army dying helplessly. I couldn't believe my eyes. Was it really all of them? And I even felt respect for the preventers, or at least the Armageddon scrolls. In real life, I wouldn't have made out any details so far away. This time I kept my distance and didn't descend too far. But in the game, thanks to my heightened perception and the game conditions, I saw gleeful excitement reigning in the preventer ranks. They were jumping around, hugging each other, shouting. What if I descended rapidly down to the cart with the altar? It had been left at the foot of the dune with a guard of a single raid group and the giant haulers. I could destroy it while the soldiers were distracted with loot. Deep in thought, I didn't notice at first what was happening where the meteorites had fallen. And something interesting was happening there. The raised dust settled, and 3 huge black craters with slopes of glass appeared. Something moved in the central crater. Desnafar! The monster had survived, although Armageddon had cut him in half and scattered his bones across the land. I didn't see how much health the battle avatar of the departed had left, so I'd assumed he wouldn't get up. But with Plague Boost, Desnafar had absorbed experience from his disincarnated allies and now stood as a level 930 supermob. Bones began to twitch here and there around the crater. Shaz had returned to the battlefield, and streams of plague energy stretched out from his fingertips, raising the fallen. The Preventers celebrated too soon. Instead of 1,000 minions, Shaz had around 100 left, but all had leveled up and gotten stronger. It seemed the Alliance was fresh out of Armageddon's. I was wrong. Below, I could make out the Modus raid group by its flag colors and clan crests. A figure of a familiar gray-haired gnome emerged, hand raised. That's when I decided to take a risk. Taking advantage while the raid's attention was locked on Shaz, I focused on Hinterleaf and made Storm drop through the air like a stone. As soon as the Subjugate Mind skill turned active, I cast it. The world doubled up. Through the eyes of the Modus leader, I saw an Armageddon scroll clenched in his hand and a red circle overlaid on the terrain ahead, showing where the spell would hit and where the explosion would cover. The cast bar was half full. Turning sharply, I redirected the meteorite to another area and waited for the spell to finish casting. The scroll crumbled to dust. The sky darkened. Not even the rising rumble of the falling meteorite drowned out the exultant cry from Hinterleaf's lips. "For Cthulhu!" I examined the stunned faces of the Modus soldiers, shouted an order. "Everyone attack the Lich!" I ran first to show them that the clan leader wasn't joking. Hinterleaf surely had something to protect him from mind control. The raid surely had someone who could remove the spell's effect, and maybe they were trying, but as I'd already learned, the abilities of the destroying plague broke through resists. I recalled how Koshich the Cursed Lich had twice gained control of the succubus Nega in spite of her inbuilt resistance to mind control magic. As Hinterleaf got within attack range of Desnafar, I had him fire some spell at the monster and then gave up control. The cast required an enormous amount of plague energy to sustain, and there was no chance to top up my reservoir. I wasn't about to put myself under fire. My vision went back to normal. I quite literally came back to myself and pointed Storm sharply upwards to get out of the Armageddon's blast radius. The Preventers split into chaotic, disorderly ranks. Some rushed ahead after Hinterleaf, some away. Others shouted loudly, pointing at the sky. The meteorite wasn't falling where it should. It was flying straight toward the great portable altar. Desnafar had recovered from the strike that hit him, and now he made his presence known on the battlefield. The monster's roar was drawn out and screeching, drumming like a baton raked across metal bars. It pierced the eardrums, filling the air to the brim. The top players directly in front of Desnafar, Hinterleaf at their head, froze in place. I thought it must have been something like the Montosaurus's paralyzing roar, but a moment later I realized I was wrong. The space in front of the mega undead dematerialized into vibrating pixels, and the air blurred as if spreading across mirror shards. The bodies of the players within the radius of Desnafar's ability shook, vibrated, then burst all at once, exploding in showers of blood. Then came the blast on the other side of the dune. The fiery meteorite crushed the cart along with its altar and unlucky giant haulers. The defensive raid legion survived thanks to its last-chance artifacts, but couldn't withstand the hellish heat that followed. Few climbed out of the crater. Desnafar, suddenly incredibly mobile, tore into the ranks of the Preventers, paying no heed to the mosquito bites from the top players. He trampled the ground with all 8 limbs at once, and released his terrible roar, blowing up humans, orcs, elves, and minotaurs, gnomes and dwarfs, loafers, fairies and hobbits, vampires and werewolves, ogres and titans, centaurs, trolls. The raiders' formations devolved into separate groups, which immediately fell into skirmishes with the advancing undead. A few rotters and queases killed by Armageddon had been combined into one enormous rotter that towered over the Preventers like Gulliver over the Lilliputians. The beast leaked acid slime and feasted, grabbing players with its 10 limbs and swallowing them alive. The raiders had gone from slapping each other on the back a few minutes before, united and confident, to fleeing to the 4 winds. The whole alliance looked in shock. The wipe was unavoidable, and the Preventers now felt a new danger. Before they had time to appreciate their immunity to plague fury, something even scarier had hit them. Desnafar tore space itself in a 30-yard cone in front of himself. I couldn't see any way to defend against it. I felt sure that even the Montosaurus itself would be reduced to blood and guts if it stood before the attack of the battle avatar of the departed. If the departed had such pets, then how strong were they themselves? The chief puppeteer made himself known too. My fellow legate, the lich Shaz, joined in with the fun. He flew above the crest of the dune and spun in a deadly dance. Bubbling, devouring plague like the one I saw during the battle at Behemoth's temple covered almost the entire dune, finishing off the despairing survivors that continued to fire off spells at Desnafar. I dropped lower to see his health stats. Armageddon and all the following attacks from the Preventers had taken just a third of his health. Shaz busied himself with precision strikes to finish off survivors, throwing handfuls of grave worms at their backs as they ran. The sickening dead magic hit the Azure Dragon's rogue hobbit as he went into stealth. The unlucky rogue was knocked out of invis, and the segmented bloody worms started diving into his skin. The massive combined damage killed the Preventer in seconds. A sphere of serendipity appeared above the corpse, shuddered, and disappeared, absorbed by my magnetism. The lich flew 10 yards into the air, raised an arm, and began to spin in place. His clothes, shaped like an inside-out tulip, began to spark. Petal-like scraps peeled away from him, filled with mist, and flew out across the battlefield. Gravestorm. My breath caught as I remembered the spell's effects. They flew through the air in a deadly rain of black flakes, and when it hit the Preventer's armor, it melted away like wax. Shaz had gotten a little stronger since the battle on Corinza. There were 3 times as many flakes as in that Gravestorm, and they flew so far that all I could see was black land wherever my eyes fell. I decided to use the distraction to make sure the altar was destroyed. Gravestorm had no effect on me, but it ruined visibility. I had to fly around to find the crater of the last Armageddon. From all around I heard screams of pain from players, the wailing of banshees, the crack and shatter of bones, Desnafar's roar, and the lich's triumphant whisper. I tried to find players raised as undead, but saw none. Maybe raising players was only my job, and Shaz had his own assignments. The altar had survived. Descending almost all the way to the surface, I looked at the range of glimmering dome shields covering not only it, but also the reviving players. They weren't hurrying back into the battle. Mages cast shield after shield. From above, it looked like bubble wrap. So satisfying to pop. The undead hadn't gotten here yet, and it seemed the Preventers were taking advantage of the breather to discuss strategy. There was nothing for me to catch here. I pulled up on the reins to ascend, and then the world roared and I went deaf. In the ringing silence, I watched as if in slow motion while the neighboring dune exploded, throwing megatons of sand into the atmosphere, smashing the bubbles above the Preventers. Desnafar's colossal frame toppled from the dune's peak and swept away the remnants of the undead.
"Who dares disturb my meditation?"
The thunderous voice boomed across the desert, bounced off the sky, and returned in a thrice-amplified echo. Where the dune had stood a moment ago, a tiny dot hovered immobile for a few seconds, then sped toward us. It was a man, naked save for a worn loincloth, all skin and bones, with a beard down to his feet. Hair just as long covered his face. Oyama, human. Level, unknown. Supreme Grand Master of Unarmed Combat. The very same Oyama who once taught my teacher Sagda. He was supposed to be traveling the astral plane. He looked far from meditative now. From a range of a couple of 100 yards, still floating above the earth, Oyama performed a few strikes. His attacks left an impression in the air. The next second, the dune with the reviving Preventers at its foot exploded. I couldn't escape the shockwave. Storm spun and roared in terror, fell to the earth. Her wings broke as she landed, pinning me as she died. Diamond Skin activated to save me. I jumped to my feet, rushed to Oyama. This must have been Fortune's influence. I really needed to talk to the Master. In the spot that had been a mighty dune a moment before, nothing was left. Desnafar's bones were strewn across 1/2 mile, and the lesser undead had been crushed to atoms. I couldn't see Shaz anywhere. The Preventers hadn't survived either, but the great portable altar still stood. I found Supreme Grand Master of Unarmed Combat Oyama lying on the sand, unconscious. I carefully touched his shoulder. "Master." "What?" I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw the Master's health bar. It was in the red. He was near death. No way. But the logs confirmed it. It was my fault. My reflection nearly killed him. I survived thanks to Diamond Skin, but Oyama took 3 times as much damage as I absorbed. I took out my bottomless healing potion, uncorked it, poured it into the Master's half-open, toothless mouth. Oyama's health bar crawled up. He opened his eyes, coughed, and stood up sharply. I didn't see him rise because I flew into the air, carried away by his uppercut. Fortunately, it was a normal strike and not a special move, so I didn't fly far, and Oyama didn't kill himself. I stood up and took a couple of paces toward the old man. Now I could clearly see an ancient and hunchbacked grandfather before me, barely staying upright on rickety legs. "Supreme Grandmaster Oyama, please allow me to speak," I shouted hastily, afraid to get much closer. "My name is Scyth. I am a student of your student, Sagda. I wish to learn more of your knowledge."
What? That idiot is still wasting air.
"Forgive me, Mentor Oyama, but Master Sagda is alive and well."
Who are you calling a mentor?
Oyama interrupted. I started to understand where Sagda had gotten his oppositional character.
You are a nobody to me, and you have no right to call me that. And the same for that Sagda of yours. Get away before I send you to your ancestors.
He snapped his fingers and a portal opened nearby. The Master raised a foot to walk through it, but stopped.
What is your name, undead?
I'm a human. My name is Scyth.
I see what kind of human you are.
Oyama snorted, obviously seeing my true form beneath cloak essence.
A rotting dead man in a sharp-eared babe suit. What can you do?
I know Hammer Fist, Stun.
Enough talk! Show me!
Glancing around and making sure we were alone, I charged a full combo with 20 or so strikes.
Hey, cute. Did you only learn 2 moves, dead boy?
I'm human, and yeah, I only learned 2 moves, but I got 'em down.
I don't know. I don't know.
Oyama shook his head.
You're pretty quick for a corpse, but I don't teach the undead.
I knew how that went. Another master had told me half a year before that he never took on archers, until I offered 500 gold. Master, if it's a matter of money, then I'm willing to pay any amount for your teachings.
I don't care about money, but you do have potential.
Oyama yawned.
I'm very tired. I intend to rest. There is a small village in southern Latyria, Jiri. The people there are simple. When they see a dead man, they bring out their pitchforks, and disguises don't fool them. But if you can, then come say, hi.
Yawning widely, the old man strolled through the portal, which clapped shut behind him. I spent the next hour up on a mech ostrich, careering around the scorched and soot-covered desert, collecting spheres of serendipity. They probably only lasted for a while and would disappear if I didn't collect them in time. They'd go to the demons of the Inferno, Marduk, or someone else. In any case, my supply of serendipity was now over 800,000. Fortune would be pleased. There were bones and undead guts everywhere, 4 craters gleaming with black glass. The player bodies had disappeared, strewing equipment items all over. My inventory was full to bursting. Distracted by the epic battle, I hadn't noticed magnetism pulling in loot. "Guys, there's mountains of loot here," I wrote to the clan chat. "I can't take it all. Head to the fort. We'll meet there." "We're waiting for Infect and then moving out. Just got back from school," Crawler answered. I had to do something before the preventers revived. All this time I'd been waiting for Diamond Skin to cool down so I could survive the altar's shining. The real great portable altar had 3 times as much life as the fake one. Armageddon had removed the protection of the magical blessing and the dome shield. Oyama's ranged attacks had done some damage too. Frowning, I stepped into the hit zone. All it took was 6 reflected ticks from shining. The sky flashed, drawing in the energy of the broken altar. In the tremble of the explosion and the furious roar from Nergal, I almost missed some words aimed at me. Legat. Looking up, I saw Shaz floating above me. He looked in a bad way even for a corpse, but he'd survived. Mystery-level Oyama, if he'd stayed longer, would have finished the lich off with a snap of his fingers, but the master of martial arts was gone, and I couldn't damage my ally. I guessed what I had to answer. But there is no death in service to the destroying plague.
Is that it?
The lich pointed a crooked finger at the wreckage of the altar. Yes, I don't know for how long, but all the undying ones we killed will revive far away from here now.
That is well, Shaz hissed. I need time to restore my legion.
What about Desnafar?
He will be raised again. It will take time and much energy, but I managed to preserve him. I must retreat to the stronghold, Legate. What will you do?
I have a mission from the Nucleus to complete, I answered mysteriously. Tell me, Legate, why did you not raise any of the Undying?
The Nucleus did not order me to. In any case, the Undying that we encountered today are weak, weaker than the weakest of the local fauna. I will take into consideration my mistakes. I will erect a plague ziggurat and create a legion of the desert monsters. The flesh of sentience is too fragile. But that is not news.
Done talking, Shaz floated away toward the stronghold without a word. He was lurching a little, but I saw the thousands of fine streams of energy he was pulling from the corpses. The preventers would recover, and they too would consider the lessons of the first battle. Another 100,000 players were on their way here too. The Holy War had officially started. Chapter 2. No comment. I met the boys at the stronghold of the destroying plague, and took us all to the battlefield with Depth's teleportation. There we ran into a relatively small group, around 40 marauders already digging through the loot. The sight made my eyes widen with greed. I had to fight myself not to rush over and try to take it off them. Infect, nearly crying, guitar and horn raised, was about to run out on his own to get those bastards, and even summoned a couple of ogre gladiators. Thankfully, Bomber stopped the bard from revealing himself and making trouble. The boys laid down on the peak of the dune, and I went to deal with the group. They were careless, drunk on their good luck. Crash, my mighty and terrible diamond worm, came as the ninja looter's first surprise. I hadn't brought him to battle with the preventers, although it was within the monster's range. Next, Storm flew in. Her low-level lightning bolts were weak against top players for now, but the psychological effect exceeded all expectations. The looters stopped picking up loot and scattered in fear. Crash, an organic all-consuming train, swallowed one player, drilled through another with his tail, and crushed the third, all in mere seconds. The dragoness distracted others, emitting roars and terrifying strikes of forked lightning. Thanks to my pets, I approached the looters unnoticed and started taking them down one after another with ordinary hammer fists. I had to fire off a full-series combo against one particularly hefty knight. His full-length shield flew back in his arms with such force that its edge cut through his unprotected neck right beneath his helmet. The knight's breastplate stove in his chest, finishing him off. Drawing the attention of the others, I fired my Sharkon's main shield, then worked with my standard unarmed combat moves and reflection. The looters were level 300 on average, roughly around my level. They didn't even make my diamond skin activate. The 40 marauders could do nothing against me and my pets. My health wasn't even down to half. The looters were almost all confirmed gankers, because they had high penalties, which meant a high chance to lose equipment. Not only what they'd taken, but their own too. Crawler had less of a handle on his greed than I did. The undead gnome wanted to take everything, not just the epics and legendaries. The boys didn't skip anything while collecting the loot, even picking up the occasional green. They used the Take All from Corpse feature. The boys could handle this themselves. I left them under the protection of Crash and headed to Kanima. I jumped right to the ASS building, which Grokushwid had given me permission to do last time we'd met. The auctioneer personally escorted me to the Transport Guild. As it turned out, all the key buildings of the League of Goblins were joined together in a single portal network accessible only to the green-skinned, long-eared little folk themselves. Grokushwid introduced me to a relative of his, Grujelix. This turned out to be a big deal in the guild. An old, hunched goblin with powerful shoulders. He shook my hand, crushing it in a death grip. Those claws could have torn through mecha-tank armor. And the faded scar across his face made it clear the old goblin had spent his whole life in an office.
"I know who you are, Scyth,"
Gruzelix said, baring his fangs.
"Impressive, what you did in the Lakharian desert. Impressive."
I knew how the goblins knew so much. Their second divine protector, Bagrivyek, gave his wards information. This was exactly how the League had risen so high. They always knew what to sell to whom, and where. With Grokushwid as my agent, I managed to sign a very advantageous contract. The Transport Guild promised to provide haulers with instantaneous, well, almost, travel to the desired destination as soon as I gave the order. For that purpose, they gave me a red token. Delivery. Rare accessory. Order hauler services right now. Use this accessory to make an order. The Goblin League. The customer isn't always right, but they sure are when they pay. Use the Transport Guild's haulers. Instant, safe, reliable. Sale price. Cannot be sold. Chances of loss after death lowered by 100%. Durability. Indestructible. There were various options for species of hauler, but today I chose giants, each of which had 3,000 slots. Their health points were far higher than the other options, too. The guild guaranteed the security of its client's property and paid out compensation if it was lost.
"Yes, we compensated the Alliance for the cost of one altar,"
Gruzelix said, anticipating my question.
"The fake one. As for the second, that is another story."
On top of that, I'd managed to negotiate another deal. After the Awoken Fort got a stationary portal, it would be connected to the Guild's portal network. That meant we'd get independent movement throughout Disgardium. An unbelievably expensive pleasure, of course, but worth it. Who else has these perks? I asked.
"Very few, and most precisely, they had them."
Gruzelix frowned.
"The Commonwealth clans Modus, Children of Kratos, Excommunicado, and Azure Dragons. The Empire clans, Travelers."
He listed all the Alliance clans.
"But after their leader dropped a meteorite on our employees, we ended our contract with them."
Uh-huh. So that was the other story.
"As did we,"
Grakushwid added.
"by the will of divine, greedy, and heartless Maglubiet. We practice the rule of collective responsibility. All the clans involved in hiring the giant haulers are at fault."
What does that mean? Will you fight them?
"Ahem. We do not fight,"
the goblin answered, chuckling. Smiling, the goblins exchanged glances.
"We are ending our relationship with those clans. Access to Kinima is closed to them, and that means our services too. The banks, the auction for special sales, the stationary portal networks, the airship travel service."
Before we parted, Grokush gave me an unusual coin.
"This will allow you to contact me. If it is worth it to you, then wherever you are, I will open a portal to you."
Faded coin. Grokushwid. Mechanism. Within this artifact is hidden the triumph of the Goblin League's mages and engineers. It allows you to contact its true owner from any point in Disgardium and serves as a portal beacon. Durability. Indestructible. Sale price. Cannot be sold. Chance of loss after death lowered by 100%. How do I use it?
"Just toss it."
I thanked the old goblin and returned to the desert. 5 giant haulers accompanied me, each boasting not only a huge carrying capacity, but a simply a supernatural amount of health. I got back just in time. While the boys were finishing up with the loot, the preventers appeared on the horizon, hurrying back to reclaim their lost riches. We quickly escaped to Carinza with Depth's teleportation. Leaving my friends in the fort to sort out the loot, I logged out of Dis. The last few days had been tense. I didn't have another sleepless night in me. I didn't have the strength to tell the boys about my adventures. My tiredness was so deep that I just didn't care anymore. I knew in my head that I had to protect the temple and strengthen the fort, and hurry to level up over 400, to be the first to reach that level. There'd be some kind of achievement for that too, right? But I was wiped out. I needed a break. I climbed out of my capsule and staggered to the kitchen. My parents' faces froze in concerned anticipation. "The alliance is broken, Dad, but just read about it online. Is there anything to eat, Mom?" I don't remember what I ate, what we talked about. I just shoveled food into my mouth, chewed, went to my bedroom, fell down on the bed, and slept until morning. I would have slept longer, but my parents woke me up to say goodbye. Still half awake, I didn't know what they were talking about at first, but then I got it. They were going to the moon. Silver Harbor? I asked. "It turned out kind of expensive." Dad frowned. 30,000 phoenixes for 2 weeks. "But Mom and I will get it all back to you, Alex." "Forget it." I shrugged and sat up in the bed. "Want me to come to the spaceport with you?" "You should get some more sleep, son," Dad started, but Mom interrupted him. "No way. You're a growing boy, Alex. You need to get a good sleep. Forget about everything and rest. You don't have to go to school all week, so take advantage." "What were you going to say, Dad?" "Your preventer friends are giving interviews everywhere. The leaders told everyone not to upload videos of the battle with the undead army, but someone did it anyway. Now Hinterleaf, Horvath, and others are forced to answer the journalists' questions. Take a look. I think it'll be interesting. In any case, you can get some rest. Judging by the leaks on the forums, the Alliance is taking a break to level up. Some of them are trying to be first to level 400. "Mark!" Mom shouted. "Enough. Alex just woke up and we're late for our shuttle." We hugged. Mom made me promise to call whenever I got out of my capsule, to eat well and not to throw any parties at home. I hadn't even thought of that last one, but when Mom left the room first, Dad stayed behind and said quietly, "Take advantage of this, kiddo. Invite your friends over. Bring some girls round. Have fun. Life isn't all about this, Alex." He left with a smile. There was no point in trying to sleep. It wouldn't have worked anyway. My brain was already firing up and generating plans for the day. Figure out what the preventers planned to do, get intel on how the mass of independent players was moving, meet with Hyro and Cali Bottom, talk to Behemoth and decide our next steps, figure out what to do with Moranis cultists, level up the fort. And that was only the urgent. I stood for 10 minutes under the high-pressure sprays of water coming not only from above, but from the side of the shower cabin, and in contrast mode, too. Icy water made my heart freeze one moment, then randomly turned burning hot, then back again. I was fully awake after the contrast shower. Mom left me breakfast, bacon and eggs, toast. Numbers on the plate showed the calories and nutritional information. The glass of juice showed the same. There were more calories than I needed, but I didn't know when I'd have the chance to eat again. I ate it all while I watched the news on yesterday's battle.
"There was a traitor in the clan, a mole working with the Class A threat,"
Otto Hinterleaf said. It was a video recording from real life. The familiar pot-bellied old man didn't look worried, just a little tired.
"And we deliberately passed false intel onto the threat about the great portable altar."
What about the real altar, Mr. Hinterleaf?
The cute journalist girl asked.
"All in good time. That's all. We're in a hurry."
Fen Shouquang flashed by in the background. I heard the journalists crowding him with questions.
Mogwai, tell us about your duel with the threat."
But he waved them away and told them all to go to the nether in both English and Chinese. The subtitles beneath copied Fen's bombastic speech aimed at me. "A toad who wants to try swan meat," and "an insect that he would crush." The video changed. The interview had been taken before the battle, but now the viewers saw the beginning of the real altar's sad end. First, there was a short clip of Desnafar's attack, peppered with exciting commentary from the hosts. Whenever a new type of undead appeared, the video stopped and whatever information was known about the mob was shown, including its stats and abilities. A reporter gleefully discussed the scenes where Shaz's undead tore into the preventers. Then they showed the huge Armageddon meteorite falling down on the cart, followed by the appearance of Supreme Grandmaster Oyama and his immense strike from afar, crushing all the top players beneath their array of shields. There was nobody left to record me destroying the altar. "Many have heard legends of Oyama who joined the battle unarmed," a commentator said. "Such myths have formed around many Supreme Grand Masters of the martial arts. In answer to the question of where to find them, Snowstorm representatives have always said these masters show up when the time comes. It seems the time has come for unarmed fighters. Dis now has someone who needs a teacher at such a high rank. We have almost no doubt that this someone is the Class A threat." Other clips flashed by, material uploaded by the scouts who were first to the battlefield. They showed a bird's-eye view over 4 black craters the size of a football field. White bones gleamed through soot in the desert's burning sands. The image froze. The recording rewound to the point where the battle was still looming on the horizon. A small section in the distance was highlighted red. "Note the highlighted area." The view zoomed in on the area and the holo video changed to slow motion. "Do you see movement? Unfortunately, at this distance, it's impossible to say who it is, but someone was definitely there on the battlefield. Our experts believe that it was the Class A threat and their minions. And we have confirmation." The screen switched to a video interview, this time in Disgardium. A hunter with Asian features appeared on the screen. After a moment, I recognized him as Yagami.
"I told you! No comment." "Mr. Kobayashi! Yagami!" the journalists shouted. There were no microphones in Dis, of course, but the reporters still pointed some little boxes at him, showing the name of their news organization. "At least tell us the Alliance's view on the outcome of the first battle." Yagami stopped and sighed heavily. I made out Darrant streets behind him, and the portal building from which the Mizaki clan leader had emerged. The level 390 forest elf rubbed his temples, then spoke. "Unfortunately, the Goblin League has ended its relationship with all the clans of the Alliance. Just 2 days ago, I felt proud that Mizaki, the leading clan in Japan, was part of the Alliance, a group of the strongest clans in the world. Now I sorely regret my decision. The Alliance leaders have committed grievous mistakes. The total losses of our clan alone amount to millions of phoenixes, and that's not even counting the priceless loss of reputation with the goblins." There were other general shots, preventers gathered for fresh raids, broken recordings of battles with desert beasts. The presenter began to smoothly wind up the report. "Only a few moments ago, we finally managed to get a comment from Horvath, leader of the Travelers." The stream switched to the desert. Top players were running around in the background, and I could hear the sounds of spells and the din of battle. They were clearing some mobs. Horvath appeared on screen. Level 397 warlord, a mighty orc with fangs filed to a sharp point, shaved temples, and tar-black hair gathered in a thick braid. "Mr. OneGut, hello. Will you answer a couple of questions for Disgardium Daily?" Horvath roared and shouted off to the side.
Why are there journalists here? Hellfish, cannibals, Scyth. Why the hell did you let them in? Get them out, right now!"
"Please, Mr. OneGut," a velvety feminine voice said. Horvath thawed, nodded. "What does the Alliance plan to do next?"
"Bad enough we had a mole at HQ," the leader of the Travelers muttered. "Now you want me to broadcast our plans online?"
"Is it true that you plan to use Armageddon on an even greater scale? Do you believe that Nergal will continue to aid you? Do you hope to restore your reputation with the Goblin League?"
"No comment,"
the orc growled, disproving the presenter's words that they'd managed to get a comment from Horvath. The doorbell drowned out his voice. A new screen appeared on the holopanel showing my visitors, Ed, Hung, and Malik. I went to let them in, not at all surprised. We'd agreed the day before that we'd go to see Hyro together, and the boys came to mine instead of school. My friends and I hugged. I told them my parents were gone and they could make themselves at home. Hung went right into the kitchen, opened the fridge. "Want something to eat?" My suggestion was met with widespread appreciation. "Give me a sec." While I messed around with the replicator, Ed sat at the kitchen breakfast bar, flexed his fingers, and began to sum up yesterday's heist. "Around 200 legendaries, 500 epics. Almost all of it broken garbage. The repairs will cost a fortune. Gems, including epics, nearly 100. And 3 wagons of other resources. Ingredients for cooking, alchemy, smithing, and so on. We'll have plenty of materials for leveling crafts. And we got a bazillion consumables, potions, elixirs. Combat and portal scrolls, too. The Alliance has given us a year's worth of supplies." The boys broke into smiles. "How much is a bazillion exactly?" I asked. "A shit ton," Rodriguez grinned. "Would have been too much for us to bring out, and we wouldn't have had time. Good idea with those haulers." I put some plates of sandwiches, eggs, and sausages on the table, poured everyone a glass of juice, and sat down. Watching the boys as they ate, I started thinking aloud. The haulers cost a lot, although Gruzhelix gave me a good price. But all the same, I guess we can't send it all through the mail? No way. Think about it.
If you could send any amount of items through the mail instantly, how would the Transport Guild make any money? There are no haulers in the sandbox, so we used mail there. Here you can only send up to 10 items a day, and that's only if you level up the clan first.
So we better level up the clan then. What do we need to do? Malik had been bursting to speak the whole time.
Clan experience is calculated from the total experience of its members, achievement points, level and number of forts and castles, captured lands, victories, and in-game events like the arena and the demonic games, the clan's capital and rating. Every time it levels up, the clan gets different bonuses. Have you ever looked at the clan tab, Alex?
Like hell has he looked,
Hung rumbled, munching a club sandwich.
He doesn't have the time.
Well,
It's all good, Alex.
Ed raised his hands for calm.
Just so you know, the clan has reached level 2 and is well on the way to 3. The victory in the arena helped. And first place in the cooking tournament counted for quite a lot too, so it makes sense for you to keep going.
How do you picture that? A walking corpse making a 3-course meal? The judges will throw up.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Ed broke into a smile.
But keep it in mind, just in case. We're doing pretty well ourselves. Bomb is still feeding the Kraken.
Uh-huh,
Hung said with his mouth full.
Seems to have gotten even bigger. But my rep is going up slowly now. He doesn't eat everything I bring. 20 or 30 points and then Orthicon leaves. If everything goes well tomorrow, I'll get to friendly. If nothing changes, I'll have to keep feeding him until I get to trusted. And then we'll see.
What about that instance in the desert? Did you find the key? No, Malik sighed. We combed all surrounding dig sites. Nothing. Ancient bones, a broken sword, a rusty ring, a bunch of gray garbage. Couldn't even sell it to a vendor.
I dug for information on Lavic's heart,
Ed added.
Didn't find anything except one mention in an article about the known old gods of Dis. There was a wind god called Lavic, and there's a legendary named after him.
What about Holdest?
Didn't have time yesterday. Wanted to go today,
Hung answered.
Yeah,
Ed confirmed.
After the meet with Hyro. If I understand him right, it's time for us to legalize our incomes. We don't just need a lot of money. We need a hell of a lot. Gotta fund the base, paychecks, a full-blown structure.
Not counting the portal key to Holdest, we have loot worth hundreds of millions, I noted. We collected it from the strongest players in the game who were participating in the most important event in all the history of Dis. Their items must be the best of the best for their slots, or close to it. And about that, how in the nether did so many legendaries drop? Don't they have 100% protection against dropping?
If you die, everything will drop from you too,
Ed chuckled.
You got a lot of blood on your hands. But actually, there are other factors. Broken gear always drops, for example. The chance also increases when you fight an opposite faction to encourage interfactional PvP. And maybe this one is only rumor, but they say that you're far more likely to drop gear in a wipe against the boss, too. You know how it is. Snowstorm made everything as tough as possible. Almost 20 years of gameplay and nobody's at level 400 yet.
Hey, haven't they nerfed anything in that time?
Hung asked, scratching the back of his head.
Judge for yourself. Mogwai is 27 and he's top number 1. Minus a year's break. That's 12 years of active play.
There was one time, Malik answered. A few years after launch, I think. They boosted leveling speed. One of the last changes the devs made. Dis has been evolving on its own since then. As for Mogwai, his Azure Dragon's power leveled him to 200, like any clan levels up its juniors. Yeah, Malik laughed. We just leveled up our juniors to 100 in just half a day. Gula doesn't know how lucky he is.
Neither do you,
Hung noted, nodding at me.
We're off topic.
Ed jabbed at the comm screen and brought up a hologram of a table.
Check out the plan, Alex. The mine is our legal and stable income. With current turnover, it brings in around 100,000 clear profit a month. But we could get a lot more out of it. Our workers aren't high enough in rank to mine precious metals. And the place just doesn't have metal, it has gems too. We haven't reached them yet. We need 150 capsules, not counting Stephanie and her helpers. That's a minimum of 3 million phoenixes if we don't mind getting cheaper pods, the standard model. I brought all the workers into the clan this morning and signed contracts with them.
How did they take it?
They celebrated,
Hung said shortly.
Opened bottles. I'll give them all loan contracts to buy a capsule today. We'll pay them in gold. The workers can take out the money using the contracts and legally buy capsules with no trouble. At rank 1, they'll start getting some richer gemstones, and the clan's income will increase by a quarter.
Any of those gemstones good for strength or stamina? I asked. I need 3 for my shield.
We'll find you some, Ed promised. The top players had epic ones in their gear. We can pull them out.
For rank 1, the non-citizens need to reach level 100.
We can handle boosting a bunch of low-level noobs, Ed interrupted. But I'm not sure how yet. We can't take them to Lateria. Some of them are undead. Us too. Holdest is no place for the ones that stayed human. Same problem with the desert. Where can we level them up?
Has Gyula restored the temple? I asked.
He should finish it today.
Then we'll discuss it after. But in the meantime, this is the way I see it. We need to turn everyone undead and quickly level up, someplace in the desert where players haven't reached yet. The guards can help. I'll lend you Sharkon, too. All right, what's next?
3 million phoenixes for capsules. I suggest we don't worry about selling the legendaries right now. We're better off waiting for overweight. For now, I have another idea. I've been leveling up enchantment. A little more and I'll reach rank 1. I can not only enchant items, I can disenchant magic gear too. That splits legendaries up into their source material. Shining substance, but also there's a small chance that a hero's heart can drop. That's an ingredient for a bunch of top-level recipes in various professions, including inks for inscription. The price of that ingredient is about to shoot up.
Why's that?
Armageddon, Alex. You sorry excuse for a scribe. Didn't you watch that interview with Horvath? It's clear now that the Alliance was planning to wait until it saved a couple dozen Armageddon scrolls. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to take on Desnafar. Their top scribes have a week-long cooldown to create a scroll, and Hero's Heart is far from the most expensive ingredient. But the point is, the auction house is empty. There are no Hero's Hearts up for sale. They're rare as it is. Few people willingly disenchant legendaries. The few hearts that do go up on the auction house get snapped up quick for rich guild banks.
Think you have the guts to disenchant them? I smiled.
For the base, Alex. Capsules for the workers. Listen, I took a few of the weaker legendaries that we weren't going to use anyway.
How many is a few?
Around 50.
Jaws dropped around the room. Mine was no exception. Silence, then a groan from Malik. Ed continued.
Armageddon is going to be useful for us, too. You're leveling up inscription, right? If we're lucky, we could get 10 heroes' hearts. If I put them up at 1 million each...
Try 1.5. The Alliance is in a hurry. They won't haggle. Just group up with me when you disenchant them. As you know, Lady Luck and I have an arrangement. We talked for around another hour, discussing our plans. Apart from everything else, Ed suggested we invest in a range of promising companies, although he didn't know which yet. Said he needed to read up on it. I was skeptical. What did we know about investing? We'd just lose our money. But then I remembered my friend Zoran from Vermilion and told Ed to research the first Martian company. I liked his neurointerface idea. We racked our brains for other ways to find money fast. Until Rita left the sandbox for Big Dis, we didn't want to sell our loot, and it was unlikely to provide a stable income anyway. We brainstormed the following. Firstly, I had to drop some exclusive videos to Ian. Shots from the snowy continent would cause an uproar and warm up the public. Then we'd put the key to Holdest up for sale right after. Secondly, cooking. It made perfect sense to sell roast undead rat chitterlings. The dish couldn't be made without my recipe, and it was a cash cow that could be milked for an age. Rich kids would happily part with gold in the pursuit of fast levels, and now that we had a clan vault full of ingredients, I could figure out some new dishes. Thirdly, we could sell maps of the local area and inform on its fauna. The Lacarian Desert was already unlocked. There was no longer any point in hiding our information. I might be able to earn something if I paid a visit to the Dangerous Game Hunters and the Cartography Guild. 2 messages in a row interrupted our chat. The first was a text message from Hyro. Our new security expert said he'd wound up everything at his old job and was ready to fly to Cali Bottom. I confirmed the meeting and opened the second message. It was a holo recording, and it would have been better checked in private. Karina Rasmussen appeared on the screen for all to see. We knew her as Goosebumps, friend of Overweight. We flew to Glastonbury together, and since then the girl had filled out nicely. Her long blonde hair was gathered in a ponytail, her dark brows drawn down in a slight frown over blue eyes and rosy cheeks. Teachers from her school milled around in the background. The girl smiled nervously, spoke.
Hey, Alex. Rita told me you'd like to meet me. Anyway, message me or call when you have the time. I'm free tonight. And tomorrow, too. Anytime works, Alex.
Contrary to my expectations, the message didn't end there. The girl fluttered her long eyelashes and added,
There's something else. Wesley came to see me this morning. Big Po. He asked if I've been talking to you. Sorry, I told him I was, and he asked me to tell you he wants to meet you. He said he went to your school, but you weren't there. That's all for now. Bye. Hope to hear from you soon.
The message ended, and I looked up at the boys. Ed shook his head.
No, we didn't see Wesley. Wonder what he wants. He heard about the events in the desert, figured he was about to mess up,
Hung suggested and looked at me.
Are you sure it's right to interview Ian in real life?
I think it's our only choice. If the whole world learns that I'm the Class A threat, then the preventers won't dare to try to get at me here in the real world. But first, let's meet Hyro, figure out the base. It's high time we decided where we're putting it. If anyone apart from Hyro and Willie know about Callie, then it isn't an option. The boys shrugged. They didn't like the idea of global publicity. They didn't think that should be done until we became legal millionaires and could protect ourselves and our families, not only from enemies, but also from stalking by journalists. And there'd be plenty of that.
You going to go out with that girl?
Ed asked, as if he didn't care.
She looks a lot like Tissa, only...
Hung motioned the shape of breasts with his hands and choked down laughter.
Just a little bigger.
Nobody can compare to Tissa. I cut him off. I don't plan to go out with her anyway. I don't have time. But I'd like to know what Wesley has to say.
He's a good kid.
Hung lightened up.
Wouldn't hurt to have him. The hell with Big Po,
Ed snapped.
Did you forget when the Inwanova nearly killed us? Well, nearly isn't killed.
The big man shrugged.
They didn't kill us then, but I wouldn't put it past that asshole now.
Hey! Malik shot up, standing between his friends and shouting. Was it not enough losing Tissa? Don't fight! His voice broke off and he blushed. I suggest we speak to Big Po together, I said. I think Hyro can make sure the meeting goes without a hitch. We'll figure out what Wesley wants and make a decision. All right? The suggestion found no enthusiasm, but the boys nodded. I thought Ed didn't like the idea of Wesley potentially being involved in the clan's business because his wounds from the pursuit in the sandbox hadn't yet healed. He'd thought his life was over back then. All right, Malik grumbled. And you two, make friends. Hung and Ed shook hands and each clapped Malik on the shoulder, making him jump. Then Hung walked over, threw an arm over my shoulder, and said conspiratorially,
Your folks are on the moon. The pad's empty. You got a great chance to become a man here, Shepard.
What makes you think? I began, standing up and feeling my ears redden.
Did you forget? Tissa and I have been friends far longer than you've been her boyfriend, and she's a blabbermouth sometimes. She let slip that you and she never did the deed. So listen to your old friends. If a girl wants to date you already...
And she's old enough, Ed pointed out, raising a finger.
Then you should date her, Hung finished. And if you're worried about Tissa, then we'll keep our mouths shut.
I don't want to date anyone. We're just on a break. Malik tapped the comm and brought up Tissa's last photo, with she and Liam kissing.
Sorry, buddy, but your break is a full split, Hung sighed. Call Karina and invite her over. You need it, bro, Ed added. You're going crazy over this.
We'll see, I muttered. Tissa's photo didn't quite take me out. Subconsciously, I was ready for something like that. But it made me feel the worst I'd felt in a while. Let's go to Callie. Chapter 3. Unity. Hyro and his partner Willie flew in Hyro's personal flyer to Callie Bottom. For obvious reasons, he'd had to return the shark to Excommunicado's hangar. Still, they got there faster than we did, but they had a shorter journey. It was cold and windy up at 900 feet, but the building's roof had high protective barriers at its edges, and its surface was warm to the touch with the rising heat of the whole building. The residents of the massive high-rise strolled around the edge on paths laid over artificial lawns. Hyro sat on one of the benches where I first met Trixie's grandfather. Next to him was a sinewy, dark-skinned man around 35.
Willie Brizuela,
he introduced himself after Hyro, and I shook hands. Gyula came over to us. I introduced him to the former excommunicado security officers. A couple of minutes later, Manny Almeida joined us, fresh from a visit to the hospital with his brother Hank, who'd been put in an induced coma. The builder hadn't brought everyone to the first meeting. He invited us to his place as soon as we were all gathered, so as not to draw outside attention. Gyula's little bed-sit differed from the one that Trixie and his grandpa lived in. Also one room, but twice the size. The builder explained that he'd rented two and combined them. The landlord had allowed it, since the walls were practically cardboard anyway. Gyula's sister, Stephanie, and his wife Amanda warmly greeted us all, set the table, and left us alone. It was crowded, and I could tell from Hyro's eyes that listening ears weren't welcome, even among family.
"Make yourselves at home," the builder said, nodding to us. "Thanks to you boys, we eat more than UNBs now."
Mismatched stools and chairs were placed around the table. At the center was a big tray with an unfamiliar dish on it, something from Hungarian cuisine, Gyula explained. It was surrounded by bowls of salad and bottles of soda and beer. The older men immediately opened the latter. The boys looked at them, took some bottles too. I poured myself some soda. I wanted my head clear.
"Do you trust everyone here?"
Hyro whispered into my ear, examining Gyula and Manny. He didn't ask about the others, since I'd brought them with me. That meant they could be trusted. I gave a barely perceptible nod, raised my hand. Silence descended. Everyone looked at me. "Thank you for your hospitality, Gyula. You all already know Hyro and Willie. They're going to be responsible for the safety of the clan's members in real life. We've gathered to make a decision about our base, the place we're going to live. But first, I have a question for Hyro. What do the Preventers know?"
"You were right not to pay us any more, Alex. Almost all the Alliance leaders already know that you're the threat," Hyro said. "But if you think I cheated you out of $1 million, think again. The excommunicado analysts put you at the head of their list of suspects only as of today."
"How?"
"Back in Kanima, they paid attention to how you fight when you don't use your nuke. Not counting your, let's say, special abilities, they remembered your hand-to-hand combat style. They started to root out all the strong unarmed combat fighters. Completely by chance, they happened upon a video of a duel between you and another threat, Crag, in the sandbox arena. Then they found a recording from an amateur tournament in the Tristad Tavern. You showed your skills in unarmed combat then, too. They put 2 and 2 together and realized that Oyama's appearance and your battles are links in the same chain."
"Why aren't they pursuing me in real life?"
"All the members of the Alliance have been instructed by Snowstorm. Kieran Jackson gathered all the Preventer leaders and forbade them from influencing you through any non-game methods. I don't know the details, but I heard that if a clan breaks the rules, its whole membership will be banned and its property frozen. And of course, nobody will get any rewards for eliminating you."
"Then why should we hide?" Malik asked. "Why should we bother with a clan base and a security team at all?"
There are plenty of lower-ranked Preventer clans outside the Alliance,
Willie answered for his partner. I recalled Yoruba and nodded. The top players might be forced to somehow maintain their reputation, but the rest...
"Worse, the Triads don't limit themselves for anyone," Hyro added. "They'd kidnap Alex if they knew where he was. Glyph from the Azure Dragons may be friendly with the Triad, but he won't leak information about you. They'll use their own methods to get intel if they take an interest in you. There are other dangers to Alex too, but you can let us handle those now."
Hyro cracked his knuckles.
"You don't need to know about them. No point in worrying. Let's get down to business."
We shared our own ideas about the real-life clan base with the security officers. Manny and Gyula started to tell them about the spot they'd chosen, and Hyro suggested we inspect it. We flew on Morales' personal flyer to the new anthill high-rise. It wasn't inhabited yet, so it looked pristine. Long, spacious corridors with marble-effect plastic, bright panel lighting, fast lifts, and disgustingly tiny rooms.
"Don't get your hopes up,"
Manny whispered.
"Everything here is cheap. I wouldn't be surprised if the decor is toxic."
The complex manager showed us around. He was a spry 50-year-old Latin American trying to look younger, with a robot guard escort.
"All the rooms are empty for the moment. The bottom 5 floors are all infrastructure,"
he jabbered, constantly gesticulating.
"There's a parking lot, laundry, mall, a huge gym, a pool, A vert capsule higher station, an internal park, a playground, a school.
Not bad, Hung whistled. I thought this district was supposed to be a dump.
We have all that in our complex too. It's just premium, Manny said. Nobody uses it. Way too expensive. And it's a mall in name only. They sell whatever doesn't sell in the citizen stores. Stuff past the due date.
Ahem.
The manager servicing us coughed, drawing our attention, and quickly spoke.
I would like to note that demand begets supply. If the customer can afford it, the mall's AI can order higher quality produce. But I'm getting ahead of myself.
None of us took part in the adults' conversation, especially since Jairo had insisted that only Ed and I come along. Rodriguez was introduced as Morales' son, and I was Gula's. We'd disabled comm identification a long time ago, after the arena final. While Jairo was talking to the manager, Willie Brizuela carefully studied the surroundings. Rooms with windows cost more, but were worse for security, so the choice fell on windowless rooms. Gula was discussing the extent of possible alterations. The clan had enough funds to give its members 5 times more space than the little rooms the non-citizens currently lived in. Personally, I didn't really care about the details. I had no plans to live there. Sure, we'd crash here until the citizenship tests, but then we'd move to a better district. I was actually just wasting time. I didn't understand what they were talking about anyway, and Gula, Manny, and Jairo already knew what we needed. Secure rooms with enough space for a premium capsule with plenty of bandwidth. The rest didn't really matter to me. What mattered was that we'd begun to sort out the base, and by Gula and Jairo's reckoning, we could move in within a couple of weeks. As long as the money didn't stop. But that was up to Dad. He had the funds. Jairo took Ed and me back to the roof of Block 36. We picked up Hung and Malik and flew home from there. Along the way, we decided to throw a little party at my place on Saturday and invite Rita and Karina over. Hung planned to call Allison Wu from Team Modus. After a moment's thought, I added Piper Dandara to the list too. All that would have been fine, only Saturday was tomorrow. That meant we had to use the day and night to the full. We were above our district. Hung scratched the back of his head, spoke.
I still don't get it, Alex. A threat can't publicize his status. Otherwise, Snowstorm gives you a whole bunch of penalties, right down to losing citizenship. How does that work with the interview you want to give to Ian Mitchell?
He won't admit to anything, Ed answered for me.
How's that?
Jairo guessed it himself, and so did we. But we're sub-threats. We have to keep our mouths shut. The security officer doesn't.
Why Jairo?
Just as an example, Malik interjected. Alex's dad guessed it himself too. One of them can leak the info online. Right, Alex? Something like that. There was no time to think it all over properly. But publicity will give me protection. It's too soon to discuss it now. I want to talk to Snowstorm and clarify a few things. In the contract, they threaten punishment for revealing your status because it means a threat could collaborate with the preventers. I have no plans to do anything of the kind. The first person I saw in Dis was Trixie. The stumpy man seemed to be waiting for me.
Hey, Alex!
He shouted in joy, jumping up from the bench outside the tavern. Hey, you alone? I asked, meaning players. Counting NPCs, the place teemed with life. The cultists were performing some ritual on the other side of the fence, and kobold cubs chased each other down the street. I heard Patrick causing a scandal in the tavern. How are things? I asked.
Good. Gula is waiting for you at the temple, Trixie answered. Stephanie and Eniko are in the tavern. The rest are at the mine.
Infect, crawler, bomber? Trixie shook his head and took me by the hand.
Come on, I show you something.
Where? What for?
I plant. Much. It grew.
I followed him all around the fort's perimeter. I had to admit, Trixie had worked hard. Just the garden of fruit trees and berry bushes behind the tavern must have taken a huge effort. In mere days, everything he'd planted around the fort had grown and shot up in level. Maybe thanks to the special fertilizer the kobold shaman suggested. All along the fort stretched bushes of fiery wasabi, tall grass with broad, round leaves. They covered a 5-yard area outside the fort like lilies on a pond.
Very hot, Trixie said. No trampling.
The fiery wasabi's base damage wasn't impressive yet, but it gave me hope that as they leveled up, the bushes would deal more damage.
Very hot, Trixie repeated. Stand too long, you die quick.
What's that? I pointed at some tall, thick stalks with flowers reminiscent of windmills at their tips.
Windblow clover. Blow's weak for now.
Trixie had planted the wind-blow clover behind the strip of fiery wasabi, which was tactically useful. From what I understood, the clover would blow away low levels right into the wasabi, with vines curling behind it. What's that?
Explosive grapes,
the gardener answered, puffing out his chest.
Boom! They make big bang if you step on them. One kobold lost leg. Rygar was very angry.
At you?
No, at the kobold. Said he was dumb. Look there.
He pointed a short finger at a strange sunflower-like plant. They had sharp teeth where ordinary sunflowers had seeds.
Grasping sunflower. They bite hard. They bit Scary One. He wanted to pick them.
Scary One? Who do you mean?
2 heads, big. Said you brought him.
I realized he must have been talking about one of the cultists of Morena. But wait, one of them had 2 heads? An ogre, maybe? What happened to him?
Screamed loud. 2 heads, both screamed. I heal him with healing aloe.
We have that too?
Yep, miners bring it with them. Leaves heal, invigorate.
Well done, Trixie. I patted the little guy on his shaggy head. Soon you're going to have your own capsule.
I know!
A smile lit up his grubby face.
Uncle getting one too. He'll sit in tavern. Won't be bored at home.
Trixie told me that he'd decided to take out a clan loan for a capsule for old man Furtado. I'd promised to equip him at no charge, and seeing his successes now, I had no regrets at all. I'd heard about high-level fortification lines made of defensive plants that could easily take down a raid of top players. It wouldn't hurt to have that, and with divine fertilizer too, thanks to the Montosaurus. Say, when we upgrade the fort and expand the borders, what happens to your plants?
I replant them, Trixie answered. Don't worry, Alex. It's easy.
Apparently he could replant the same way Gyula could build. Speak of the devil.
Alex, just who I've been looking for.
The builder approached us. He was eating a mango just plucked from a tree. We hadn't had the chance to talk about the temple in Cali Bottom. I didn't want to tell Hyro what we were doing in-game just yet.
I've invented a design, he said proudly. When I started restoring the temple, I decided to try using that stone you gave me.
The inert reinforcement stone?
Yep.
Gyula nodded happily. The smile hadn't left his face in real life either, when he and Manny and Hyro had been examining the new apartments.
Truly, God brought you to Cali Bottom,
the builder whispered, wiping away a tear. More like Andrew Clayton, who controls the lich boss Dargo, I thought, but left the thought unsaid.
Now we have a design for a reinforced temple,
Gyula continued.
Where could we get more of those stones? I could try making an upgrade for both the desert temple and the fort.
They don't grow on trees, I'm afraid. Gyula sighed sadly and took me to the restored temple. Because of the game mechanics, Behemoth couldn't take up residence in it without a consecration. I decided to take care of that first. Suddenly, we heard blood-curdling howls and wails from the other end of the street.
The kobolds, Gyula shrugged. I can never tell whether they're celebrating or shouting at each other. By the way, the dark ones you brought to the island, are they staying?
I don't know. What about them?
We just need a few more people for an upgrade.
While he spoke, I opened the fort tab. The kobolds weren't wasting any time. Welcome to the Corinza Fort Control Panel, Scyth. Owner, Clan Awoken. Level 1. Population 78 of 100. Structures, headquarters, vault, tavern, stables, barracks, houses, cemetery, merchant stalls.
We could wait, of course, but if some of the dark cultists stay and live here, I could upgrade the fort to level 2. We have all the building materials.
What do we need for level 3? I asked, remembering the conditions for Righteous Shield.
200 sentient residents in the fort. I have the design. We can buy any materials we don't have, but most importantly, level 3 lets us build a castle.
The usually tight-lipped builder turned talkative now that the subject was on his craft. He talked excitedly about the castle's features, a stationary portal, fishing jetty, sawmill, workshops, and a whole lot more that could be leveled up to strengthen the clan and all its members. Fort building was practically a separate game within the game. No wonder every decent clan had a person whose job it was just to manage the castle. Who among us would take on that role? Nobody but Crawler, but he already had enough on his plate. We stopped by the fast-growing tree protector. Its boughs rustled over our heads. I stretched out a hand and touched one of its meaty, thorny leaves. Recognizing me, it retracted its thorns and gently stroked my hand. The tree's range already covered almost the entire fort. The constructed temple stood before us empty and silent, still bare of any symbols of divinity. Just a roof on carved pillars at the top of a pyramid. Climbing the restored stairs where Shaz and I fought not so long ago, I entered the temple and approached the altar. Level 1 Unconsecrated Fortified Temple. Consecration requires an adept with a status of at least priest. Identified. Initial. Requirements met. Scyth, do you wish to consecrate this temple to the sleeping gods? I chose Behemoth out of the list of sleeping gods, and the altar transformed. Green veins crisscrossed it, reached the floor, widened, and ran all across the temple's every surface. Rugged stone blocks were covered in a dark gray finish. Bas-reliefs mottled the altar, upon which appeared the tusked face of a hippopotamus. And again, as always when consecrating a temple to the sleeping gods, I, or my consciousness, was carried off somewhere into the endless and lifeless cosmos, where the imprints of divine entities whirled. Each touched me, greeting me and filling me with emotion. Returning from my short journey, I saw something imperceptible pierce the floor in the hall's center. A small whirlpool of viscous and sticky liquid suddenly formed, around half a yard across. It pulled my gaze to it like a magnet to steel. With great difficulty I managed to throw off the haze and get a grip on myself. Strangely, only the priests and I saw the whirlpool, which seemed to be sucking in streams of faith. For everyone else, it was just an ordinary floor. First Fortified Temple of the Sleeping Gods, dedicated to Behemoth. Level 1. Initial, 1 of 1. Scyth. Priests, 3 of 39. Patrick O'Grady, Manny, Tissa. Adepts, 169 of 28,561. Faith points to the next temple level, 1 of 28,561. Build a third temple and consecrate it to one of the sleeping gods to support more adepts.
Finally,
Behemoth's voice boomed out behind me. I looked back and smiled. Glad to see you at full strength again, sleeping god. The divinity had returned to his previous humanoid form, but the avatar flickered. His energy was low.
Full strength,
Behemoth echoed.
Not likely. All the faith is going to Tiamat. I can barely maintain my avatar in this plane of existence. I see that you are still alive, Initial.
Behemoth shimmered and seemed like he might disappear at any moment, so I kept it brief. The two armies have broken each other. The temple is temporarily safe, but one of us will emerge a clear victor in the next battle. If Shaz wins, the Nucleus will gain strength and recruit new legates. If Nergal wins, we have no chance of saving Tiamat's temple. For now, both sides are licking their wounds and regrouping. Shaz is certain to restore the battle avatar of the departed and form a new legion of undead far stronger than the last. Nergal's followers will train against the desert monsters.
You said the departed.
Behemoth frowned. Right, the Lich dug up the bones of a huge monster and raised it. Who are the departed?
The first sentients, offspring of chaos. Renegades. They thought themselves equal to the gods, but they fled in fear of the new gods.
To where?
I know not. I do not see their presence in Disgardium.
My conversation with the sleeping god was short, but we came to an agreement on what to do next. We needed more adepts while both temples were whole. That would strengthen Behemoth, me, and all the others. And most of all, it would give strength to Tiamat so I could hand in her quest and get new skills as a reward. When I asked which ones exactly, the sleeper just shook his head.
I fear that even she herself does not yet know that.
I went straight from the temple to Shaz's camp. The cultists had somehow contacted Morena and found a way to cleanse the soil of the destroying plague's scourge. but I only saw what their method was when I reached the end of the street. A small procession had formed, with Decotra the Troll proudly marching at its head. 3 cultists led 9 resigned kobolds. The other members of the tribe wailed in despair, held their whining cubs close. Rygar the shaman limped among them, a stony expression on his face, held up on one side by the orc cultist Ranakots, and on the other by the clan chief Groghir. I caught up to them. "What's happening here?"
"The land of Karinza is dying," the shaman barked. "Our warriors are sacrificing themselves to return life to this soil."
I turned to look at Ranakots. "Tell me more."
"A corruption spreads across the island, chosen of the inexorable one. The goddess wishes to help, but her abilities are not limitless. We shared her suggestion with the great and wise Rygar and the courageous Groghir. They took it upon themselves to help. Their weak warriors volunteered their blood."
The howling and wailing came from all sides, and if I understood correctly, it was from the wives, girlfriends, and cubs of the kobolds chosen as sacrifice for Morena. I didn't like the sound of that one bit. "Stop!" I shouted. "No sacrifices!" They didn't hear me. I had to run to the head of the procession and stop Decotra by force. The troll was fanatically singing odes to the glory of Morena and marching blindly, his eyes rolling as if he was elsewhere, and only ghastly howl brought him to his senses. A side effect was that everyone started running around in fear. Even Patrick, who had come out of the tavern to see what was going on, ran off swearing into the fiery wasabi. I sat down to wait 40 seconds for the ear-splitting screams and chaos to end. I wondered how the game system knew what I wanted. After all those around me were allied NPCs, and that meant that ghastly howl shouldn't have any effect on them at all. But it did. But when I was in the group with the boys, it hadn't worked on them. Strange. My rarely used talent from Crusher became relevant as soon as I leveled up. Among all the sentients on Karinza, not counting Behemoth, I was the highest in level. And if I put some effort in now, then I could be number 1 in the world.
"What have we done wrong, chosen of the inexorable one?"
Decotra said to me, shaking off the effects of fear. His eyes were full of blood. He was still shaking.
"I've never been so afraid in all my life."
I'd been a little worried that the cultists or the kobolds might take Ghastly Howl as an attack and aggro on me, but apparently the chain of command worked. For the first group I was the chosen of their goddess, and for the second, initial of the sleepers. "No sacrifices, Decotra," I said firmly, standing up. "Every adept is important to the sleeping gods." Wait a sec. I could have 39 priests now. The kobolds had increased in number, but there were also the cultists of Morena. It didn't matter that they already worshipped an old goddess. The kobolds hadn't forsworn their faith in Kurtulmak either. The sleeping gods were outside that hierarchy, and the old gods themselves accepted their superiority. "What would you say if I invited you to be a priest of the sleeping gods, Decotra? The gods whose temple you see there?" I pointed down the street. "What would you say if I called on you and your people to worship the sleepers? Would that contradict your faith in Morena?" The troll froze, his eyes rolling. An alarmed whisper rippled through the other cultists behind my back. I turned.
"Speak louder if you want me to hear you. If you want him to hear you."
Behemoth had arrived, and just in time. He must have taken the stream of faith from Tiamat temporarily to show himself in all his splendor. The shadow of his 100 times enlarged avatar covered the entire fort and Shaz's camp. The effect lasted several seconds, but that was all it took.
"This is just as the inexorable one wishes,"
Decotra answered.
"I would be honored."
"As would I,"
Ranakots shouted.
"And I,"
a 2-headed ogre roared with 2 voices. His shoulder bore traces of a recent bite.
"And all of us,"
a minotaur roared. Alongside Patrick, Tissa, and Manny, I assigned Decotra, Ranakots, Groghir, and Rygar. The sleeping gods now had 817 followers, 648 more than before. I got just as many bonuses from Unity, along with all the Awoken, including the non-citizens. Not counting equipment bonuses, my stats now looked like this. Primary characteristics: Strength, 574. Perception, 489. Endurance, 619. Charisma, 489. Intellect, 282. Agility, 447. Luck, 1,648. Secondary characteristics. Health points, 1,032,863. Mana points, 235,273. Vindication points, 2,197,000. Plague energy points, 2 million. Ugh, if only I could get Cold-Blooded Punisher back. At my current level, the set would have given me another 618 points to each main stat. Nether. It looked like I'd have to complete the Nucleus's quest. I planned to part ways with the Nucleus eventually anyway, so I might as well get a quest reward and get my armor back first. Chapter 4. Nether Rift.
Alex, wait!
I heard Gyula's shout just as I was casting Depth's teleportation. I had many things to do and not much time to do them, so I sighed in annoyance. Canceling the cast, I waited for the builder to gallop over to me on his new horse, a gift from me. The mount was standard and hadn't cost much. I'd bought the stallion in Kanima and delivered it to the fort along with 150 comm amulets, a few farsight mirrors, a batch of blue picks, and green profession equipment for our miners. The key to any victory was a well-protected flank. It would be silly not to buy things to increase the workers' productivity. By now, the boys had already logged into Dis and got down to handing out new gear. Even I got some. Crawler plucked 3 legendary crystallized nightmare gems for me. Each gave plus 500 strength, out of preventer armor. I put them in my Sharkan's main shield. Gyula dismounted, although that was putting it charitably. In fact, his mount cantered past me, reared, and threw him from the saddle. He had a lot of training to do.
Never mind, I'll get the hang of it.
He stood up, brushed himself off, and waved away my quizzical look.
What did I want to say? I understand that the clan has enough expenses as it is, but...
He handed me a handwritten sheet of paper. What's this?
We can replace some of the base building materials with higher quality alternatives. I wrote down what to replace with what. Some of it can only really be gotten at the Kinima Bazaar. For example, I want to use gnomish steel instead of copper in the metalwork, for better durability and defense. I also want to add mithril to the...
What's the best of all? I interrupted him.
Adamantite. But we'd go broke buying that. We ain't talking about making chainmail. We need tons of metal.
Have you ever heard of corrupted adamantite?
Nah. Should I read up on it?
Yeah, I think I know where we can get some.
Great,
he said, his face lighting up.
Anyway, the list has everything we can replace and the options for them, from the cheapest to the most expensive.
Gyula said goodbye and went on to get on with things. I cast an eye around the fort, activated Depth's teleportation again, and interrupted it again. A brigade of miners was walking through the gates. Talking lightheartedly, they waved at a worker in his underpants who was running along the fort's only street from the graveyard behind the temple. The return of the Montosaurus brought back old problems. The workers had apparently resorted to drawing straws again to see who would be sent in to feed the beast god so that the others could safely reach the mine. I walked over to them, said hello, nodded toward the runner. The Montosaurus?
Yeah, that bastard!
A bald miner spat. I didn't recognize him.
May he fall down to the nether! Why?
Keep it up, guys. In a week, we'll be taking care of that reptile. We were waiting for Rita before we took out Monty, so she could get the achievement, too. He wouldn't escape this time. Balancer, a combo, and say goodnight. Pest of a beast god. I couldn't tell the miners that, though.
Thank you! Finally! This is getting real old.
The gratitude poured in from them all. The bald one frowned.
Boss, is it true that you got new picks for us?
New picks and new equipment. Go see Crawler at the clan vault. He'll hand it out. How was work today, by the way? You guys feel stronger?
You can say that again.
The bald man's eyes widened and his lips spread in a happy grin.
We've been hearing rumors that we'd get a boost once the second temple was built, boss, but this? We're breaking up whole veins in minutes.
I made my excuses, left the cheerful miners, and headed for the kobold shaman Rygar, newly minted priest of the Sleepers. His once small tribe had grown several-fold in a few short weeks, even though the kobolds themselves spent most of their time in the jungle and hills. They should have taken losses from the depredations of a certain nameless and greedy beast god, but on the contrary, they had a population explosion. The contradiction whirled stubbornly in my head and demanded an explanation, so I started asking questions. "Say, Spirit Speaker, have you seen the Montosaurus?"
"The ruler of the forest?"
the shaman clarified. The kobolds loved slinging lofty titles around.
"Of course I have. Why do you ask, chosen one?"
"How many kobolds have you lost to him?"
"One,"
Rygar darkened.
"at the very beginning, when the dead left and the ruler of the forest returned. Hypa Fuquer, known for his intemperance in matters of,
The shaman smacked his lips, choosing his words carefully.
of love, met his end in the forest ruler's maw. I spent all the next night talking to the spirits and found a way to calm the ruler's anger."
The shaman fell silent and closed his eyes, immersed in reverie. I coughed, already starting to suspect something. "What way?" The shaman snorted awake, opened his eyes. While he took his time, I sniffed the air and finally realized that he smelled of sewage. I hadn't detected anything when I spoke to the kobolds before, but I'd turned up my sense of smell to enjoy some of Aunt Stephanie's dishes in the tavern. Even with my sensitivity still below full, the shaman stank so bad up close that I gagged. Rygar reached for the rope around his long-maned neck and pulled an ugly amulet out of his robe. It looked like a ball rolled up by a dung beetle.
"An amulet created from the blessings of the ruler of the forest."
"The blessings?"
"The beast god's droppings are a blessing for the whole world. The ruler of the forest will not harm the carrier of such an amulet. But—"
Rygar fell silent and twitched his moist black nose, baring his fangs. "What?"
"But the amulets stink."
I could imagine how badly the kobolds suffered with their sharp sense of smell. I didn't envy them, but nonetheless we had to get the miners some of these amulets. They could wear them on their way from the fort to the mine and hand them from shift to shift. "Never mind," I smiled. "I think our miners can handle that. Can you make some for them too?" Rygar happily agreed to help. He limped away, barking hoarse commands to his helpers as he went.
"So this is the capital of the long-eared little folk,"
Patrick muttered, looking around reverently at the bazaar. We'd only just gotten rid of the annoying street merchants trying to sell us the richest guide to Kanima, including the second, forbidden edition, and now we were trying to get our bearings. I took the drunk with me to help negotiate with the sewer trogs in Stone Rib. I'd decided not to go through Darrant on the way. The city watch there was already patrolling the streets with torches of true flame, and here in the Goblin capital I could buy everything on Gula's list for upgrading the fort. This last jump through the depths leveled up my skill and gave me something new. Depths teleportation level increased, +1. Current level, 15. Can now teleport sentients that are not in your group, on the condition that they are at or below your level. Requires touching the teleport target. I decided to think of practical applications for this new tool later, in calmer surroundings. For now, I studied the map of the bazaar and tried to figure out where to start for building materials. The place was a lot calmer with the preventers gone, which isn't to say there were fewer tourists. NPCs lived their lives and continued to travel to Kanima, but I saw no player patrols. We wandered the bazaar buying building materials as we went. It was no easy task. A lot of walking, talking, and sweating. And Patrick decided to wet his whistle at every watering hole we passed. It was a good thing the wholesalers had magic delivery services, which was something like dismail, but the clan was the recipient and the cargo was sent straight to the clan vault. I spent so much money that my decision to sell the portal key to Holdest was finally made. It was foolish to keep hold of something that had no more use and never would, especially when we were hurting for cash and the valuable artifact threatened to turn into a bauble. If the launch script for the Destroying Plague faction ended, then Holdest would likely become the continent of the undead. New players who chose that race would immediately wind up there, and none of us doubted that hordes would re-roll their characters in the rush for achievements. Finally, we finished buying up building materials. Along the way, I even managed to buy a few types of rare spices that I hoped to use in future culinary experiments. Patrick, who had by now emptied his emergency flask of Black Mountain fire ale, suddenly stopped sharply and jabbed a demanding finger at a goblin holding a sign that said, "First drink on the house." "The sleepers won't forgive us if we squander this opportunity," the first priest declared. "And it's high time we had a bite to eat, Scyth. Business can wait. There's an old Russian saying, 'War is war, but lunch has to be on our time.' Our corporal used to love saying that. May demons devour him." "All right, let's take a break," I reluctantly agreed. Oil splashed in the slate-gray smoke of the anonymous tavern. The walls lit up with red heat and fat dripped from skewers onto the coals, burning with a choking blue flame. People were smoking too, and scantily clad goblin waitresses raced to and fro. A fortune-teller cried his services in the far corner. With great difficulty, we found a seat at one of the tables. Even more surprising, they served us fast, and we were out of there within an hour, well fed, though neither of us were happy. I'd lost time, and Patrick would have happily stayed to live there. He quickly found common ground with the suspicious-looking goblins sat at the same table as a minotaur and werewolf. Worse, he almost agreed to join them on an adventure involving a certain high-ranking noble lady from the League High Council, a chest of family jewels, and a love story. Sounded like a quest, but I didn't even bother. Ignoring Patrick's sighs and disappointed glances, I activated Depth's teleportation to the auction for special sales. There were many watering holes in Kanima's financial quarter, and Patrick gladly stayed behind in one of them to test the quality of the food and drink of these cursed little folk again, while I went to see Grokushwit. The goblin was busy, but seeing through my disguise and recognizing me, he immediately handed his customer over to his assistant Zamozik, freeing himself up. We exchanged pleasantries, and I got down to business, silently placing the portal key on the table. Grokushwit's eyes were a sight to behold. I tried to memorize the sound of the normally rock-solid goblin's jaw-dropping. It would make one of my favorite memories. Recovering from his surprise, the goblin picked up the artifact and spent a long time studying it, feeling it, looking it over, even sniffing it.
"May I ask where you obtained this?"
"From the treasury of an ancient mage. Mr. Grokushwit, I don't have much time. Can we talk business? I need to sell the portal for the highest possible price, and so I insist that you invite the excommunicated clans of the Alliance to participate. They weren't the only players with big money, but I doubted the celestial warriors that controlled the Perfetto resort city would be itching to explore a new continent."
"That is impossible."
The auctioneer shook his head. "I insist."
"I cannot promise anything. A decision of such importance is the purview of the League High Council, but I will raise the issue. Any other wishes, Scyth?"
"I need the portal key to sell for at least 100 million, and I need it to sell as fast as possible."
"Those are mutually exclusive requests. I will have a hard time gathering truly wealthy buyers. The portal key is no fallen god's helmet, for which there are many buyers. We will certainly contact the Guild of Explorers and Cartographers, offer it to the Dangerous Game Hunters, the Office of Bastian I, and the family of Emperor Kragosh."
Grokushwit thought for a moment, then put a scroll on the table and blew into the silver whistle that always hung around his neck.
"Zamozik!"
It was as if the assistant had been listening at the door. His head appeared in the half-open gap the instant Grokush called his name.
"Yes, master."
"Announce an unscheduled gathering of the High Council in my name. Make a list of those with fortunes greater than 100 million, and maintain strict secrecy. Dismissed."
Zamozik disappeared, closing the door soundly behind him. Grokushwit watched him go and clicked his fingers. Suddenly we were enveloped in a material-looking bubble whose nature I couldn't grasp.
"We can't allow leaks,"
the auctioneer explained.
"Wars have started over less."
Great portal scrolls were for sale both in the auction houses and at the Transport Guild. I bought 4 of them from the latter, and at a good price. My reputation with the goblins and with Grushelix personally helped. I changed my image to that of a harmless engineer at level 200, and Patrick and I jumped to Nivelle, the closest settlement to Stone Rib with a portal connection. From there it was around 60 miles to the spot where the sewer trogs lived. On the map, the ridge of the nameless mountains turned in a hook there, and the small mining town was at its center. Although actually, Nivelle only seemed small to me after Darrent, Shack, and Kanima. In general, it was considered a developed and thriving city. But something was wrong. The Watch were racing through the streets, players were forming raids, spells flashed and shields gleamed all over, covering buildings.
Everyone this way! The rift is over there! We're gathering at the western gates!
Shouts came, some of panic and others of flashy heroism. The latter were more likely to be the undying. A few carts loaded with various goods moved to the east. My first thought was, run. They've figured out that there's a threat among them. But how? A knight on a powerful battle stallion in full regalia cantered past. The mount's hooves struck sparks on the pavement, and the rider shook his spear and shouted triumphantly.
Anyone experienced, come with me. Noobs, go elsewhere.
He paid no attention to me, which meant the reason for the panic was something else.
Look, Scyth!
Patrick pointed at a gleaming column of light in the sky, firing down at another part of Nivelle.
That's how the priests at the Nergal temple summon high priests. That can only happen when...
A Ravager?
That's right. Oh, we came here just at the wrong time, my boy. Mark my words, just at the wrong time.
Why's that? We'll be fine. We'll fly past or just go around. I'd already dealt with one Ravager, but Patrick didn't have my abilities. We had to be careful.
Why should we fight it, Tukai?
A gnome asked his elvish friend as they walked past.
We're only going to break our gear, and those debuffs.
Are you an idiot?
The other asked in sincere surprise.
Have you listened to one too many dumb rumors? You know they make them up to make people like you believe. It would take you more than a year to earn as much faith in factional rep as you'll get now. Try to deal as much damage as possible, and Nergal's High Priest will restore your gear and give it back to us later if we die. They send it by mail. Come on, quickly, before they banish it.
The gnome and elf ran to the western gates. Both of them were level 40 and didn't have their own mounts. Patrick watched them go and twirled a finger by his temple. We avoided the crowds of sentients on our way out of the city. Once outside, I summoned Storm. The dragoness appeared in the form of the mount of the engineer whose disguise I was using, an ordinary griffin, the cheapest flying mount in the Commonwealth. Climbing up on her, or him, depending on what you knew, we took off and saw the cause of the panic in the flesh. Harnathia, level unknown. Ravager. The colossal Ravager, shaped like a mix between a spider and crab, was slowly walking toward Nivelle. The City Watch and players slowed its movement. Not exactly effectively, but the action mechanics forced the Ravager to stop every time it saw a target and waste time destroying it. I saw no visible strategy in the players' actions. Separate groups attacked Harnathia from all sides, with mages flooding it with slowing spells and healers healing the wounded, but mostly there was nobody left to heal. The monster killed anyone it turned to in a single shot. It didn't cover the whole area with black slime like Ervigot, but it was clearly no weaker. The gigantic body emitted clouds of smoke and soot. It seemed that ability worked temporarily both as a shield and as an attacking aura, dealing passive damage to everyone that approached. But the stream of players from Nivelle never ended. It seemed the word-of-mouth notification system for nether rifts was working as necessary. I started to see clear formations of preventers appearing.
"Whoa," I said, awestruck. "Here come the heroes," Patrick snorted. After the second-tier top players, the big fish began to arrive. Modus, Travelers, Widowmakers, Children of Kratos, Azure Dragons, and Excommunicado. It seemed the perks were worth it at this event, if the best players all dropped what they were doing in the desert and headed here. For me personally, this didn't bode well. All the same, I wondered where the Ravager would run off to and whether I could finish it off, and I kind of wanted to see Nergal's High Priest banish it, to see how it was done. I pointed Storm off to the side and landed behind a hill, out of the way of the chaos. "What?" Patrick asked. "You want to join the damn battle?" "Right, just in case something goes wrong. Take this money, buy yourself a griffin in town, and head to Stone Rib. And..." I took the great portal scrolls out of my inventory along with a worn leather triangle with an imprint of a bear's face and gave them to O'Grady. "I understand the scrolls, but this... Oh, it's the Trog's charm," Patrick nodded. "Got it, kid. Consider it done." "I'll try to catch you up, but if I don't make it, convert the Trogs to the sleeping gods and convince them to move to Corinza.
As first priest, you have the right to appoint servants to the cult, so choose one of the most authoritative trogs. And don't let me down, Patrick.
Don't worry, Scyth, he said more seriously. I may be an old drunk, but I know what's at stake and who I owe. Anyway, he promised to help me figure it out.
Behemoth? Figure what out?
The mess in my skull. The sleeping god said I have two characters from different worlds in my head, and one of them isn't me. He can help me take away the one I don't need.
Patrick suddenly hugged me, slapped me on the back, and, reeking of stale whiskey, quietly said,
Be careful, kid.
I watched O'Grady go, then took off into the air again and hovered above the Ravager at the maximum possible height where I could still make out details, but remain unnoticed from below. Thanks to my high perception, I could see distant objects as if through binoculars. The High Priest of Nergal the Radiant had already arrived. First, he blessed the ranks of the city defenders, then he covered them with a protective dome. After that, the priest rose into the air above them all and spread his arms, shouting prayers. His voice carried across the valley, echoing off the mountain range.
In the name of the light and all things living, Nergal the Radiant, I entreat you. A foul creature of the nether threatens all life, and only with your help, our Saviour, can these courageous heroes, without regard for their own life—
The priest spent a few more minutes justifying his request to Nergal, then finished and got his answer. The skies darkened, then flashed with a blinding light that outshone even the sun. The god's voice answered somewhat differently than the crowd expected.
You are looking in the wrong direction, fools.
Lightning suddenly lanced down from the cloudless, darkened sky. The eyes of all the players, the preventers, the city watch, and the high priest moved to where it landed. To me. The high priest pointed a finger at me and shouted triumphantly,
Descend, heathen!
With a plaintive roar beneath me, Storm disappeared and I began to fall, right toward the monstrous Ravager. Chapter 5. The Nether. With just a second more, I could have teleported through the depths out of the yawning oven. If I hadn't dropped like a stone, I would have successfully escaped to Corinza. Now I was peppered with thousands of spells and arrows, including lightning bolts and a few small meteorites summoned from the skies. The air cracked with the abundance of magic. It seemed space itself was losing its structure and warping. My cast stopped, but my fall continued. Amid the chaos forming below, I could clearly see the high priest drawing light into his staff. The world was immersed in darkness. The lights of spells shone particularly brightly, showing the disciplined preventers surrounding the Ravager, and the spot where I would crash down. I could only hope that destroying Plague Immortality or Diamond Skin of Justice could save me from death, but I couldn't discount the possibility that a Nergal priest could neutralize the former ability. Concentrate, I told myself, snuffing out a spark of panic. I'd been so stupid. Curiosity has killed many a cat. Why didn't I just fly around the battlefield and head to Stone Rib? But beating myself up for it was not only pointless, it was irrational. Covering my face with my Sharkon's main shield, I tried to make out what awaited me below through the flashes. The Ravager had moved toward the city defenders, but I was still falling within its smoke aura's area of effect. That might save me. I doubted players would go in there to try to expel a threat in the 10 seconds before their bodies evaporated. As long as the High Priest didn't have any holy tricks up his sleeve. My health was melting away rapidly. Even my ludicrous resilience didn't help. The players, strengthened by divine buffs, were lit up like Christmas trees. Not all of them were looking at me. Many continued to pour toward the Ravager, earning faith points. After Nergal's blessing, their attacks had become far stronger. The Nether Spawn's health fell slowly but still noticeably. The instant before I hit the smoky and soot-covered ground, I instinctively braced myself. Diamond Skin took the force of the strike, which meant I was back to my feet the next instant and casting Depth's teleportation. I figured if I couldn't see anything, then nobody could see me either. I figured wrong. The High Priest's staff finally finished charging. It released a massive pillar of light, covering both me and the Ravager. My cast interrupted again. The damage from the divine magic was overwhelming, crushing. The smoke from the monster's aura dispersed as if it had never been. My diamond skin broke with the ringing of smashed glass. Harnathia's chitinous shell cracked, and the Ravager lost almost all its health in an instant. A deafening scream of victory rose up from the players. I should have died. I'm sure the priest's attack would have broken through immortality. But Diamond Skin took the hit. Immortality activated right afterwards and prevented me from dying to the Ravager's aura and the player's attacks. The light faded. Spots danced in my blind eyes. Something careered by me. The enraged shouts of the High Priest echoed like peals of thunder. He had survived the strike from reflection, but was astounded that all his divine shields had broken. With only the vaguest sense of direction, I jumped 3 times and found myself next to one of the Ravager's legs and grabbed one of the numerous growths on it. Against my fears, the players didn't rush ahead. It seemed they all knew what was to come after the priest's attack. Harnathia was enraged. It emitted 3 bursts of flame, spreading waves of mist for hundreds of yards around, leaving absolute darkness and death behind it. I survived, but I felt the Ravager's ability. Strips of flesh sloughed from my body, bearing bones, and dripped to the ground in smoking goo. Not for the first time, my character transformed into a skeleton without a single ounce of flesh. Fortunately, a lack of eyes didn't prevent me from seeing, although my vision worked differently, showing a pale and colorless world of shadows come to life. The largest shadow, which I was still holding on to, turned sharply and ran toward the mountains. Occasional beams of light shot after us, and with each hit, Harnathia got smaller. I had a death grip on a leg that had started as thick as a tree trunk and ended up a branch. Fearing it might break, I grabbed the thorny leg and climbed upwards, onto the Ravager's back. No matter how this adventure ended, my risk was rewarded. Resilience was leveling up even faster than with Ervigot. Maybe because right now I was sitting on the enraged Harnathia right at the heart of its deadly aura. Nobody rushed to chase us. The Ravager was banished, and it couldn't be killed. Or so I thought. Harnathia continued to move, and I kept sitting in clouds of soot and smoke, so I didn't see right away that something strange was happening. And then it was too late. Destroying Plague immortality stopped working for some reason. I died.
You are dead. Remaining time to respawn. 9, 8, 7.
I felt rising panic. My thoughts raced. Nergal's priest cancelled out my protection from the destroying plague, and the Ravager aura killed me. Any moment now, the preventers will arrive and... But I respawned and sighed in relief. I looked around, recognized Corinza. A quick glance showed me that I'd lost nothing on death except experience. All my equipment and the contents of my bag were still there. I'd lost my engineer disguise and cloak essence buff. Familiar jungle surrounded me, but Behemoth's temple was gone. Not a trace remained of Gyula's structure. Just the ruins of the departed in the same state I once found them in when I swam here from the shore near Tristat. I needed to figure out where the temple had gone. I walked around the ruins and my jaw dropped further. No signs of the fort. No buildings. No street. I decided to take off and look around. My ability to summon the dead Storm had cooled down when I revived, but I couldn't find her in my list of mounts. The mech ostrich was gone too. I climbed up a tall tree, scraping my skin on the bark. The virgin jungle opened up before me, quiet and calm. The fact that there was no life on Corinza wasn't news, but even the ever-chirping cicadas were silent. The strangeness didn't stop there. A few parts of the interface had disappeared, including the date and time. A quick glance at my profile showed me no sign of the abilities given by Behemoth or the nucleus of the destroying plague. All that remained were the class skills and the ones I'd learned myself. Unarmed combat, resilience, ghastly howl, depths teleportation. I activated the last one and couldn't find Corinza, Kanema, Darrant, or Shaq in the list for teleportation. Vermilion, Nivelle, and the Lake District were gone too. The list of jump points was as scant as it had been half a year ago when I first got the ability. Gloomwood, the Mire, Tristat, the Ultan Quarries. The chat was empty. There was no clan tab. My friends list was clear. I tried to message Crawler, Infect, Bomber, and Gyula, but the system said the same for each. No player with that name registered. And the last straw? The quit button was gone. Feeling my heart begin to race in real life, I scoured the altered menu, thinking that the button must be hidden somewhere, but I couldn't find it. There wasn't even a link to tech support. I walked all across Corinza but saw nothing. The Montosaurus was gone, or maybe had never even been here. Here, meaning this version of the island. On the beach, I finally accepted that I wouldn't find anyone there. Even the level 1 crabs that were always scuttling across the sands were gone. I don't know how much time I wasted wandering around. The sun didn't move in the cloudless sky, and I had no watch. I felt like no more than a day could have passed. The only inhabited place I could teleport to was Tristad. I decided to try my luck there. The familiar sandbox town greeted me with empty streets and lifeless buildings. The bubbling flagon was still there, and even the bench where Eve and I used to while away the hours. But the city was empty. No NPCs, no players. The only difference between this and the Tristad I knew was that there was no temple to Nergal here. The spot it should have occupied was just an extension of the central square, deserted like the rest of the city. Once I'd walked the length and breadth of it, a rising panic began to eat me inside. Then my stomach started to rumble and something literally rose in my throat. I threw up. In the game. Right after that, I felt a terrible thirst. A strange kind of system message swam before me, uncharacteristic of Dis. Something like a window from an ancient computer program, black with flashing red text. You are dying of thirst. Minus 50% endurance. Minus 1% health every 5 minutes. My throat felt like sandpaper and I couldn't think of anything but water. Just in time, I remembered where to find Tristad's well. It was where it should be, a couple of blocks from the tavern. And the bucket was still there too. I filled it up and drank for a long time, greedily, paying no attention to the pain in my teeth from the icy water. Once my thirst was quenched, I felt hunger, but I could deal with that. It didn't take away my health, just lowered my strength, endurance, and regeneration speed. The debuffs told me where to focus my thoughts. I sat down with my back to the well and tried to figure out what was happening. When Disgardium was being created, there were many arguments among its founding fathers about how much realism should be added. Hunger and thirst were among the most serious points of contention, because including one in the game meant you had to include the other. If there was an input, you had to have an output. Not only did some of the developers vehemently vote against this, but so did the game community. Influencers asked, why create a magical virtual world and make it just like the real one with all the shit involved? In the end, they won. Eating and drinking became optional in the game, and even if you did eat or drink something, you didn't have to use the toilet. We ate in the tavern because it tasted good, not because we had to. And the bonuses from food and drink don't hurt. Like Manny once said, alcohol in Dis is a great alternative to the real version. You drink and get drunk, but without the negative health consequences. All right. So Harnathia the Ravager had dragged me to the Nether. That was it, right? I was in the Nether? But what was the Nether? We all referred to it all the time, using it as a curse word. Behemoth had said more than once that the Nether is the greatest danger to the world, and the destroying plague feeds off its emanations. Could the Nether have been the first version of Dis? The one the beta testers played? They'd determined it was unplayable, which had led to a review of the realism concept. I'd heard there was no quit button in the first version, to ensure total immersion. The beta testers apparently quit the game only when their character died or went to sleep. But I'd already died, and revived here. Another puzzle. Why were all my divine abilities gone? Why had I lost immortality? The logs showed that I died to smoldering, which must have been Harnathia's aura. My destroying plague ability had successfully protected me from it before, even during the battle with Ervagot. Only one explanation came to mind. The powers of the destroying plague had no sway here. And nor did that of the sleepers. All the bonus stats of Unity had also disappeared. Thoughts of the Ravagers reminded me of what the gnome explorer girl Kitty had told me about them. The beasts of the Nether are the size of a kitten when they reach Disgardium. They grow to super high levels by absorbing other creations of the Nether and local mobs. But how do they manage to deal with them? If Ervagot landed in the Lacarian desert tiny, then how did he kill the local monsters? Thoughts emerged and spun in my head, but I couldn't stay focused on them. Although my real body was fed with premium quality life support cartridges in my capsule, all the same it felt hunger and fatigue. My tired brain refused to work. Apart from a little sleep before my parents left, I'd been on my feet for who knew how many days now. Deciding to test whether falling asleep would close the game, I walked into the nearest house and collapsed on a bed. Only while I was falling asleep did I realize just how dead the silence was around me. The ocean's surface on Corinta's beach was like glass. The wind didn't rustle in the trees. The few clouds in Tristad's sky were as if painted on, unmoving. It was no world, just decor. Were there mobs here? There should be. After all, sometimes they broke through into the real Dis. That was my last thought before I fell asleep. I don't know how long I slept, but I woke up where I'd laid down, not in real life. Then the real panic hit me. Everything I'd felt before was just vague worry in comparison. Firstly, I hadn't ordered extra nutrition cartridges for my capsule, and I'd already been using the ones installed for some time. Who knew how long they'd last? Maybe they were already empty. Was that why I felt sick with hunger? It wasn't just a virtual hunger in the form of a debuff. It felt fully real. Secondly, my parents were on the moon. Sure, they'd call, but they wouldn't worry right away. I was always in my capsule anyway. They'd raise the alarm only in a couple of days, and even then, first Dad would try to log into Dis through another capsule and contact me in the game. All my hope was in my friends. When they failed to get an answer from me in both virtuality and reality, they'd surely suspect something was amiss. They had plenty of reasons to worry, not the least of them the Triad. Ed would realize that he needed to contact Morales, and then Hyro would find a way to get into the apartment to inspect my capsule. Phew! That thought calmed me a little. By my estimations, it was already the next day in real life. We had a party planned that night at my place, so the boys would be trying to contact me soon, and they'd raise the alarm. My panic faded as my explorer's spirit awoke. I was either in the Nether or in a beta version of Dis that had been somehow preserved. I might have been the only player in history that made it here. Why shouldn't I do something useful? I checked my profile again and frowned in surprise. My death dropped me 30 levels. How did that work? Was this one of the hardcore features of the beta version? Everything else was the same. I had my class abilities, my learned abilities, minus the 10 divine and plague skills. All my equipment and inventory was still there. Maybe my chest still had its contents too? I ran to the tavern, leaped up the stairs to the second floor, and walked into my private room. At least, I walked into a room. Not the one I was expecting. Bare walls, a bedroll on the floor, and an empty chest. The upgrade that I'd installed so long ago was gone, as were the contents. It was empty. The mailbox outside the tavern's entrance gave me the idea of trying to contact someone to help through in-game mail. I tried to write a letter to someone, anyone, but the system couldn't find a soul. No player with that name registered. I wasn't too worried. Sooner or later they'd pull me out. In the meantime, my hunger debuff had reached threatening levels and started to take away my health. It wouldn't be long until I died of hunger. But where could I find food in an empty city? I hadn't brought anything to eat with me. Why would I, with my abilities? Then I stopped, slapped myself on the forehead. I was being an idiot. I had a bag full of ingredients. Returning to the tavern, I went into the kitchen, once the domain of head chef Arno. The stove was unlit, but I had everything I needed to light it. I found firewood in the backyard, where I'd won a tournament arranged by Tashot, late owner of the Bubbling Flagon. I didn't want to experiment, so I just made a couple of stacks of vulture egg omelets and ate them, removing my debuff. I grabbed a fire starter and some tinder to take with me, along with a pan. I found barrels of wine and ale in the tavern's cellar and tossed them into my endless inventory. Now I went to the well and poured the wine out, glad that Flagrey and Patrick weren't there to see it. I filled the empty barrel with water. That would have been far harder to accomplish in real life. After checking all my things and making sure I was ready for a trip outside the city, I headed off in search of adventure. I walked through the familiar city gates, saw a white rabbit, and stopped, remembering when they'd been a danger to me. Seeing me, it hopped toward me in short jumps. I smiled, and my jaw dropped. Rabbit, level 14,933 animal. I rubbed my eyes. It had to be tiredness. I was seeing things. The rabbit suddenly sped up, and then it got me. Its maw stretched like a snake's, bearing gleaming metal teeth, and the creature bit my leg off at the knee. Rabbit dealt you critical damage. 3,981,837,110. Bleeding. Minus 3% health every 5 seconds. 1 minute. Damage fully absorbed by Diamond Skin of Justice. The rabbit failed to tear off my leg only thanks to Diamond Skin, but everything inside was mangled. Bones crunched, a horrific pain lanced through my knee, and I lost my balance, falling onto my back. The fall winded me, and tears came to my eyes. I shook my head, screamed. What the hell? I was undead. There shouldn't be effects like these. Or rabbits with that damage, that level. In the sandbox. Through sheer force of will, repeating the mantra that this was just a game and my body was safe, I cut off the pain and found the strength to look through my logs. Resilience, rank 2, level increased. Plus 39. Current level, 90. You completely ignore penalties in battle against enemies at a higher level than you. 90% of damage taken is reflected and ricochets back at the enemy. Resistance to all types of damage increased by 90%. Pain sensation reduced by 90%. If your health drops below 10%, Diamond Skin of Justice activates. 90% of damage taken is reflected and ricochets back to the enemy. Reached resilience cap at current rank. You have damaged rabbit, reflection. 198,253,870,774. The nightmarish mob, powerful enough to conquer all Disgardium, squeaked in annoyance. He'd taken a big hit from reflection, relatively speaking. Actually, the critter had only lost 7% of its health. Unable to tear off my leg, it shook itself, throwing me through the grass this way and that. Then it dropped me and looked at me balefully with its gleaming button eyes, probably figuring out what to try and bite off next. Unfortunately, I was below level 300, so I didn't have the next rank of resilience unlocked. There was nothing I could level up, which meant it was best to run. Diamond Skin had half a minute left on it, and the mob still had over 90% health. I tried to push the rabbit away with my good leg to retreat to the city where mobs couldn't go, but it had other ideas. The bloodthirsty beast grabbed me by my healthy limb and pulled. The long-eared monster was so strong that it pulled me several yards. It didn't even let me get to my feet. Jumping high, the little white critter squeaked triumphantly and dropped down on my chest like a sledgehammer, crushing my ribs. My dead heart was already not beating, but after that hit, there was nothing left to beat. The furry foe kicked its back legs, tearing open my stomach. I screamed in pain and realized with amazement that the bastard's claws were adamantite with the characteristic purple gleam. Still, it couldn't tear through Diamond Skin. It did, however, damage the mob pretty badly. I launched a series of combos at it, which was pointless for damage, but the lifesteal healed me. The nightmarish mob finished itself off with reflection after all, in the few seconds before my invulnerability from Diamond Skin ended. Squeaking, the rabbit flipped over onto its back, its paws twitching, and stilled. Its claws and fangs retracted, and now it looked just like an ordinary rabbit. Only its twisted, bloody mouth signaled its true nature. Fanfares trumpeted like a broken record, one after the other, and they didn't stop for a long time. At the same time, notifications sped by. Rabbit is dead. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. Current level, 1,178. 4,495 free attribute points available. I stood, struck dumb by the numbers, and 3 more rabbits appeared and attacked me. There was nothing to protect me, and I'd lost my chance to escape into the city. I hadn't gotten any achievement for my jaw-dropping victory. Crunch, crunch, crunch. 3 sets of jaws closed at once. One rabbit latched onto my arm while the other 2 grabbed my legs. My scream cut off, and I watched with the colorless vision of a corpse as the long-eared killers tore into my body, threw back their heads, and swallowed chunks of flesh. You are dead. Reviving in 59:59, 59:58, 59:57. In ordinary Dis, when you died for the second time that day, even though I slept, it was the same day here, right? You didn't have to spend an hour in the limbo of the afterlife. The player could quit. But in the game version I was in, there was no such option. I hung nowhere, in a great nothingness. The more time passed, the more I felt like I'd finally gone insane. I would have pinched myself awake, but I couldn't feel my arms or legs. I just hung there for the whole hour. Only the numbers on the timer counting down the minutes and seconds until I revived kept me sane. My third life in the Nether began on Corinza, by the ruins of the departed. From there, I teleported straight to Tristad. The city was safe, with roofs, food, and the opportunity to level up. The strategy was obvious. Pull one rabbit at a time and kill it with reflection before diamond skin ran out. In between, I could level up everything I'd unlocked, including rank 3 resilience. Resilience rank 3 reached. Select a skill progression path. Path of Equanimity. You completely ignore all damage for the first 3 seconds of battle. Path of Life. You absorb 1% of damage taken, using it to automatically recover health, mana, or your class resource. Path of Stubbornness. A magical shield surrounds you at the start of the battle with a durability equal to 300% of your mana. Path of Torment. By choosing the Path of Torment, you willingly refuse reduced pain and save up your experienced pain in a vessel of torments to later transform the contents into free stat points. Path of Sacrifice. At the start of each battle, you absorb the total health of all your group members, plus a bonus 1% of that total, in order to take all the damage dealt to any ally throughout the battle. However, if you die, the entire group dies. The paths didn't replace each other. They added to each other. And I'd already completed 2, Path of Justice and Path of Reflection. The choice was harder than it should be because I didn't know what to prepare for. The Path of Torment was attractive, since I had to put up with pain in the Nether anyway. On the other hand, full invulnerability at the start of battle wouldn't hurt against those rabbits. If I managed to quickly level up resilience, easily done with a few bites from the furious rabbits, that would give me 3.5 minutes of God mode. A legion of flesh-eating beasts could kill themselves against me in that time, if they all attacked at once, of course. So I chose Path of Equanimity. A bunch more time passed as I spent my attribute points, pressing pluses on strength, agility, and endurance. These were the 3 physical stats I'd decided to level up, banking on survivability and damage. The only problem was that the game dropped me 118 levels for my second death. Logic told me that the penalty was 10% of the current level. That was hardcore, but the exchange rate suited me. Any rabbit would give me between 500 and 700 levels. It was hard to say exactly. When I was done, I headed to the city gates. I planned to throw my shield to pull rabbits and fight them on the threshold of Tristad. I was vaguely concerned about whether my absence had been noted yet, and how much time it would take my friends to pull Alex, dangerous adventure magnet Shepherd, from his capsule. But I felt good. Not tired, not hungry, inspired by my huge jump in level and excited for the heights I would reach, even though horrifying and unavoidable pain was only an inconvenience. I left the bounds of Tristad and looked around, ready to run back at any second. But I should have watched the skies instead of searching for enemies in the grass. Liberation repelled the first crowd control effect, but the second made my body freeze. I don't know why, but even my undead racial bonus didn't work. I started to fall on my back, the vast blue sky filling my vision, and against it, the shadow of a winged girl hovering in the air. Beta number 9, Human, level 301,672, Collector Mage. Chapter 6. 9. The numbers in the timer for the chilled debuff were too high to believe, like all the other numbers in this place. If I calculated right, the stun would last 1,000,000 minutes, or almost 2 years.
I have him 3,
a graceful female voice said. Level? The second voice sounded fuzzy, as if through a comm amulet.
1,610. You'll see him for yourself soon. Over and out.
Beta number 9, whose name I decided to shorten to just Beta, flew off toward the nameless mountains. Judging by how I was dragged along behind her, she'd attached herself to me with some magical line. Then she seemed to realize that I'd be easy prey for the rabbits that way. The long-eared monsters were approaching from all sides like a pack of wolves. No sooner had I remembered them than they appeared. Maybe they caught the scent of blood, or maybe the other rabbits clued them in. Something seemed odd about them, but I couldn't make them out properly. Realizing that she risked losing her prize, Beta suddenly beat her ghostly wings and ascended higher, letting me hang in the air. An invisible thread pulled me by the belt. My frozen body didn't bend, just rocked and bounced as if on a rope. We flew for a long time, more than an hour. My absence should have been noted in real life long ago. I expected an emergency exit any minute, but nothing happened. I couldn't talk to Beta, and she stayed silent. I couldn't see anything except the sky rocking above me with its painted clouds. The sun shone brightly, but not enough to blind. It looked painted on too. Time stood in place, and it seemed there were no weather effects here. At least the terrain objects weren't sprites. Why had this world been created? Why wasn't it switched off? Who was Beta? Why was everything here so high level? It comforted me that this strange player had kidnapped me and not killed me. That meant there was a chance for a dialogue. Although, to be honest, none of this boded well for me. Only Snowstorm could make something like this happen. Had they decided to take advantage of my mistake? To capture me with some admin's demigod character and eliminate me within the limits of gameplay? I had no other explanation. If that was so, then it meant there was a path back from the Nether, and they were afraid to find it. I looked at the winged girl again. Her equipment looked similar to the cold-blooded Punisher set, close-fitting, seamless, light-absorbing matte armor. She had no helmet, so I could see her hair not moving in spite of our flight. It looked ordinary, long and red, a little curly. Her level was insanely high, 301,672. You couldn't get there through ordinary leveling. Maybe this version of Dis allowed the developers to dig around in the database and enter whatever numbers they wanted. That would explain Beta's ludicrous level, but not the superpowered local mobs. And the fact that I could see their level instead of the usual question marks was strange too. In the Dis I knew, when a player or mob was too strong for you, you couldn't see their level. Good thing my frozen body didn't seem to need food or drink. At least, I hadn't gotten any extra debuffs during our flight. But for me, the good news stopped there. I felt us descending and saw the tips of some tall, unmoving trees, then a high fortress wall. Then I hit the ground and felt myself being pulled along it. Beta landed nearby, raising me up and standing me on my feet. Her invisible magic put a series of effects on me. Pacified. All main attributes reduced to 1. Amnesia. You have temporarily forgotten all your skills. Enchained. You will always revive in the same place where you died. The system informed me of this as if merely relaying facts. It didn't matter if Beta had done this herself or if it was the defensive systems in her fortress. Either way, I couldn't escape. The debuffs had no duration. The drop in my physical stats was palpable. Even my vision suddenly got a lot worse. I stood on shaky legs on a carefully tended lawn. Equally well-tended bushes grew along the fortress wall, cut into the shapes of various animals. A path of polished flagstones meandered alongside them. To our left towered a castle well, perfectly polished and gleaming with thousands of gemstones. Not seeing, but feeling someone's eyes, I saw Beta give a short nod to someone behind me. That confirmed my suspicion. She wasn't alone here.
What does he have?
Beta asked.
Plenty, Nine,
A male voice said behind my back.
Check the list and the descriptions I just sent you. Note Depth's teleportation in particular. An interesting skill.
Beta was silent for some time, reading lines in the air only she could see. The corners of her lips lifted.
Yeah, useful. All right, 3. I'll handle it. You staying?
Of course, I want to see what happens. You don't mind if I listen in, right?
Won't your girlfriend get jealous?
Laughter behind me.
Well, I have half an hour. I can't be late for dinner. You know how it is.
Beta smiled crookedly, approached me.
I'm about to remove your stun, but you're going to stand there and not move, not turn, not open your mouth until you're asked a question. I'll be the one asking, and you answer. Ready?
She did nothing, didn't even lift a finger, but the chilled debuff lifted.
Who are you? What do you want from me?
I asked, then turned around sharply but saw nobody. The second person might have been invisible, although I suddenly had other things to worry about anyway. The punishment for disobeying orders came immediately. Beta cast the Undying buff on me. You cannot die, then traced a finger through the air and cut my body in half. Diamond skin didn't activate, but my health didn't drop below 1 either. I was still alive, but I felt only my top half, which slowly slid off and fell to the ground. Then came pain the like of which I'd never felt. Everything I had experienced before, even with the undead curse in the sandbox, had been filtered by my capsule. There was no pain filtration in this version of Dis. I screamed. Beta frowned and cast a seal of silence on me. She watched me twist in agony a while, then used telekinesis to rejoin the two halves of my body, then healed me and set me on my feet. All without a single word. Those came later, while I stood like a totem pole and didn't move for minutes, not trying to look around, not moving a muscle.
Break the rules again, and I'll let you try out Hellflame.
Beta's angelic voice was a strange contrast to the meaning of her words.
You won't die. Don't even bother hoping. If you break the rules a third time, you'll be swimming in sandworm stomach acids. For a day. Nobody has lasted longer than that, but just in case, I have worse in store for you after that. So I advise you to obey my commands without hesitation. Nod, if you understand.
I dropped my head in agreement, with still more questions appearing in my mind. Why would Snowstorm treat me like this?
How did you get here?
I flew.
How?
I don't know. Some evil bitch dragged me here from Tristad. After a 2-second pause, the man's voice spoke from behind me in amazement.
He's making fun of you, Nine.
The next hour was nothing but uninterrupted pain. Nine put the chilled debuff back on me and dragged me to a huge hole on the other side of the castle, where there were 3 lashed lava drakes at level 100,000, a mix of dragon and basilisk about the size of a flyer. The only thing I extracted from that forced trip around the castle grounds was the knowledge that there were no other players here. Or I just couldn't see them. I spent an hour that felt like a year in the Hellflame. The beasts casted in turn almost without a break, broiling me to a crisp, but the undying buff prevented me from burning away entirely. I hoped that my capsule's emergency systems would detect dangerous levels of pain and kick me out of Dis, but nothing of the kind happened. I couldn't even lose consciousness from the shock, and Beta got what she wanted. She'd beaten a subconscious terror of punishment into me. Finally, I was pulled from the pit and healed. All my equipment had melted away. Nothing remained of my unconquered Herald set. Only the Divine Balancer and Reaper's Scythes survived the Hellflame. It would be silly to try and use them while that invisible stranger stood nearby. No doubt he had a 6-figure level too. It would be silly anyway. I had no skills, no moves, and all my attributes were cut down. No way could I deal with 9 alone within the artifact's 5-second duration. I stood before her again. The second player must have gone to run some errands, because the girl didn't seem to be looking at someone else anymore, and I felt no more watching eyes. Beta repeated her speech on punishment, removed chilled, and asked again.
How did you get here?
On a Ravager as it escaped death at the hands of a high priest of Nergal.
Nergal? Oh, one of the gods of Disgardium.
Yes, the god of light.
How did you survive? Why did smoldering not kill you?
It did, just after I got here. Back in Dis, I had a divine skill. I was practically immortal.
Shame you didn't bring it here. What year is it in real life?
2075! I screamed as a fine stream of liquid fire burned my chest. What was that for?
You lied.
How's that?
According to your timeline, another traveler like you arrived here 2 years ago. He said the maximum player level was 400. The highest level player at that time was Mogwai at 380.
That's true. He still has the record. 398, last time I saw him a couple of days ago.
You contradict yourself.
Beta crooked a finger and my arm was sliced clean off. Seal of silence held the whole time I screamed in pain. Beta soon got bored, stopped, healed me, and explained.
Your level is over 1,000. You couldn't have gotten experience here, so you're lying. Even if you're top 1 in the other Dis, you couldn't gain 700 levels in 2 years, so the year isn't 75 there.
I was level 309 when I got here. I killed a rabbit and leveled up a lot.
Oh, I get it. Reflection. And you survived with diamond skin. That explains it. I guess you survived smoldering the same way. Right. You have some fun skills. What's the precise date in real life?
When I logged into Dis, it was Friday, April 19th, 2075. Listen. I paused. She nodded and I continued. Please don't burn or cut me. To answer your questions, it'll help to know why you're asking. Do you really not know what year it is? Aren't you from Snowstorm? What does all this mean? Who are you? You and the other guy." She was silent a while, her eyes drilling into me. There was no anger or hatred in them, just cold indifference. Finally, as if deciding something, she nodded.
"All right. Why not talk to someone new?"
"So you'll answer me?"
"I will. Always the same. Every time."
Beta sighed.
"Everything repeats. Questions, shock, surprise, denial. But everyone accepts it in the end. You will too, if you have time."
"What should I call you? 9? Beta? Maybe you could tell me your real name?" "My name is Alex." She ignored my questions. Instead, she started to tell me a story.
"We were once the first group of beta testers, one for each race and class combination. We logged into the game, each in our own sandbox. At first, we were amazed. Everything looked so real. We explored it all, started leveling up spells. But the quit function didn't work. We were told that all we had to do was fall asleep or die. In the first case, we were told that we would exit the game automatically, and in the second, we were supposed to get an option, wait for revival, or quit. Something went wrong. We got stuck here."
"You mean you've been in Dis non-stop for almost 20 years?
20.
Beta laughed bitterly.
Snowstorm was in a hurry, so they accelerated all the events in the beta version to get their results faster. Can you imagine the stress that puts on the brain? Time here flows differently. Maybe that's why the sun is always at its zenith. There are no days and nights, and it's always the same time of year. No matter where you are in the world, always this tired old summer. Those rabbits that attacked you outside Tristad, they were level 1 when we first arrived in this world. Tristad is my sandbox. Back then, there were NPCs there that handed out quests. One of my first was to kill rabbits. Bring 10 rabbits' feet, it said.
"Where did the NPCs go?" I asked in surprise.
"They died. Those rabbits. They gain about a level or 2 every year. I already know that Snowstorm abandoned that idea in your Disgardium, but here the mobs level up too. They earn experience and revive, saving their progress. Their offspring are born with the parents' level, and NPCs die permanently."
I didn't bother asking who had iced all the NPCs in Tristad, because something she said just hit me. Wait, if the rabbits gain 1 or 2 levels a year, then...
"Almost 10,000 years have passed here. I don't know how long it's been exactly. I have no calendar."
10,000 years? And only 20 years in real life? So time here flowed 500 times faster. That meant that in real life it had been less than 3 minutes since I'd fallen into the nether? My mind refused to believe it, but then I suddenly recalled something about how divine revelation worked. In mere seconds, I had lived for far longer without feeling the difference. My head had hurt bad afterwards. Suddenly, I felt a cold sweat. It seemed the features of the undead didn't work in this world. Maybe the race didn't even exist here. "How did you get to such a high level? I mean, weak mobs don't give you experience, and if they gain just 1 or 2 levels a year..."
"That's just the rabbits. Predatory mobs progress a lot faster, and some can absorb the levels of others. It wasn't always that way. Only a few mobs had the perk, usually rare ones. But damn Snowstorm loved their experiments. It turned out they added crossbreeding. You should see some of the chimeras you can find here. You were lucky the mobs can't access sandbox towns. Otherwise, you would have had an uncomfortable encounter with some wolf snakes or hedgehog bears. This world evolves, and new species appear, ever more and more nightmarish. Those of us stuck inside here can't afford to waste a single day. We have to keep leveling up and not fall behind. Or else.
How many of you are there?
There were 100. Now there are only 6.
Beta trailed off, looking away.
Anyway, we don't know what happened to our bodies. The beta test was held in a closed Snowstorm bunker. We signed a liability waiver. We were all orphans, as it turned out, so I doubt anyone came looking for us.
Have you not tried to get out? What if you could somehow get through to the main version of Dis? Maybe the interface will update and you'll get a quit button.
Are you joking? All we try to do is get out. We send piercers there constantly, but they never manage to level up high enough to create a greater rift.
Piercers? You mean the Ravagers?
They're actually my pets. I heard they call them Ravagers in your Disgardium. Yeah. Number 3, my friend who you heard, he's smarter than me and he thinks there's no information on the piercers in the main database, so the controlling AI resets their level and name. Fortunately, every piercer can absorb experience from other creatures, so they quickly level up. Well, at least that's what one of the other arrivals told me.
So the Ravagers are all your handiwork? But if they can get there, then what stops you from following them? Beta's cheeks reddened and her eyes flashed. She looked ready to explode or tear me apart, but she just sighed tiredly and answered.
We tried every which way as soon as we figured out it was possible. I started as an ordinary mage, but after many years, I gained the ability to absorb magical abilities from other creatures. I became a collector. Maybe 6,000 years ago, a chimera, a mix of 2 beast gods, learned how to form a rift leading to the main Disgardium. I ran into it in a closed instance and killed it. I was lucky. Thanks to the first kill, the skill was added to my collection. Activating it required a new resource, smouldering nether shards. None of us had ever heard of it before, but as soon as we learned about it, the shards started to drop from almost every mob. The world kept evolving, and now even ordinary mobs can create a rift, albeit a small one, as long as they have the resources. But that's another matter. The important thing is that I made a rift through to your world, and walked through it.
But you're still here.
But I'm still here. The main database has no information on me as a player. That's what 3 says, anyway. Whatever the reason, when I walked into the rift, I lost consciousness, and when I came round, I was dead, waiting to respawn. We were fighting amongst ourselves, then. All the betas were split into warring groups in a battle for resources and power. But when I told them about the rift, we made peace. We gained heart. Even if we couldn't escape Dis, we could at least live among people.
While she spoke, I couldn't help but remember Patrick O'Grady. There was a high chance that he was once someone like this beta, only with false memories.
We tried every which way, hundreds of years of attempts. I leveled up the skill high enough to make a greater rift that everyone could walk through at once.
The girl laughed bitterly. A tear shone on her face, fell down her rosy cheeks.
It was useless. The mobs and piercers can go through the rift easily, but not us. 3 thinks there's some connection between the worlds. Maybe our world was even integrated into the main universe of Disgardium.
I'm sure it was, I nodded. Integrated and turned into a legend. The divinity that protects me calls your world the Nether, from which another, let's call him a god, takes his power and from which beasts appear. Hey, if the database works the way you say it does, then why did I keep my character in progress?
That's the whole point. When you break through to here, our database gladly rewrites itself to accommodate everything new that came from there. For example, we didn't have any kind of alcohol for thousands of years. Then one of the new arrivals happened to have a bottle of ale. The mechanics changed. We got the ability to not only create ale, but other kinds of booze too. 3 is sure that it will work in the other direction if a rift can be made from the other side. Your managing AI will decide that a player expansion to a new plane has begun, and so everything that comes from our side will be integrated into the main Disgardium.
Who will make the rift? A Ravager?
That's the plan. The problem is that it's a highly mana-intensive spell. The Piercer needs at least level 1000 to make a greater rift from there to here.
How many do you have? I've seen Ervagot and Harnathia so far.
Those names mean nothing to me. Like I said, your AI renames my pets. You came here along with Smoke. Before him, almost 10 years ago, I sent Lil Spit.
I remembered Ervagot spewing out massive fountains of anthracite slime that instantly liquefied mobs. Lil Spit, of course. 10 years ago?
I guess it wasn't so long ago for you.
She waited for my nod, laughed.
Well, that fits.
Why do you send them so rarely? Is the cooldown that long?
A lesser rift isn't good enough. A piercer sent through one alone can't level up. It takes a greater rift, and that requires 100 times more shards. They're not so easy to collect.
Beta answered with annoyance, like a tired parent answering a child's dumb questions. She was obviously sick of it. But I still wanted to learn the thing that troubled me most of all. What happened to the others that got here? The others like me? Back in reality, I never heard of any cases like this. Beta smiled a carnivorous grin. She'd been sitting cross-legged 6 feet up in the air the whole time we talked, but now she stood.
Nobody's heard of any such cases. 3 is smart. He got a free ride to MIT and he planned to work as a beta tester at Snowstorm to kickstart his career. Anyway, he thinks that players that end up here always get pulled out sooner or later. But you see, they still get left behind here. Like I already said, the database in this version of Disgardium happily rewrites itself when something comes in from outside. I don't know how it happens, but when new arrivals are pulled out, their consciousness stays with us. I'm certain of it. All of us, all the beta testers, are living out our lives in reality as if nothing ever happened. Our imprints were left behind here. Full copies. Only
you don't think of yourselves as copies, I whispered.
Exactly. Just like you don't think you're a copy. Right? Your capsule will spit you out of Dis if it hasn't already. But you're not Alex. You're Scyth. And you'll stay here forever.
Wait, you said yourself that there used to be 100 of you, and now there are only 6. Where did the others go if they got stuck in this world forever?
The Founding Fathers strove for pure realism. They wanted players to take Disgardium seriously, to fear death. Punishing players who die by taking away levels is one thing. Disappointing, but just another rule of the game. But how do you punish players who drop down to level 1, or die more than once at level 1?
By taking their character?
Right. In this world, level 1 players lose experience points when they die. When there's no experience left, the character dies a final death, and no resurrection can fix it. We've tried.
She raised her head. Her eyes shone with tears. Her face was flawless, with no sign of the weight of millennia in her beautiful eyes. Just sadness for fallen friends. Her voice was young, sonorous, and now it said words that chilled my heart.
My name was June Curtis, before I became 9. I collect abilities. When I kill a target, I have a very low chance of absorbing one of its skills. You have a couple of interesting abilities that I haven't seen before. With luck, I'll get them out of you before you die your final death.
A second later, she removed the undying buff from me, and I saw nothing but fire. You are dead. Reviving in 11:59:59, 11:59:58, 11:59:57. 12 long hours in the great nothingness awaited me, then short moments before the next fireball, then death, waiting, revival, and again, for all eternity, or until my final death. Chapter 7. Another Life. They say humans can get used to anything. Maybe that's true, but unless 9 and 3 were lying, I was no human. Just a copy of the real Alex Shepard, a 16-year-old schoolboy. So I didn't get used to anything. Each time I felt it vividly, intensely, regardless of how many times I went through the same thing. Pain remained pain. Death remained death. I remembered each one. There was nothing to mark the time that passed except the timer counting down the hours until my next respawn. I counted my deaths instead. On average, there were 2.5 every 24 hours because beta number 9 didn't always kill me right away. Sometimes she wanted to talk. Sometimes when I revived, she wasn't there, and then I tried to run with depths teleportation, which she hadn't taken yet. My skills were blocked within the castle, so I tried to get the hell away whenever I could. I died every time. Not to 9, but to the mobs. The land around the castle teemed with enemy life. I doubted that Dis had anything like it. 10,000 years of evolution in the Nether had created truly nightmarish creatures. But it was the living sieve that I hated worst of all. It was invisible, but you could detect it from distortion in the air, like the kind you see over hot asphalt. The sieve moved by blinking or leaping from one spot to another. There it was 30 yards away, and then suddenly, poof! It was pulling you into its insides through its fine sieve, grating your flesh to molecules. Worst of all, you didn't die right away. Layer after layer, your body turned to a fine paste until the living sieve finally absorbed its prey. The torture dealt no damage until the beast finished the process, which meant you had a long time to fruitlessly try to escape while you screamed of pain and dreamed of a quick death. I tried to hasten the end by literally pushing myself into the sieve, but the speed never changed, just layer after slow layer in strict sequence. I tried dozens of times, but I never managed to get far enough from the castle to use my skills. The pacified, amnesia, and enchained debuffs seemed to work in a half-mile radius around it. After learning from me everything she wanted, Nine no longer showed much interest in my life or what was happening in the real world. For her, it was all something unimportant and remote. Somewhere near my 300th death, which meant around 4 months in, I managed to listen in unnoticed on a conversation between her and 3. Maybe they weren't even hiding, in the same way high-category citizens don't notice servants. By then, I'd long ago fallen down to level 1. To ensure that I didn't die my final death, the girl grouped up with me and took me outside to kill a couple of packs of mobs. I got crumbs of experience, but it was enough to send my levels skyrocketing up to a few thousand. Beta complained to her would-be MIT scholarship student that she'd gotten a stubborn donor.
I knocked out Liberation, Ghastly Howl, and a few other skills that I already have. You know, stealth, swimming, garbage like that. Either I'm just unlucky, or there's some catch here.
You have an eternity ahead of you, Nine. Relax, 3 answered. Or do you want something specific from him?
I need everything, obviously. That's the whole point. Anyway, the donor is interesting. Probably the most curious of all the ones we've gotten. Second Life, Divine Revelation, Depths Teleportation. Some very interesting skills and perks. Especially the second one.
Don't worry about it. You'll get them sooner or later. What do you think about 9-6 and 7-2? They serious?
From scraps of overheard conversations and rare chats with the closed-off and silent 9, I managed to learn that the remaining beta testers lived single lives. Surprisingly, 3 was the only heterosexual man among them. 9-6 and 7-2 were gay. Apart from 9, there were also 2 women, and 3 was in a relationship with 12. 5-4 was his ex, and 9 was his first love. From what I understood, each of them valued their digital eternal life, so they lived apart and trusted no one. 3 met with 12 on neutral ground. It made sense after I learned that they all had castles that worked the same way as 9's, blocking the skills of uninvited guests and dropping their stats down to a single point. And their mistrust was natural, considering everything they'd been through. The initial 100 beta testers had become 6, not because of the mobs, but because of feuds, treachery, stabs in the back, and 9's fanatical drive to collect abilities. She was responsible for snuffing out life's flame in more than one beta tester in the Nether. I also managed to figure out why none of them had gone insane. Their digital existence meant that they all had perfect memories, bodies that didn't age or get sick, not counting debuffs, and minds that stayed sane. Their thinking was always rational, and so was mine. I was sure I still had a tiny chance to escape. Based on my calculations, I had to spend at least a local year here before I'd be missed and rescued from my capsule. And even if I remained here after the emergency exit, the main me would come back and pull me out to the real Dis. How? I didn't know. I held out hope that Snowstorm would help. Scyth was no ordinary player, after all. The character was enmeshed in the script of the destroying plague, and the sleeping gods depended on him too. 9 punished me for my escape attempts. The worst part was that my resilience was blocked from leveling up while she tortured me, not letting me die. On the other hand, I saw all the Ravagers, which she called Piercers. 9 usually kept them small, around the size of a dog, so they wouldn't take up too much space. There were 9 of them, and I doubted that number was random. They were just as horrifying and warped as all the creatures there. 9 said that all were tamed with a special talent. Each piercer had the smoldering skill, which both temporarily served as a killing aura and gave the ability to absorb experience from other beings. Once, after respawning yet again, my stomach clenched as I braced for more pain and a new death. But Beta just nodded at me to follow her. As she walked, she seemed to recall something and handed me some legendary leather pants, boots, and an epic silk shirt.
Get dressed. You don't look too smart.
Puzzled, I did what she asked and we started moving again. We headed out to Beta's beautiful garden in the castle grounds.
Want a drink?
She asked, stopping in a small glade surrounded by gardens filled with fantastical flowers. I didn't refuse. The girl magicked up a dining table, materialized a bottle of brandy and some cups out of thin air, invited me to sit.
Eat,
she said, filling the glasses serenely. When we finished the brandy, she materialized a bottle of wine, and not common quality, but legendary. It added 3 points to charisma. We sat peacefully talking for a few hours and both got pretty drunk. The wine made us feel so charming and charismatic. The drink really did untie tongues and bring people closer together. Beta opened up and told me how the Greater Rift works. As it turned out, she went to grind smoldering nether shards for days on end without breaks.
1 Greater Rift costs 100 million shards, she said, slurring her words a little. Some dumb game mechanic makes them drop only if the mob is the same level or higher than you, so they're tough to get. At least the other betas help out. They all want to get out of here. When we have the amount we need, we all meet up. I take the shards and I make a Greater Rift. First we put some ordinary mobs through it. We just pull them to the rift and throw them in. After the second wave, I send the piercer through, giving it a command to kill everything it meets. When it lands, it drops to level 1, but thanks to our mobs and smoldering, it levels up. Then I can get started on the local mobs.
How do you find out what's happening there? Instead of answering, Beta waved a hand. I don't know what kind of spell she cast, but an impenetrable dome suddenly covered the garden, and the sky seemed to darken. Then lights lit up on the trees. Bright butterflies fluttered through the air and shone in the flickering dim light. The calming sound of ringing glass hung in the air. I didn't quite know where it was coming from. Everywhere at once, it seemed. Beautiful, I said. The spell seemed to affect me, too. Suddenly my soul felt at peace, and I wanted it never to end. Magic.
Beautiful,
she agreed. A young girl that nobody would have suspected was over 17.
You asked how I know what happens to my pets through the rift. It's very simple. I see them in a panel. I analyze the data. Then I think of what I need to send next. I think I've gotten pretty successful if your guys need the gods' help to banish them.
How do they come back? Can they be killed at all?
The piercers are trained to return if their health falls to half or lower. Once they're back, they go back to the same level they left with. I can't lose them, or else...
Beta didn't finish the thought. Silently, she poured herself another full cup of wine. Drained it. Does it take long for them to come back? I asked, remembering the different flows of time. How quickly do they return?
Sometimes right away, sometimes after a year or so. I tried to send them to continents that you guys haven't explored yet, but the piercers can't survive them. It took many centuries to figure out that they last the longest on Lateria and Shadowrung.
How do they know when to activate Greater Rift? How do they have the skill? Again, she didn't answer right away. Her armor snapped as it disappeared into her inventory. 9 was now just in her dress, barefoot. She adjusted her hair, looked at me sidelong. She looked nothing like a cold-blooded psychopathic murderer now.
I taught them.
Beta shrugged.
Gave them the ability. When they go into the rift, I order them to activate it as soon as they get enough resources. From what I understand, there are no shards in your Disgardium, and the skill requires mana, but not a single piercer has managed to save enough resources.
What stops you from sending all the piercers at once? Then you'd have a better chance that at least one would reach the required level.
It's pointless. They're level 1 when they arrive, and they only level up from the mobs we send through with them. If we split those mobs among multiple piercers, they'll all stay weak.
Listen, let me help, I said, deciding to push my luck. I level up very quickly, you know that. I promise you, as soon as I can, I'll make a Greater Rift if you teach me how.
No. Either you're an idiot, or you're trying to trick me. You won't be able to keep the ability when you go through the rift made here.
But we could try.
Forget it. 3 and I have discussed all the tales you told of yourself. Even if you weren't lying, you won't succeed. They'll eliminate you as a threat, and then we'll be in trouble too. Snowstorm could get scared and just switch us off. What's happening here is one thing. It doesn't worry them too much. If a player who can make a portal to the Nether shows up back in main Dis, that's another matter entirely.
I tried to change her mind, but Beta just showed me the image of a larva drake. That shut me up. It was an eloquent argument. I would have stayed quiet forever if it meant avoiding a day in that lava. Now that we'd exhausted all topics of conversation and silence reigned, Nine gave me an appraising look. It seemed her usual scanning, indifferent gaze, but I swear on the sleepers there was a gleam in her eye.
You know, Scyth, there's something about your dead flesh.
That must have been one of the first times she'd called me by my name.
And I'm feeling lonely today. Follow me, zombie boy.
The girl led me into the castle. It was the first time I'd been inside, and my head spun with interest, but I didn't have time to check out the decor in much detail. Beta walked fast and ordered me to keep up. Along luxuriously furnished corridors lined with endless rows of mannequins decked out in legendary armor sets and weapon stands filled with top weaponry, we walked to the bedroom. Beta's dress fell to the ground, leaving her in a bikini which she quickly took off. She told me to undress too. She paid no attention as I hid her loaned legendaries in my inventory. My digital body reacted treacherously at the sight of the beautiful naked girl. My heart tried to beat its way out of my chest, and I stood still as a statue, not knowing what to do. I mean, I knew the theory, but... Beta saw my hesitation and took the lead. She nestled against me, embraced me passionately, started kissing me, and then threw me onto the bed with a single light touch. It may have been in virtuality only, but then I became a man. I had a million reasons to hate Nine, but the fact remained. She was my first. It was the longest time I'd spent in the Nether without any deaths. And without them, it was hard to judge the time Beta and I spent in bed together. I can say for certain that it was a long, long time. She had a way of approaching everything she did with such seriousness and significance. If experience like this could be expressed in levels, I would have said she power-leveled me up 2 or 3 ranks. If this had happened in real life, then the real me would be in 7th heaven. After all, Tissa and I never made it to bed. All the same, I'd be lying if I said I regretted it, but I couldn't say I felt much connection to Nine. I was still an imprisoned slave, living life in a cycle of suffering in death, revival, until Beta sucked out of me all that she needed. After one of our sessions, as I lay next to her, happy and limp, she spoke quietly as if to herself.
I think that's enough.
Then I died. She cut my head off with her blade of air. 10 seconds later, I died again. Another hour, and Beta dragged me into the castle grounds and killed me once more. She didn't take me to bed again. Worse, she didn't say a single word for many deaths to come, or let me say anything. Deaths. 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 More deaths. More silence. I tried to say something, of course. Again and again I offered to help her open a greater rift, and each time the reaction was the same. A blank look. Death. As soon as I revived, I died again. When she wasn't around, I tried to run. Then I screamed with burnt vocal cords as I choked on acid in a sandworm's stomach. Once I badly angered her. She placed the undying buff on me and threw me to a living sieve. Hundreds more deaths, with that interminable wait in the great nothing. While I was between worlds, I had time to rest, and I thought of options for fighting back against the Preventers in case I ever got out of the Nether. I built models in my mind of the various ways that events might go in main Dis, in my life, in the clan. I mentally drew connections between the individuals involved that I knew of. I tried to predict what would happen to Dis if the beta testers got there with their hundreds of thousands of levels. Would they overturn the gods? Kill everyone? Would Nine continue harvesting skills out of sheer habit? On the rare occasions when I wasn't killed right away, I tried everything from my inventory that Beta hadn't shaken loose. The items she gave to me on our memorable night together turned out to be useless. Their bonuses were measured in astronomical numbers, but none of them were anything useful, like kill everyone. In despair, I tried swallowing the random effect explosive lollipops that I'd gotten from Defiler outside Kanima. The dumb effects did nothing useful at first, until one lollipop turned me invisible. As soon as I realized what had happened, I ran as fast as I could out of the castle. I had 3 minutes. That was how long the effect lasted.
Successfully running past rainbow unicorns, beautiful and at the same time nightmarish creatures with tentacles and pincers, I ran past a pack of magnetic toads but fell into view of a living sieve. The creatures saw through my invisibility. I'd punished myself yet again. It took a long time for Beta to return, and the enchained debuff made me revive in the same place for several days, each time landing on the same living sieve. On the 5th day, I was already praying to the sleepers to bring the girl back. The damn beast had brought me down to level 1 and my experience was melting away. I was risking permanent death. 9 appeared just in time. Another couple of deaths and that would have been it. Once she returned, she found where I'd died, cleared it, then waited several hours for me to revive. She didn't kill me right away. First, she grouped up and leveled me back up by killing a pack of mobs, then took me to the castle. Even there, death didn't reach me right away. First, the girl magicked up 2 bottles of strong dwarven hooch and handed one to me. She drank her own down in one gulp. What happened? It seemed I was getting Stockholm Syndrome. I was worried about Beta, not just for my own sake or because of the night we had together. Where were you?
Dealing with problems,
she answered, glancing at me and gritting her teeth.
9-6 has joined 7-2. They attacked 3. They dropped him almost 100,000 levels by the time I got there. 12 and I had to weigh in, but we did it. 3 is saved.
Beta let me finish the bottle and get drunk, and only then killed me. Then once more. When I revived again, the castle was empty. I wandered the grounds, not wanting to hurry to escape this time. If Beta was delayed again, there was a non-zero chance that I'd die forever. Then it was all over. Emergency exit activated. External immersion capsule command interface in effect. Exiting in 3, 2, 1. As the intragel receded, I felt like I'd just woken up. All the events of the Nether lost their color in mere seconds, and everything that had happened before it took on new freshness and clarity. The Nether felt like a nightmare. Dry throat, elevated pulse, shaky legs, rattly breath. My head was pounding so hard I thought it would explode. Everything around me was murky, but even that didn't stop the voice I heard from getting through to me from my nearest and dearest.
You scared the hell out of us, Alex.
Seeing only vague shadows in front of me, I moved forward and my hand caught Ed's broad palm. I couldn't hold back my tears as I pulled my savior of a friend into a hug.
Whoa, easy, bro. At least get dressed first.
No way, come here. You don't even know how much I love you, asshole. Oh, Hung, Malik, Hyro, you're here too? Let me hug you. The only thing that stopped me from hugging all my dumbfounded friends was the fact that my legs folded beneath me and I fell down. That brought some blood back to my brain, and the pain lancing through my knee seemed like nothing at all. After living Civ, it didn't even count as pain. Chapter 8. And the knives flew. I was pulled out of my capsule at 6:20. First, I quenched my throat-burning thirst, then ate a protein bar. Then another. Then I spent 10 minutes recovering, hooked up to the home doctor. The medicinal AI calmed my skyrocketing pulse, lowered my intracranial pressure, injected me with sedatives. My friends waited patiently the whole time, asking no questions. I started to feel a lot better, and we moved to the lounge. Hung made everyone coffee and a couple of pizzas. The discussion began. First, the boys told me their perspective. Gray-haired Hyro crossed his arms on his broad chest and paced the lounge with measured steps. Ed did most of the talking, with Malik adding colorful comments here and there. Hung listened along with me as if every word was news to him. As it turned out, yesterday Scyth logged off. After midnight, while the boys continued to explore Holdest, the miners wrote to the clan chat apparently crowds of cave people had filled up the fort. Based on a sharp leap in his stats, Ed realized that more adepts had arrived for the sleepers. "They're so ugly," Eula's daughter Eniko said of the ragged sewer trogs that Patrick O'Grady brought in. They really did look like cave people, with unnaturally long arms that reached to the ground. But according to game lore, they were closer to the Titans. They had great stamina, strength, high resistance to enemy magic, and pathetically low intellect. The boys jumped to Corinza, where they found the first priest watching on happily as the Trogs met Behemoth. Not only were the Trogs there, but so were the kobolds and the cultists of Morena. The fort looked as packed as Times Square on New Year's Eve. Patrick told the others where he and I had parted ways, but couldn't tell them where Scyth had gone, and hadn't he been planning to play until morning? The boys began to suspect the worst, that I'd fallen foul of the Alliance Preventers and the High Priest of Nergal at the Ravager, and died, permanently died, eliminated as a threat.
My heart was in my throat, Ed recalled. I thought for sure that was it. You were a goner.
They decided to test their horrible theory. The boys logged out of Dis and tried to contact me. Without success, obviously, since I was still in my capsule. They decided that meant I'd gone to sleep, but when they watched the news and the videos of what happened during the battle with the Ravager Harnathia, they got worried again. My disappearance didn't seem odd to the enemy. I must have died and respawned in my camp, but my friends knew that I hadn't turned up in the fort. They spent all night on Corinza, periodically logging out to check the news, which just kept yammering on about the vulnerabilities of the threat, killed, as it seemed, by the High Priest of Nergal.
We barely slept, Hung admitted. Couldn't stop wondering what happened to you. We were worried. I got in touch with some old contacts, Hyro added. They confirmed that nobody had left your house. We could only hope that you were just sleeping and you forgot to put your comm on. The police reviewed your physiological stats. Everything was mostly normal, but your brain activity was anomalously elevated. Nothing out of the ordinary. It happens in capsules. But you were offline.
From around lunch, they started calling me non-stop. After a while, with no answer, they came to find me. Hyro picked up the boys in his flyer, and once they arrived and couldn't wake me up with the door chime, they started looking for my parents to unlock the apartment. The boys knew that my folks were at a resort, but I hadn't told them which, and our security officer had to get some acquaintances involved. It turned out the Shepherd couple had flown to the moon. After Hyro learned that, it was only a matter of time to find out which hotel they were staying in. After receiving a quick rundown of the situation, my father gave Edward Rodriguez access. Within mere minutes, my friends were pulling me from my pod. The details of life in the Nether were disappearing from my memory like a fading nightmare, but the key points stayed in my head. It was all like something that had happened 5 years ago. You remember the broad strokes, but you can't reconstruct the days. Just the moments that stood out the most. So I told my friends of my year in the Nether without much detail. They listened to me carefully, but I knew it was hard to believe. Beta testers living in virtuality for 10,000 years, leveling up into the thousands, infinite deaths, incredible abilities.
I can't wrap my head around it,
Malik said.
A year in the Nether? How's that even possible? I mean, technically, you were in your capsule just over a day.
It's possible, Hyro answered. Back in the 50s, the army used to use deep immersion for training combat skills. A month of training meant years in virtual reality. Our brain isn't adapted to process information at that speed, of course, but the experiments proved the method's efficacy. When they ended immersion, the test subject felt as if they were waking up from a long sleep. They couldn't remember the details, but on some deep level the skills and reflexes stuck. I guess Snowstorm introduced that technology during the beta tests.
Doesn't an experiment require special capsules?
Ed asked doubtfully.
Maybe not. Maybe they planned to use that feature in the game. Time magic and that kind of thing.
I knew the technology was already in use in Dis. That must be how Divine Revelation worked, but didn't tell the others. After I told them everything that had happened, I realized I had a problem left unsolved. My character was still in Beta Dis. How could we pull him out?
Let's try this. You go in for a minute, check where Scyth is, and we'll pull you out,
Ed suggested. 500 minutes there? That's a whole day. Well, all right. Let's try it. As soon as I logged into Dis, I saw myself in limbo. Scyth was dead and awaiting revival. But apart from the timer, another line suddenly appeared. Synchronizing. The line blinked, disappeared. My head cleared up. Suddenly I remembered all the events of the Nether just as vividly as before. But now I also recalled the extra few weeks that had passed for the Scythe that remained here while I was outside my capsule. With surprise, I realized that the other me had been continuing to live his best life, sarcasm, while I was gone, and knew nothing of the emergency exit. Apparently, he hadn't seen the system notification about it. But now he knew. I felt joy, not my own, but his, over the fact that I, had been pulled out. Now, when I was pulled out again, he would be able to have hope, and not just the sense of doom that I felt in him, in myself. My 500 minutes passed almost entirely in the great nothingness. As soon as I revived, I fell into Nine's baleful clutches.
What the hell are you up to?
She shouted in rage, having failed again to steal an ability from me. In my absence, she hadn't managed to get anything out of Scyth. Hold on, buddy, I told myself mentally when the emergency quit activated. As reality materialized before me, my own answer echoed in my thoughts. Get me out of here. The intergel slid off me. I saw my friends' anxious faces behind the walls of my capsule and pushed it open. Shook my head. Still in the nether. I suddenly felt how tired I was, how important it was now to forget about Dis and everything related to it, to switch onto something else. I remembered that we had plans for that evening. What about that party, guys? Ed exchanged lost glances with Hung and Malik.
We forgot.
What did you forget? I said, not understanding.
We forgot to cancel it,
Hung shouted, his eyes widening as he checked the time on his comm.
All this stuff made me forget that we told everyone to arrive at 8. Damn it.
No problem. I'll cancel it now, Ed said. Sorry, Alex. I know you aren't in the mood to party.
On the contrary, I climbed out of my capsule, tramped over to my bed, and got dressed. Who's coming? I invited Piper, Rita, and Karina yesterday. Who else?
Well, I called Allison, Hung answered. And Ed.
The big man shut up, and Rodriguez continued for him.
Basically, Alex, Tissa's in town. She flew in to visit her dad for the weekend, and
You invited her?
To be precise, we invited her.
You did the right thing. I need to talk to her, set a few things straight, I said calmly. I looked at Hyro. You staying?
Afraid not, kids,
the security officer answered, frowning. 3 deep wrinkles furrowed his brow.
I'll be nearby and keeping an eye on you. You're playing with fire. If my information is correct, Melissa Schaefer is still in the Awoken even though she's been recruited by the White Amazons. And on top of that, you've invited Piper Dander and Allison Wu, members of Team Otis, right? Rita Wood, a potential member of the Awoken that guessed Alex's status. And Karina Rasmussen, her friend. Both those girls study in the same school as a certain Wesley Cho, former leader of Axiom, who blackmailed Alex. And that matter hasn't been solved yet, am I right? I think this should be a pretty fun party. Who taught you to be so careless, so naive? Or are you just morons?
Hyro raised his voice with each sentence, until practically shouting the last few. It seemed the party was news to him. After a pause, the security officer sighed and finished calmly.
Next time you want to throw a party, just let me know first. I'd like to see and hear all your conversations, too. Can you stream to my comm?
We looked at each other, nodded. Privacy was one thing, but security was more important.
All right, Hyro said. While we're on the subject, I suggest signing a mental non-disclosure agreement with all the clan members. The non-citizens first.
Mental agreement?
That's what it's called. Put simply, it creates a mental block that prevents the disclosure of anything they know about Alex or the clan's business.
How does that work?
It's not entirely a legal procedure, but it's widely practiced in corporations. It's harmless, works on a friend or foe basis. If the carrier of the knowledge is talking to someone outside of the corporation, or in our case the clan, then the foe mental trigger activates and the person simply can't discuss secret information. Works for social media and private messages too. The mental block puts the foe tag even on empty rooms.
What about Dis? Malik asked.
Works in Dis too.
The security officer nodded.
But we could do with something else there. I questioned the non-citizens and they constantly referenced a certain behemoth. I hope you'll introduce me to him. If he's really as awesome as your workers say, and Alex is his favorite, then it might be worth discussing a punishment for betraying the faith. He's a god, right? That means anyone who betrays Alex should be punished by Behemoth. But that's just an idea. I'll leave you for now, boys. Have fun and try to keep your lips sealed. Remember what's at stake."
When he was gone, Hung smacked himself on the forehead and ran after him. I looked at Ed in confusion.
We need beer, Alex.
Chuckling, I left my friends and sent a stuck character ticket to tech support. After a moment's thought, I duplicated the message to Kieran Jackson, the Snowstorm director. I doubted he would answer right away. But in any case, Scyth would have to spend another year in the Nether. I really hoped he wouldn't lose all his skills there. Right after that, I contacted my parents. They'd already heard from Ed that I was fine, but of course they wanted to hear it firsthand. Once Mom was done with the sighs and shrieks and admonishments to be expected from any mother with a thoughtless child, she hurried off to the moon spa, and I was left alone with my dad. "How are you guys doing, Pops?" I asked, meaning his and Mom's relationship. He understood me.
"You know, son," Dad answered, "a marriage built on feelings alone is like a character with the wrong build. I had a friend who played a mage. He put everything into intellect to increase his damage, crits, mana pool. As you can imagine, he was screwed when any mob at his level so much as sneezed on him. Balance is important, Alex. It's important for everything, but especially for family. Your mom and I love each other so much that we figured everything else would figure itself out. But love alone isn't enough. You need a lot more than that. A good family isn't a one-time craft. You have to work on relationships your whole life. It's a shame I didn't realize that until I'd almost lost Ellen."
"What do you need apart from love?"
Decide for yourself. Your relationship with Tissa
"Is over."
Let's say it is. You like each other. You want the same things. That's great. It's a foundation you can build a long-term relationship on. But it's also important how you both see the path to your shared goals. For you, that means leveling up like you know how, and Tissa saw her path the same way. But life gave her other opportunities, with a shorter and easier path. You too, actually. Just remember that offer you got from that big shot at Snowstorm. Even if you quit playing today, you've already got what you wanted. An education, a high citizenship status, your friends, the clan. You won't lose any of that. But you're like me. You're bold. The high stakes have their grip on you, and now you're playing your own game, and 1,000,000 gold isn't real phoenixes for you. Just chips in a casino. How much money have you spent in Dis in the last few days?
Millions?
See? Your paths to your goal forked, but don't blame the girl. She has what she could only dream of before. You didn't stop when you got comfortable. You strive for more. You don't just want happiness for yourself. You want to do more for your friends, for the non-citizens that believe in you. That's commendable. But sometimes you have to be ready for your partner to walk their own path. And that's when couples break up.
Dad, I still don't get it. What does this have to do with you and Mom? Are you sure you're both all right?
Oh, we're doing just fine. Dad winked and smiled broadly. Like before. We talked about our goals and the paths that we see leading to them. And you know what we found out? We want the same things. Ellen wasn't confident enough that she was more important than anything else to me. I was always showing her otherwise. I thought that since we were married, she'd always be mine. I thought of her as an integral part of myself, and so I let myself be distracted by other things.
So you've found a balance now?
Yeah, and in no small part thanks to you. I don't just mean the money you gave us. I mean your achievements. I've been watching the news, Alex, and I know what my son has achieved. I'm afraid I'm never going to want to play Dis again. No matter what I do there, it won't be worth a fraction of what you can achieve in a single day. And that means I want to do something else. Live with your mom, so we can rebuild our careers together, restore our name, and, of course, raise our grandchildren. Hurry up with that, you hear?
We talked a while longer, then said goodbye. Dad had registered for a weekly poker tournament at Silver Harbor, where he planned to knock it out of the park with Mom. I went back to the boys. They were busy. Delivery drones were flying through the open window one after another. Thanks to Hyro, our party had alcohol. It had taken time for Hung to convince him, plus a promise that we wouldn't get drunk, but eventually he placed an order. All kinds of food arrived along with the beer, and by the time the first guests arrived, we were ready. "I'm the DJ!" Malik announced and started making a playlist and giving commands to O, our household assistant. The apartment shook as cray jungle beats boomed through it, a new kind of dance music that got the blood pumping and made feet move on their own. Rita Overweight and Karina Goosebumps were the first to arrive. Rita had always been athletic and shapely, and now her blonde friend had filled out too. She was as tall as me, and with high heels on, she reached Hung's height. Ed livened up when they appeared. He immediately took Rita away to a corner to discuss the clan's trading operations and future plans. Rita held her eyes on me as she left. I answered with a nod. We'd have time to talk later. The night was young. Karina immediately asked me to show her my room, but we didn't have time before more guests arrived, Piper and Allison. Hung introduced us to his girlfriend and dragged her away to make cocktails from my parents' liquor supplies. Piper and I exchanged glances. It was clear she wanted to talk alone. Maybe she had a message from Pecheneg Polotsky. Tissa was late. Finally, we all got together in the same room and drank a couple of rounds of cocktails and beers, shouting to each other over the music. Then there was a ring at the door. I went to open it and swore when I saw on the screen that Tissa had come with company. She was there with Liam, nephew to Elizabeth of the White Amazons, the same guy that kissed her, the same guy that was in Modus and recently moved to the clan of his friend, Mogwai. "Do you see this, Hyro?" I whispered into my comm. "Keep a grip on yourself," he answered by message. I opened the door. With a blinding smile, Liam offered me a bottle of wine.
"Hey, Alex, nice to meet you again."
Tissa said simply,
"Hi."
She didn't even explain why the hell she'd brought that dumbass along. Just kept staring into my eyes. I saw tension, uncertainty, and at the same time a hidden triumph in her eyes. The pause stretched out. Music played behind my back, and I heard the boys chatting. I tore my eyes from Tissa and took the bottle from Liam. "Hi, sorry, Liam, it's just that nobody told me you were coming," I smiled falsely. "To be honest, it's a surprise even to see Tissa."
"A nice one, I hope?"
the girl asked. She stepped over the threshold to hug me. Then I fist-bumped Liam's extended fist and brought the guests inside. "Oh, lower music volume to 10%, I ordered the home assistant. Then I raised my hand to get everyone's attention. "Anyone who doesn't know Tissa and Liam, please make them feel at home." My ex-girlfriend's companion knew Piper and Allison, but the others he was meeting for the first time. As soon as he mentioned which clan he was in, everybody perked up and started questioning him about the plans of the elites and Mogwai, and even about the Alliance's business. Timotis wasn't participating in the Holy War, and Rita and Karina didn't know anyone in a position to know much. Even Ed, Hung, and Malik were interested, so Liam quickly had everyone's attention. Soon the whole group was hanging off the boys' every word and occasionally bursting into laughter. Liam turned out to be a great storyteller. After starting with a short self-introduction, he suddenly told a story about walking through Kenema with Mogwai and getting into some trouble that turned into a unique quest chain for the goddess Athena. Tissa's shining eyes were glued to him. She stood next to Karina. Unwillingly comparing them, I realized that it wasn't Tissa's looks that attracted me to her. Goosebumps had long blonde hair, blue eyes, thick brows, rich eyelashes, and luscious lips. Just like Tissa. They looked almost like twin sisters, although Karina was a little taller in her high heels. But I felt nothing for her. When I looked at Tissa, I felt an abyss yawning inside me, full of the toxic waste of jealousy and anguish of the soul. Tissa felt my eyes on her, turned, raised her head. I nodded and walked into my room, ordered O to activate sleep mode. The lights dimmed, the windows darkened, the music blasting through all the apartment's speakers quietened in the room. Half a minute later, Tissa appeared. "A break," I said. "When you said that, did you mean you wanted to end things between us?"
"Of course not, Alex."
Tissa walked over to me, touched me on the cheek. She bit her lip.
"Let's not talk about that. I really am happy to see you, you know. I've missed you."
I wanted to shout out accusations. Bullshit, don't lie. You missed me. What were you thinking when you uploaded those photos of you and Liam? You betrayed me. But I bit them back. Since I was a kid, I never could stand the scenes my parents put on. I always suspected that they didn't talk about what really bothered them, but instead just tried to jab at each other harder and harder, often without regard for the consequences. I didn't want to be the same, and I didn't want to show weakness, either. Not here. Not now. Especially not with Hyro watching. And, of course, I remembered the Alliance's great game. It had been a while since I'd seen Tissa as someone close, dear to me. She had become, whether unwillingly or consciously, just another piece on the chessboard, possibly under Otto Hinterleif's control via Elizabeth or Liam, although the latter most likely represented Mogwai's interests. So I suppressed my feelings, said simply, "I missed you too. How have you been?" Tissa sighed in relief and then started to tell me about her life on the White Amazon's private island, hesitating at first, but then continuing with more confidence when she saw no anger in me. To hear her tell it, she constantly felt guilty, not only about me, but about the other boys too, although we surely understood her. "We understood you, Tissa," I said. "How are things with Liam?"
"I don't know. I like him, but we don't see each other often. He doesn't live on the island. He just came to visit a couple of times, that's all. We haven't been on any dates. There were always people nearby."
I got the impression she regretted that they'd had no dates, but she didn't want to hurt me even more. But I was probably the one consoling myself and overthinking things. "Yeah, shame," I said.
"Actually, Liam found out that I was headed here and offered to fly together on his flyer. You really aren't upset, Alex? At all?"
"Of course not. I thought I loved you, but to be honest, I don't even know what I feel right now. I'll figure it out, don't worry."
"So you're not seeing anyone? I was told that you were planning to get involved with Wood or her blonde friend."
"Who's the telepath? Malik? I bet it was him," I said. Tissa smiled, nodded. "Maybe, I don't know. Like I say, I don't know what I'm feeling right now." I heard an explosion of laughter from the lounge. Tissa looked at the doorway, but didn't leave. Maybe she hadn't got all the intel she wanted? My paranoia switched into enemies all around mode, and I decided to give the girl a nudge. I changed the subject to Dis, and Tissa told me about how stats went up so much after all those new adepts joined up, that she cleared all the top instances in Tristad last night on her own. Unfortunately, her priestess of Nergal had long since out-leveled the mobs and couldn't gain even one extra level, although Tissa very much wanted to break the sandbox record. But it seemed she wouldn't break it now. To succeed before she went out into Greater Dis, she'd have to literally live in her capsule and farm crumbs of experience. "There's one option," I said without thinking. As usual, my brain took the task, processed it, and came up with the solution, forgetting that I was still angry at my girlfriend.
"What?"
Tissa moved toward me in excitement. "If you jumped to Corinza, we could take you into the desert from there, group up with you. Killing any mob would give you at least 10 levels. But that'll invite questions that you can't answer without telling your friends about us." Tissa clasped her hands at her chest and begged.
"Alex, come on, please. It would be so easy for you. You'll help out, won't you?"
"No." I shook my head, not revealing the true reasons for my refusal. It would be hard to do her that favor from the nether. "Forget it."
"But you won't mind if one of the boys helps me out?"
"Yes, I will. When do you plan to leave the clan?"
"After my birthday."
Tissa thought for a moment. I was sure she was already thinking about how to convince Malik or Ed to help.
"All right, let's go. Everyone's waiting for us."
Tissa took me by the hand, just like before, and led me into the lounge. Naively failing to see her trick, I let her hold my hand and caught a few interested and sometimes jealous glances. Not from Rita, to my surprise. Overweight was busy sweet-talking Ed. They were nestled in a corner by the window, whispering something. Noticing us, Liam excused himself, cutting one of his stories short. He gave Tissa a loud kiss on the lips, looked at me triumphantly, and spoke in displeasure. "You took your time. A word, Alex. Tissa, my dear, would you mind if I had a little chat with your ex?" The last word was still more proof that our break was actually a breakup. Tissa didn't object. I felt even more sure that Liam's appearance was no accident. He was here to what? Recruit me? Convince me to collaborate? Relay a message to Hinterleif? I needed to know the reason in any case. I agreed to talk to him. "Alone, if you don't mind, Alex?" Liam asked, a mask of false goodwill frozen on his face. His tone was friendly, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. "No problem." I went back to my room, this time with Liam. I saw an alarmed glance from Piper along the way. Looking back, I saw Karina rushing to Tissa. No doubt she wanted to figure out what was up with me and whether she had any chances. The robot cleaner busily moved back and forth, filling itself with empty cans that cracked as it crushed them in its internal press. AT was jumping around nearby in dog form. He copied the mood of those around him, and his behavior showed that the people were in the mood to party. Liam pulled the door to, sprayed a dose of accelerator into his mouth, and spoke. "Listen, I know there was something between you and Tessa, but I want you to be a man and leave her alone. Why are you so hung up on her?" "What? We never officially split up, Liam. We were just talking." "Don't lie. You could have talked in the lounge. You know what? You should find the courage to admit to yourself that she's out of your league. Have you seen where you live? It's been a long time since I've been in a cesspit as bad as your district. And this," he waved a hand at my room. "You call this a home? It's a stable. Melissa has a bright future. She's going to be a star. She's way out of your league. Your ceiling is category F. Your win in the junior arena means nothing. You wasted your chance. None of the top players recruited you, and I saw you beg to be taken in. Pathetic." His onslaught stunned me. I would have sworn he wanted to talk about anything else, anything but Tissa. Did he not even know that I was a threat? But, nether, I really was tied up in grown-up intrigues. I was actually planning to have a break from Dis, recover from my year in the nether, relax with my friends, finally. I didn't want to hear insults. It seemed that Liam in particular had lost the plot. Either it was the effect of that narcotic of his, or it was his eyes filling with blood out of jealousy. Or he was angry that our party messed with his plans for a romantic weekend with Tissa. "Listen, Liam," I said as calmly as I could. "Yeah, I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. I'm just an ordinary school kid. Just like Tissa. In case you didn't know, she and I have been studying together since middle school. Sometimes you find pearls in pig shit. I don't know as much about pig shit as you." "Watch your mouth." "But I agree with you there. Tissa is a beautiful girl. She deserves more." "That's for sure," the boy snorted. "You could have remembered that when you invited her to this shithole." I'd promised Hyro to keep hold of myself, but I swear in that moment it was harder than my year in the nether. My fists clenched, and I imagined myself slamming them into that perfect face. The only thing that stopped me was remembering the punishment. Throwing the first punch at a higher category citizen meant a one-way ticket to Cali Bottom. "Listen, Liam." I took a deep breath. "I didn't invite Tissa. Or you. I had no idea she was coming. My friends told me literally right before the party started, and I had no plans to fix anything with her. We just hadn't discussed our relationship until now, and anyway, Tissa is still in my clan." "Not for long," Liam snorted. "Let me be clear. If I hear even one more time that you're bothering her, then you've had it. I'll find you in Dis, and I'll spawn camp you until you drop down to level 10. Got it, Shepherd?" Then it all lifted. My rage melted away as if it had never been. Uncle Nick always said, with people you don't know too well, always be extra polite and civil. After all, you never know who you're talking to. Liam didn't seem to know that rule. In any case, I decided to play along, all the while smiling inwardly. Sure, he would spawn camp me. Haha. "I get it, Liam. You're very convincing. I'm shaking in my boots. I won't bother Tissa anymore." "Don't play games, kid. Get it into your thick head. She's mine. That's it. I'm done with this. We're getting out of this bug-infested shithole." Liam left the room, slamming the door behind him. In the couple of seconds while the door was open, I heard shouting from the lounge, but paid no attention. There were no words for how Liam had angered me, but he'd amused me even more. Choking back laughter, I went to join my guests. It was a sight to see. Karina was lying on her back, kicking and screaming, with Tissa sitting on top of her and holding her down, with Rita and Piper trying fruitlessly to pull them apart, and Liam watching with wide eyes, not sure what to do, continually spraying that accelerator into his mouth. Malik shouted for them to stop. Ed and Hung whistled and shouted for the combatants to play fair and not mess up each other's makeup. Allison Wu, mouth agape in shock, was filming it all on her comm and providing a running commentary. Before I could reach them, the girls had already been separated. Rita took the blushing and ragged Karina off to one side. Tissa watched Goosebumps go victoriously and shouted as she went,
"Don't even think about it! You got that, slut?"
Liam remembered himself, took her by the arm and went for the exit. But Tissa broke free and came back to say goodbye. She hugged the boys, nodded to Piper and Allison, ignored Rita and Karina, then came over to me.
"It was nice to see you. Thank you for understanding. Sorry we're leaving. It's just time for us to go."
What were you and Karina fighting over? I asked, trying to shed some light on the situation.
That moron thought she has a chance with you just because we look alike. I had to explain to her that I have nothing in common with her or her fat-ass friend.
Couldn't you explain that with words?
I did explain it with words, but she didn't understand.
They left in total silence. A.T. barked twice at the uninvited guests' departing backs. A couple of minutes later, Karina and Rita came out of the bathroom. Goosebumps had washed and touched up her makeup, and now she looked even cuter. She'd broken one high heel, so she took off her shoes and was the same height as me. Everyone was quiet for a while. The only noise was Hung opening cans of beer for himself and Allison. And then everyone started talking at once. I heard Rita's loud voice over the hubbub.
Why did you invite them, Alex? In the short time he was here, Liam managed to put everyone in a bad mood, and so subtly that I didn't even notice right away.
Nobody invited him. Tissa brought him,
Hung muttered darkly.
And as for her, we invited her, not Alex. Anyway, guys, let's forget it. Let's just have fun.
That Tissa belongs on a farm,
Karina huffed.
Psycho!
She really is kind of wild.
Piper shook her head.
But that won't last long. Elizabeth will teach her manners.
Guys, Tissa is our friend,
Ed said, raising his hands.
Anything you want to say about her, you should say to her face.
Simmer down, cowboy. I didn't mean to offend anyone.
Piper laughed.
But I already forgot how dumb and crazy school parties can be. What do you think will happen next, Allison?
Allison suggested a food fight, a dumpster fire, another fight that would descend into an orgy. The rest laughed, and soon we all forgot about the incident. The party was back in full swing. Plenty did happen after that. We ate, drank, played games, discussed events in Dis, which I found fun. I got to talk about the things I'd caused and what I was as if I had nothing to do with it. Everyone who knew played along, and the ones that didn't know just built their own absurd fictions. I doubted that Allison and Karina were playing dumb. They had no idea who they were talking to. And although Rita suspected that I was a threat, I doubted she knew my status. Ed let me know a couple of times that he wanted to talk. We walked off to the side.
What did he want?
My friend asked, meaning Liam.
Does he know?
I shook my head and quietly answered that it didn't seem like Liam knew. Rodriguez sighed in relief.
Have you decided which girl you're interested in?
Nah.
All right, then I won't make any moves for now.
Ed smiled and slapped me on the shoulder.
But if you don't decide by midnight, then you're going to have one less option.
Right after that, Karina plucked up her courage and asked me to dance. She told me her side of the fight with Tissa. Apparently the other girl had started it, demanding that Karina kept away from me. She answered that Alex wasn't anyone's property and he'd decide for himself who to be with. Then one thing led to another. The girl wanted to keep talking to me, but Rita turned up and led me away under her friend's jealous gaze. She said nothing about me and her, just asked whether she could still join our clan. I didn't want to talk about that with everyone watching, so I suggested we meet up in person to discuss it sober. When she agreed, something came over me and I asked, "Are you staying the night?" The girl stared into my eyes, trying to find something in them that would tell her the right answer. Her look was so intimate that I wanted to hold her and kiss her right then. Rita seemed to read my mind. She backed off half a step.
I can't. I'd like to, but I can't. I don't want to lose my best friend. Give her a chance.
I did just that. I brought Karina into my room to show her my holographic model of the solar system. I could have chosen Piper. She'd dropped hints. And in the state I was in, the who didn't matter, but I just wasn't used to getting all this attention from so many cute girls. I couldn't explain exactly why I chose Goosebumps. Maybe it was the alcohol going to my head. Some things just happen to you, and it doesn't matter what your heart feels or your mind thinks. I closed the door, switched off my comm, flicked the light switch, and embraced Karina. We needed no words. I liked her, she liked me. Instead of talking, we started kissing, and very soon I got to use the skills I'd honed with Beta. We left the room long after midnight. By then, everyone was pretty well cut. Malik was strumming a virtual guitar and singing songs of his own making. Ed was hugging both Rita and Piper at the same time and drunkenly relating some story while they laughed. Hung and Allison didn't come out of my parents' room, where I learned they'd gone right after Karina and I had disappeared. The boys greeted us with raucous shouts of approval. Dawn broke, and the guests got ready to leave. As she said goodbye, Piper hugged me and whispered in my ear,
Petchenegg wants to meet.
Can you do it today?
I don't know. I shrugged and glanced pointedly at Karina. Piper laughed in understanding.
Try to find some time anyway. Blackberry wasn't his only mole in the Alliance, you know.
How's she doing, by the way?
She left Modus. Pecheneg wanted to offer her to you. You need an analyst, right? But that's not all. The old man has information.
Do you know what it is he wants to tell me?
No.
Then tell him I need 2 tons of corrupted adamantite, with the friendly discount he offered me, on top of a discount for bulk. The girl's jaw dropped. Discuss it all with Crawler. He'll make the payment.
Got it. Consider it done.
Piper hugged me again, and this time her lips touched my ear.
Shame you chose the blonde, Alex. That girl has no skills.
Laughing, she kissed me on the cheek right next to my lips, so the kiss looked just friendly. Piper and Allison were the first to leave. Hung went to walk them out, then Malik, Rita, and Ed left. Karina stayed with me. We stayed up for 3 more hours, talking, getting to know each other. Toward midday, I woke to my comm vibrating. I pulled my arm out from under Karina and brought up the message. It was an answer from Snowstorm. Our support service has reviewed your ticket. The described issue is part of the gameplay. Good luck. The email was sent from a no-reply account. Reading between the lines, the message was loud and clear. We won't help you. Get out of this one yourself. Chapter 9. Zeitnacht. Karina's long legs shone in the half-light of the room with its shuttered windows. A cute, kind, and somewhat naive girl that I first met in the Bubbling Flagon. We met only once in real life, when we went to the Glastonbury Music Festival together. Now here we were, our second meeting, and Karina had become my first. Only a month ago, I and all my friends would have bet money that it would have been Tissa. I shook those thoughts away, tore my eyes from Karina, and read my comm again. Our support service has reviewed your ticket. The described issue is part of gameplay. Good luck. What now? Climb into my capsule and spend another few months in the Nether with that insane psychopath? No way. I shuddered and jumped back under the warm sheets, but my comm vibrated again. Rodriguez's face came up. I quickly left the room and closed the door, then answered. What's up, Ed?
Trouble.
My friend's sleepless face looked tired, worried, and stressed.
Alex, check crap chat. I had to call. You're not picking up your messages.
The news made me forget Karina and my desire to sleep. You aren't here, so the Lich recalled Sharkhan and the Guardians. Tiamat's temple is defenseless. A raid group from the elites is attacking it. Looks like Mogwai has split from the Alliance. Do you still think Liam just turned up for no reason? I started to feel sick. I hadn't slept long, but now I had new problems, but with a killer hangover to go with them. My night with Karina weighed heavily on my mind. Was it worth it? I felt nothing for her, but how could I just break it off, after she told me how badly she'd fallen for me? At least she didn't mention the L word, but all the same. Nether, what was I supposed to do? Never mind, that would wait. First, the most important thing was what was happening in Dis. If we lost Tiamat's temple, then our already tough situation would get even tougher. I decided to contact Kieran Jackson. If he refused to help me, I'd have to threaten to release information on the Nether. Ian would gladly take the interview, and his editor Clark Katz would dedicate a whole issue of Disgardium Daily to the sensation. But first I had to figure out how much time I had, if I had any time at all. I answered Ed's message with a question. How long will it take them to destroy the temple? Mogwai is live streaming it. The temple has 80% durability left. They'll finish it off by midnight. Just 3 managed to get through. Mogwai, Crit Terror, and Deck. Deck? The top solo adventurer in Dis? He can't join any clan without penalties. What's he doing there? He isn't with Mogwai. He turned up first, quiet-like. By the way, Crash fought them to the last, but he bought it. He's respawning now. They'd taken away 20% durability in 12 hours? That meant I had no time at all. Other clans would be rushing toward the temple that very moment, eager to claim Nergal's rewards. Damn. I messaged Ed again. Where are the other preventers? Some others tried to break through too, but Shaz is pushing them all back now. He's leveled up his air skills and has the skies under control now. The Alliance decided to concentrate on the undead army. What are we going to do? Maybe we should jump to the temple, try to distract them at least?
Yeah, an observer wouldn't hurt. Fly around a little. All right, over and out. I need to somehow get out of you-know-where. Channel terminated. Polatsky must have been planning to tell me about the attack on the temple, or maybe he had some other information. Either way, there was nothing I could do for now. First, I had to get out of the Nether, and it seemed the only person that could help me was Kieran Jackson. I couldn't call him in the state I was in. I took quarter of an hour to have a contrast shower and let the home doctor remove the alcohol from my system. Then I drank down some fresh coffee and finally called the Snowstorm director. It occurred to me that Jackson might just ignore me, but on the other hand, he'd probably already been told where I'd gone. That might be a good enough reason to answer me. And he didn't just answer. Kieran recognized me.
Hello there, Alex.
His clean-shaven face appeared on the screen, with a warm smile and spider-webbing wrinkles at the corners of his eyes.
How's it going? How can I help you?
Hello, Mr. Jackson. My voice still sounded hoarse. I coughed. Thank you for picking up. Sorry for bothering you, but Snowstorm tech support couldn't help me.
You have my full attention. I'll do everything I can.
The day before yesterday, my character fell into some strange version of Dis. It's either the Nether or some beta version. In short, without leaving out any important details, I told him how I got there and what happened to me there. Tech support told me that it was part of the gameplay. I doubt that. I'm asking you to help me get back to the normal version of the game.
That's a curious story, Alex.
Kieran's tone changed, turned sympathetic.
And you don't look too good. Say, you haven't been taking any stims, have you?
Never touched them.
No? That's even more interesting. You see, what you just told me is basically impossible. It sounds like a nightmare or one of the many urban legends that do the rounds online.
I'm not lying. It was just like I said.
Do you have any recordings to confirm it? Photos?
The place my character got stuck in doesn't have those functions. It doesn't even have a quit button.
Alex, Kieran sighed deeply. Listen to me. You've had your many adventures in your time. Others have had fewer in a whole lifetime. You've been through a lot, and maybe... Look, obviously it's your decision, but I recommend that you take a break from Disgardium. Now I have to go. Sorry, lots to do.
Mr. Jackson, I interrupted, feeling myself boiling over, not letting him end the conversation. Try to forget about all your very important business for a moment and understand this. My character, a Class A threat, is stuck in an undocumented reality of Dis where time flows 500 times faster, and beta testers have been living there in confinement for thousands of years. Do you want me to interview them and pass it all on to Disgardium Daily? Do you want me to...
No, you listen to me, kiddo,
Kieran snapped. He wasn't shouting, but his face twisted.
You were told very clearly what to do and what not to do. But you started getting clever. Nothing of what you speak of exists. You have no way to confirm what you're saying. And as for spreading baseless rumors to damage the corporation, I advise you to read the user agreement again. You won't just lose everything that depends on your character and its clan. We'll sue you for all the funds you already withdrew from the game. Not to mention compensation for damaging the company's good name. Believe me, there'll be a lot of zeros on that number. And you'll lose the case. I guarantee it. And then you can forget all about citizenship. Is that clear? I hope it is.
Mr. Jackson, wait.
Keep your head down, son. Kieran interrupted him. And forget this number. Don't call me again.
The Snowstorm director's face disappeared, replaced by text. Caller Kieran Jackson dropped the connection. As soon as he disappeared from the comm screen, I heard Karina's sleepy voice behind me.
Alex, good morning. Can I have some coffee too?
I couldn't play the good guy for long. Saying that I needed to do some homework, damn, back to school tomorrow, and a thing or two in Dis, I walked Karina out, promising that we'd meet again the next weekend. As soon as the door closed behind her, I started reviewing the recording from the lounge video camera. The girl had left my room when Kieran said, "Keep your head down, son." At least I was lucky there. She must have thought I was talking to my dad. I was annoyed that my shouting had woken her up, and there was too much confidential information in my impassioned speech. I hoped the half-asleep Karina didn't pay attention to what I'd said. Once done with that, I ordered some life support cartridges for my capsule. While I waited, I ground my teeth as I watched the trio at Tiamat's temple ripping apart my pet, Crash. The diamond worm had revived and gone straight for Mogwai. The tank withstood the attack easily, and Crit Terror and Deck flooded the worm with damage. It took them a while to kill him, That was good at least. The temple had 77% durability left. As I watched the battle, I kept trying to remember the name of the girl behind the character 9. Julia? May? I couldn't seem to remember it. I kept guessing. Something told me it matched a month of the year. June? June! That was it. The name came out of the abyss of memory along with the surname, Curtis. She must be around 40. A citizen search showed me several hundred June Curtises, and a third of them fit the age bracket of 35 to 45. And then there were non-citizens on top of that. Should I message each of them? Sorry, but you didn't happen to take part in any DIS beta tests, did you? It would probably just go straight to spam. Pointless though it was, I decided to do it anyway. I gave the Home Assistant an order. Oh, send messages to all addresses with the name June Curtis, surname starting with C or K. Then I dictated the message. I didn't know myself what I was trying to achieve, but I at least wanted to see Beta the sadist in real life, if she was still alive. The main thing was to confirm that the original Beta existed and hadn't rotted away in a capsule after the failed test. If I could find her, then that could be the ace up my sleeve in negotiations with 9. 4,273 addresses matching the criteria found, O reported. Without limiting by age and including non-citizens, the number rose by an order of magnitude. Simultaneous mail-out impossible due to violation of the Articles of Citizenship on unwelcome correspondence. Solution: limit simultaneous. Do it, I ordered, not waiting to hear it all. O would probably just send the messages one by one. A delivery drone soon arrived with the cartridges. I quickly replaced the old ones, got undressed. I didn't get into my capsule right away. First, I set a forced exit timer for 12 hours from now. I'd spend a little over 8 months in the Nether. Nether take me? Logging in.
Synchronizing.
The melding of minds didn't go as fast as last time. Scyth had spent another year here and lost almost all his weapon skills, along with night vision, cartography, cloak essence, and imitation. With each death, he lost a mote of his humanity. I felt his joy when 9 and her friends almost killed 9-6, and 7-2 was locked in his own castle and afraid to poke his head over the parapet. It was hard for me to feel Scyth's feelings as my own. I found him where he spent most of his time, in the Great Nothing. Less than an hour left to resurrection. When our minds melded, he came alive, felt my presence, felt his life continuing, and with that came emotions. Anger, fury, pain, longing for his parents, his friends, and Tissa. The events of the party awakened with him, I don't know how to explain it, his spirit? He didn't approve of my choice of Karina, but he still envied me. I was talking to myself. Some might call that schizophrenia, but it was just the way it was. However you spun it, I had 2 personalities within me. The boundary between them was steadily fading, but it was still there. I would have chosen Rita since you broke up with Tissa, he thought. She's nice. When you come back, you can choose for yourself. Let's decide what to do and how to get out of here. Don't you think I've tried? I've tried everything so many times. Tried to negotiate, gain their trust, make friends, escape, steal something from the castle, find some kind of artifact. 9 doesn't even punish me for escaping anymore. She doesn't want to waste the time. She just kills me without a word and disappears. From there, we thought together as one. But not for long. Revival in the castle yard, 9's indifferent face, a lightning bolt, death. Beta flew straight off as soon as she killed me to attend to her own business, farming shards or sieging 7-2. But then something failed to go to plan. One time, resurrection didn't take 12 hours. I didn't even go to limbo at all. 10 seconds after I died, I reappeared in the same spot. Technically, I hadn't even died.
Second life. You managed to dodge death.
Lucky, I thought aloud. But how? My skills are blocked. Once sure that 9 was gone, I checked my other abilities. Everything else was still locked. Strange. Second Life had a 50% proc chance, but this was the first time it had activated in so many thousands of years. Why? I spent some time pondering it, but couldn't figure out what had happened. Nothing had changed, but the previously locked ability, earned for gaining 250 levels without dying, suddenly activated. No point in wasting time wondering why. I was just lucky that 9 thought I would be dead for the next 12 hours. I hoped she didn't show up any sooner. I hid in a corner of the castle walls and started going through my inventory. The other me thought that was a waste of time since he'd already tried everything, but he didn't protest. I couldn't do anything with the still unidentified artifacts from the treasury of the first mage. I scrolled through the whole list of abilities again, then scoured my inventory and found some cooking ingredients and tools. Food. What if I could create some new dish with some kind of effect? Wait, what if I put my skills on scrolls? I slapped myself on the forehead. That was it! Nether, how did I not think of it before? It was so simple. I fitfully pulled out a blank sheet of paper, a pen, ink, and... Damn it! Crafts were locked too. I threw it all back in and fell onto my back, staring up into the sky. I could look straight at the sun without it affecting my eyes here. I'd never seen any birds. Maybe flying mobs didn't exist in the beta version? I lay there a while and went through my inventory, pulling out each piece of gear and trying to think what I could do with it. Out of sheer desperation, I lit a fire and tried to cook something. Anything. Half my expensive ingredients burnt away fruitlessly. I put the pan and cook's hat into my bag, pulled out some explosive lollipops. I thoughtfully rolled them in my hand. I counted 11, and put one in my mouth.
You ate an explosive lollipop. Random buff received. You can walk through walls for 30 seconds.
Not what I needed. Although I jumped up, dropped the lollipops, and rushed to the castle. Clenching internally, I ran headlong into a wall, and as I made contact with the stone, I felt my skin melt into it. 20 seconds. I dashed through the walls to the far corner of the palace, to the vault, not knowing what I might find there, but hoping for something good. 10 seconds. I wasn't going to make it. The castle was huge, and I'd covered only half of it. 5 seconds. I could see the huge adamantite door of the vault just 10 yards away. No! I didn't make it. The lollipop buff ended just as I emerged from a wall. Phew. It was a good thing I didn't get stuck in the textures and die. I wandered the corridors and eventually reached some mannequins decked with equipment. Beta didn't keep anything special there. She probably hid the best items in the vault, or maybe they just hadn't deemed it necessary to add many items to the beta version. After all, the testers were mainly supposed to be testing playability and realism, finding bugs. All the same, I took a few full sets of equipment just to get back at 9 somehow. I couldn't equip any of it. Pacified prevented me from meeting the requirements. A herald at level 602 with stats all equal to 1. Damn it. I went back to where I dropped some of the explosive lollipops and kept experimenting. I got an insane joy debuff and spent half a minute laughing like a madman. Gigantism tripled my size, but my stats remained the same. Bubblehead, underwater breathing, loudspeaker voice. The names of the lollipop effects spoke for themselves. I was afraid my head would explode. It swelled up so big that you could see me over the walls, or at least the top of my head. The last lollipop turned me into a chicken. All my curses melded into just cluck, cluck, cluck. All that experimenting took 3 hours. I decided I'd wait until closer to 9's return before I broke out, so I wouldn't be tortured long if I ran into a living sieve. I didn't have anything else to do anyway. I wandered the castle grounds, watched the lava drakes for a while, held at the bottom of a pit by an enchanted fire-resistant chain. I dropped their level with balancer and tried to kill them with arrows. I missed. The clock was ticking. I was already starting to regret that I'd set the emergency quit timer for 12 hours. This was a drag. Kicking stones in idle melancholy, I went back to where I'd been experimenting. I was somehow attached to the place. I picked a blade of grass, put it between my teeth, and laid down on my back again. I kept lying there until the air clapped in the castle yard. 9 had returned. I didn't bother getting up. Why rush it? She'd find me. I just turned my head toward her and saw it. A dropped lollipop. A shiny greenish ball with a white spiral flowing across its surface. I'd missed it because it had rolled under the long leaf of a tropical creeper. I stretched out my hand, picked up the lollipop, and put it in my mouth. An explosion of acid sweetness engulfed my taste buds. The sky went hazy, and then...
You ate an explosive lollipop. Random buff received. You're lighter than air for 30 seconds. Get your gnomish parachute cloak ready. The fall will be long.
With the speed of a balloon filled with helium, I began to ascend. The fortress wall rushed by me, quickly disappearing below. Floundering in the air, I saw 9 walking through the fortress yard to the site of my death. She wasn't looking up yet. There was no wind in this world, so I wasn't carried off to the side like I'd hoped. Soon the tiny figure that was Beta began to get closer. I was around 500 yards above her. Spreading my arms, I took a stable position lying on my stomach and studied the surroundings from a bird's eye view.
How did you do that?
Beta's voice was as clear as if she were next to me.
You hid levitation or flight from 3's scan. But then, why didn't you fly before? Strange.
My flight slowed. Stretching out a hand, Beta began to pull me toward her. The next second, I realized I was looking at the wrong thing. All the castle debuffs were gone. My abilities were active. Without a second thought, I hit Depth's teleportation to Corinza. A storm of emotions filled me for 5 heartbeats, from fear that the cast would be interrupted to premature excitement. I closed my eyes, counted the seconds.
What are you doing?
Beta asked, a note of surprise and alarm in her voice.
Stop that.
First, I felt the ground beneath me and caught the tangy scent of wet earth. Then I opened my eyes and saw Corinza. The first thing I did was change my respawn location. I didn't care if I died as long as the local sadists didn't find me. I had plenty of experience dying and I could level up with reflection. But where? There were no mobs here. Suddenly I remembered with fear how Beta found me in Tristad. She'd told 3 via her comm amulet that she had me, which meant she knew where to find me and went there in search of me. Could she do the same now? The next thing I did was make some Depth's teleportation scrolls. If Beta found me again, maybe I could use a scroll to escape. Thinking a moment, I made some lethargy scrolls too. Could come in handy, although I doubted it with such a big gap in levels. I pressed my way through the jungle and reached the shore. There were many islands near Corinza, and some of them had life. I had no idea how long my freedom would last, but I knew that no matter what happened, the more I leveled up, the better my chances. The gentle waters of the bottomless ocean lapped my bare feet as they sank into the snow-white sand. Standing up to my waist in the water, I tried to make out the direction of the nearest island, but the fog of war made it impossible. Fish in all colors of the rainbow tickled my toes in the surf. I looked at one of them, and my breath caught. Spotted blowfish, level 64,729 fish. The fish were neutral, even this monster, which could have easily crushed Orthicon the Kraken. Bomber would be so upset. The piece broke as a horrible pain lanced through my foot. Spotted blowfish dealt you critical damage. 1,020,298,113,995. Burning poison, minus 5% health every 10 seconds, 1 minute. Damage fully absorbed by equanimity. The path of equanimity saved me. Resilience jumped up 14 levels at once and extended my invulnerability at the start of a battle to 16 seconds. That was enough for the venomous bloated fish to kill itself against my reflection, deflating like a balloon. I stood for a long time in flashes of light, flooded by experience. It continued so long that I even got bored. But I had to wait. A character couldn't move while leveling up, as if paralyzed with happiness. No wonder. I would have jumped for joy if I could. Good thing I didn't catch aggro from anything else. Spotted blowfish is dead. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. Current level, 2,988. 11,930 free attribute points available. The creepy fish turned over and floated belly up. Rainbow blood floated across the water's smooth surface. I stretched out a hand and looted it myself. Magnetism was ignoring the loot because of my filter settings. You got a smoldering nether shard. Smoldering nether shard. Common. Combine 1 million shards to make a smoldering nether essence. Used to activate a lesser rift leading to another dimension. Sale price, 1 copper coin. Beta said that a lesser rift was unsuitable for the piercers. It could only let through 1 creature. But that was enough for me. Now all I had to do to escape the nether was collect 999,999 shards. Interlude 1. Horvath. In the beginning, Horvath Onegut wanted to become an astronaut. It was with those thoughts that he joined the Military Space Academy, completed a mechatank piloting course, and signed a contract that assured him a cushy position at SpaceX when it ran out. There was a year left until his service in the Peacekeepers came to an end. Horvath was sent to North China, where he tried not to die alongside other peacekeepers. There he saw a fast-burning but horrible war with his own eyes, and Horvath changed his mind about conquering interstellar space. He felt death's breath in his mechatank cabin, which just barely managed to jump onto the transport platform an instant before the nuke went off. When Horvath ended his tour, no thoughts of space remained. He just wanted to live with no more of the trials and tribulations of army service. 3 years after the war, in 2056, Disgardium was released. The full immersion game had been announced a few years before the war and was a source of anticipation not only for gamers, but for the whole world. World War III distracted attention from it, but as it turned out, the game's development hadn't stopped for a single day. The developer company Snowstorm announced that it was planning to pay online players, under certain conditions, of course. The announcement caused a range of questions. Some just rolled their eyes, certain that the company wouldn't last long. Its business model didn't stand up to criticism, and this was all just hype to attract new users. Some voiced careful hopes that Snowstorm would keep its promise, but all the same, nobody should count on decent payment. Others just saved money for a VR capsule because Snowstorm announced that Disgardium would only be compatible with their corporation's capsules. The game simply wouldn't launch on any other. In the meantime, Horvath was sick of having nothing to do. Fighting on the right side of a war had won him not only a high citizenship status and all the privileges therein, but also a sizable pension. Carefully invested money allowed him to live on dividends alone, with his pension payout merely adding extra to an already impressive account. Actually, he barely paid attention to Dis's upcoming release, but you couldn't get away from the adverts all over the internet. He'd bought a premium Snowstorm capsule already, attracted by the promise of a soon-to-be-released space simulator where you could play as a space pirate, an interstellar merchant, or a peaceful asteroid miner. But when Dis was released, and Horvath registered out of curiosity, all thoughts of the space simulator disappeared. This wasn't just a game. It was practically a new reality in a magical world where the experiences were even more vivid than in life. Dis swallowed up Horvath. Everything he'd been missing in the real world he found in Disgardium. A surplus of free time and a sizable bank balance allowed him to become one of the first hardcore players. The skills he'd gained in war found their uses in Dis too. Soon Horvath had founded a clan called Travelers. The clan was solidly average and performed no miracles, but became strong enough to advance the frontier line alongside the other clans. The main event in Horvath's life happened in year 9 of Dis. For all that time, the players had been colonizing Lateria from the west, ever pushing further and further east. The travelers managed to reach the Thunder Strait first, emerging onto it north of the Lacarian Desert, where the nameless mountains turned into the flowering hills. There was only one pass there, through a narrow gorge controlled by hill spirits. Flying mounts hadn't been added yet. In fierce competition with Modus and the Azure Dragons, Horvath was the first to farm the required reputation level with the spirits and went out into the Thunder Strait. They made a stop in a narrow valley at the foot of the mountains. Leaving his clanmates to make a camp so as to found a clan fort there later, Horvath went to wander along the shoreline solo. He took off his boots and strolled along the wet sand, breathing in the sea air. The sand tickled his feet as they settled after fleeing waves, and shards of shells and stones jabbed underfoot. The water was cold, the sky over his head leaden, but at that moment, Horvath enjoyed the place more than any tropical resort. Peacefully stepping over scurrying low-level crabs, he walked to the end of the narrow bay and saw the broken tip of a mast jutting out of the water. Anticipating exciting discoveries in the holds of a sunken ship, he sped his pace. With all his thoughts, he was there, under the water, so he only noticed the body on the shore when he tripped over it. The brown-skinned corpse belonged not to a man, not to an elf, not to a dwarf or a gnome. It was none of the known races. Eitrig Barduk, Orc, level 91 sailor, captain of the schooner Tistanna. The orc was dying, but still breathed. His health bar was at 2%. Horvath hurriedly pulled out 3 large healing potions and poured them one after another into the captain's half-opened, sand-filled mouth. He came round slowly, doubled over in the sand, and coughed up seawater, seaweed, and sand. After a while, the coughing subsided and the orc raised his head. For some time, his clouded eyes showed nothing but confusion. Thinking of something, he jumped up and shouted, baring crooked, sharp fangs.
Pafund! Grumbalar!
It was later that Horvath learned that the common tongue that all the races of the Commonwealth spoke was rooted in High Elvish. The pointy-eared inhabitants of Lateria had distant relatives on Shad-Irung, thanks to which the dark races got their own common imperial tongue, a guttural mix of dark Elvish, Orcish, and Trollish dialects. In the end, it was similar enough to the common tongue of the Commonwealth for Horvath to communicate with Aethrig.
I don't know what you just said, but I'm happy to help, Horvath answered. Do you understand me?
Zug-zug,
Aethrig answered. He pointed a finger at Horvath and energetically said,
yours,
then jabbed a thumb at himself.
mine,
Then touched 2 fingers to his forehead, clenched his fist.
life.
Horvath figured the orc was thanking him for saving his life. The next second he realized he was wrong. Aethrig Barduk growled, "Loktarogar!" and flew at him with fists swinging. The fight was one-sided. Horvath was higher in level, clad in epic and legendary gear, and had no qualms about drawing a weapon. Aethrig was fighting bare knuckle and with no armor to speak of. After the short scuffle, the orc admitted defeat, falling to one knee, bowing his head and raising his hands. A couple of minutes later, both had forgotten their disagreement and sat in the sand together, smoking Horvath's pipe and talking. From Aethrig's broken speech, Horvath learned that the sunken ship belonged to the Empire of Shak, which occupied the neighboring continent of Shad-Irung. Emissaries of His Imperial Majesty Kragosh were aboard the ship, which was headed for Darrent. They'd almost reached the shores of Lateria when a giant kraken attacked the schooner. Nobody survived but the captain, who managed to swim ashore. The game interface helped Horvath to communicate. Aethrig gave him a real legendary quest chain. The first quest was to help the captain find the corpses of the dead sailors and send their spirits to their final resting place. Nearly a year later, Horvath reached the final quest in the chain, earning a personal audience with Emperor Kragosh himself. At the end of that chat, Horvath was invited to undergo the ritual of Omrig Gor. After successfully surviving a range of challenges, Horvath became the first orc player in Disgardium, and with the new class of Chieftain. In the same stroke, he became a billionaire. But that's another tale of space yachts, beautiful models, and a permanent place in the society pages, usually in the scandals section. The defensive domes covering Horvath's tent crisscrossed and overlapped each other like cabbage leaves, cutting off all sound and even sunlight. From the outside, it looked as if 5 people would fit in the tent, and even then it would be crowded. In fact, the 33 preventers sat inside, the leaders, lieutenants, and top strategists of 11 clans. This time, the Travelers' HQ was chosen as a meeting place to try and confuse the threat. In reality, the position of Horvath's clan was almost equal to that of Modus, and it was hard to say which clan was stronger. Both Otto Hinterleaf and Horvath Onegut were long in the tooth. They'd seen a lot, and they valued stability above all. And although Otto had always had a meticulous and careful nature, those traits came to Horvath only later in life. Both clans fought each other fiercely in the old days, and in recent years had decided not to fight anymore. It made more sense economically, and the younger and bolder clans were constantly nipping at their heels. In open warfare between 2 top players, there could be no victor. Horvath cast his gaze across the council table and the map of the Lacarian desert spinning on it, with markers for the undead army, its base, and the temple of Tiamat. The leader himself sat at the head of the table. Hinterleaf sat at the other end. On his right was Colonel from Excommunicado, the inseparable Joshua and Vivian from Children of Kratos, Glyph from Azure Dragons, and Yagami from Mizaki, representing the Commonwealth's interests. On the other side were the Imperials. Nertagosh, the orc vampire and leader of the Warsong clan, Motark, the ogre from Zuldozer, and the thorn in Horvath's side, the upstart girl Eileen, the dark elf from Widowmakers. Her young international clan stopped at nothing in the pursuit of new heights on the leaderboard. Next to Eileen stood the leaders of 2 neutral clans, Ada the Dryad from Sharp Blades and Fang the Knoll from Ferals. Ada, an elegant version of a centaur with a human head and torso of a deer's body, needed no seat. Fang, friend and partner to the Dryad, stood in solidarity. Many knew that they were in a relationship, even though with all that Horvath had seen he struggled to imagine them together. The dryad with her large, curved horns, and the hyena-like gnoll with his ever-lolling tongue and dribbling spittle. Horvath shook his head, chasing away the unwanted scenes. The lieutenants and strategists stood behind the leaders, and one of them, Cyan, a massive Titan paladin, reported on behalf of Motus. Periodically glancing at Yari as if seeking his approval, Cyan announced the results of their intelligence operations and the analysts' predictions. Once done, he added,
"It should be considered fortuitous that the mages of the elites failed to survive in the breakthrough to the Temple of the Sleepers. Otherwise, the event might as well be over. A portal would be open to all members of the elite and the temple would be destroyed in mere hours."
Get to the point,
Hinterleaf hurried the strategist.
How much time do you have?
26 hours in the worst case if Mogwai, Crit Terror, and Deck won't negotiate.
A sigh of disappointment spread through the tent. A little more than 24 hours for all the troops of the Alliance to reach the temple was possible, but only on the condition that they had a clear path. First, they had to fight through an army of undead, Desnafar and the Threat, who would be sure to get involved. Elite's departure from the Alliance was a surprise. No sooner had it joined than the young clan declared its exit. Just the kind of thing its eccentric leader would do. Of course, Fen Shouguang immediately declared a press conference in which he accused the Alliance of tunnel vision and blind trust in the management of two old crocs, Hinterleaf and Horvath. In his speech, Fen promised that Elite wouldn't fuck around and would have a surprise for everyone that very day. The speech took place in the evening, and at midnight Mogwai really did surprise everyone. He started a live stream from the walls of Tiamat's temple.
"And we have only 9 Armageddon scrolls for all of them,"
Horvath said in annoyance.
"It's time to dig deep, colleagues. Who has what left? We have one target. Every script, every artifact could be the straw that breaks Desnafar's back."
Damn Mogwai,
Yari spat.
he had 2 scrolls, but he decided to play his own game.
Losing in a straight fight against the Threat didn't cheer him up.
Ada the Dryad pointed out. Her voice, like all those of her race, sounded like singing.
I understand him. To be honest, if he'd invited me to go to the temple with him, I would have agreed without a moment's thought.
Who would have doubted it?
Eileen snorted, leader of the Widowmakers.
Why don't you just go to him? Both the sharp blades and the ferrules are useless anyway.
Watch your mouth, old crone,
the Dryad screeched. Horvath slammed a fist down on the table. The Dryad and the dark elf girl exchanged hateful glances, but were quiet. Something has happened between the girls, Horvath thought. I need to find out what. Raising his hands for calm, he spoke softly.
"Colleagues, let us put aside our squabbles. Right now we all have the same goal and time is running out."
Horvath went into his inventory and pulled out an unprepossessing rounded stick.
"The Wand of Dark Matter Sparks. It had only 3 charges. 2 were spent on. Never mind. The point is, I have 1 charge left. 100 million pure damage. I suspect that should be enough for that damn lich."
And if it isn't enough, that's not all we have,
Glyph added, pulling out a small green orb around the size of a cherry.
Orcus's blood, a one-time artifact. I don't know how much damage it deals, but it says destroys any enemy or structure.
"Were you saving that for the temple?"
Horvath guessed. Glyph nodded darkly. The others shifted, glancing at him and Horvath.
"Marduk's second chance,"
Joshua declared, showing a silver disc encrusted with celestial diamonds.
"Roughly speaking, it resurrects all allies across a whole zone, and they res in the same condition they had at the start of the fight with all their buffs. Don't ask me why I didn't use it before. I didn't want to waste it. The cooldown is a year."
We have Kala's advantage,
the orc vampire Nergal growled.
A one-time artifact, so we were saving it. It slows all enemies by 50% until they die or the battle ends.
"Well now, I see we've woken up,"
Hinterleaf spat bitterly.
"If you all weren't so greedy, we'd already be standing at the temple walls. What are you staring at? Modus gave up a divine artifact at the very beginning, remember? The altar we lost.
and we invested more than anyone in the Armageddons, while you all hid your supplies. Come on, tell me what else there is so our analysts can start working on a strategy."
The gray-haired gnome didn't rant for too long. Yari bowed, whispered something into his ear, and Hinterleaf suggested that the others not be shy and show what they had. The meeting turned more constructive, but even afterwards, Hinterleaf didn't fail to note,
"I dare say this isn't everything you all have up your sleeves. The hell with you anyway. What we have now should be enough."
After an hour of stressful work, they had a general battle campaign for the temple and a strategy for fighting the undead. The same day after taking up battle formations, the alliance of preventers moved out to meet the army of the undead. Horvath thought furiously the whole way. How were the sleepers, the threat, and the undead connected? Nothing of what they'd managed to dig up in the in-game legends about the ancient gods mentioned undead. Analysts advanced the possibility that the A-class threat achieved that class by somehow moving in two directions at once, along the undead storyline and that of the sleeping gods. But the suggestion was laughed off. When the Alliance scouts encountered the bone hounds on watch, the sun was already descending to the horizon, highlighting the tips of the dunes. A subsequent series of furious short skirmishes, then the resounding howl of the battle horns of the living and the blood-curdling screams of banshees. The two armies stood opposite each other close enough to make out the opponent, but not within the range of spells. Squads of preventers were wreathed in flashes of buffs. Players wolfed down raid culinary dishes. Bards sang out sonorously. Gnomish siege tanks cut through the soil with their drill legs to fix themselves in place. Heavy orcish catapults and elvish ballistae screeched, and drawn bowstrings creaked. The undead silently watched as their enemy prepared. At the center, above the crowd of dead men, floated the Lich. The threat seemed to be absent, but nobody doubted they would be out there somewhere. Torches of true flame covered the ranks of the preventers thicker than crops in a field. The threat had no route to sabotage, and Nergal the Radiant's blessing protected against the nuclear explosions. Special squads patrolled the air to be the first to find the threat and knock him from the saddle. Zomba the monk had proved that was possible in the first battle, and then later, the high priest of Nergal. "Envoys!" The word spread through the ranks of the light. Hinterleaf swore with admiration.
"God damn it, a satyr? Where did that come from?"
"A pretty ragged satyr, undead," Colonel noted. "And very, very drunk."
The satyr tripped over his own legs as if to confirm the excommunicado leader's words, falling over, still waving his white flag. Only the most attentive saw that not a single drop spilled from the bottle of dwarven ale he was holding. The fact that it was dwarven became clear to the raiders when the satyr walked up to them. Next to this spawn of the inferno stood a succubus, also undead, nervously beating her tail. "Attention, little humans," the satyr said. His voice was magically strengthened and boomed out across the desert. "And their minions too, orcs, gnomes, and other sentients. My Lord Shaz humbly suggests that you surrender and join the ranks of the Destroying Plague, for, to quote my master, 'Life is death, but there is no death in service to the Destroying Plague.' Or something like that. Just listen to Nega here. She won't lie to you. We're having a blast, right?" He hiccuped.
Flagray always tells the truth,
the succubus declared.
Anyone that wishes to serve the Destroying Plague, throw down your weapons and walk behind that dune over there.
She pointed a hand. Horvath looked at the envoys in stunned silence. Couldn't the Lich find anyone better than these clowns? Although at least they could talk, and even with sentience. What about the threat himself? Was he afraid to appear and make the offer personally? Whispers spread through the soldiers of light. Horvath frowned, realizing what was happening. He knew better than anyone else. At Distival, the Founding Father had declared that big changes were coming to Dis, and here they were, a new race. Now Horvath had no doubt that those who took the Lich's offer would be reborn as undead. But what did that have to do with the sleepers? "Well, I think that's everything word for word," the satyr said. "Enough's enough. Shark on!" The satyr whistled piercingly, and the sand exploded 30 yards from him, and the now infamous Sharkon rose up from the hole in the desert. The gigantic undead beast, a mix of shark, turtle, and armadillo, Wasn't as large as Desnafar, whose silhouette towered over the horizon, but was still impressive.
That means the threat must be somewhere nearby. This is his pet, Horvath thought.
Come here, Sharky,
the succubus called. The envoys climbed agilely to the back of the monster as it ran over to them and then cantered away. The players watched them go with their jaws on the floor.
To battle!
Hinterleaf roared at the top of his lungs, dispelling the chains of shock among the raiders. Armor clattering, the army of light marched toward its enemy. Chapter 10. Smoldering Nether Shard. Robinson Crusoe spent 28 years on a deserted island. It was far less time for me, but I still went so mad from loneliness that I even started to remember my time at Nine's Castle with some degree of nostalgia. At first, I tried to stay close to shelters where I could hide if she saw me, but over time it became clear that my fears were groundless, and I got braver. Apparently, Nine decided that I'd left the Nether forever. The only thing that stopped me from losing my mind completely was a distant and seemingly unachievable but crystal clear goal. Collect 1 million smoldering nether shards and make a portal back to my home dimension. When I collected my first shard, I sat in the sand and looked around for a minute, seeking Nine's pursuit, planning, calculating, and figuring out how to make what I planned a reality. And then I got to it. The shards wouldn't farm themselves. A minute later, I was already fighting a yard-long golden hardtail, a long-snouted fish as flat as a board. Shame I couldn't move my respawn point right to the shore. On the other hand, I was lucky that I had it on Corinza at all, at the place of power where Behemoth's temple stood in the other dis. Deaths happened, and sea creatures didn't just tear me to pieces, they put debuffs on me too. As soon as Diamond Skin fell, I died. It took time to run from the respawn point through the jungle to the ocean, but at least it added some variety to the monotony of farming. There were other fish apart from spotted blowfish in the shallows, but I needed more aggressive mobs for my purposes. In the small bay on the other side of the island, I found just what I was looking for. The rock grabbers there were similar to the stone grabbers from Tremetel, only 40,000 levels higher. Little fish around a hand long, fast, nimble, and with huge, toothy mouths disproportionate to their bodies. All I had to do was throw a stone in the water and it started to boil. I needed as many grabbers as possible to attack me while my invulnerability was active. As if it weren't enough that every trip boosted my levels sky high, I even fully leveled up Path of Equanimity on the same day. Up to my waist in water, I just stood there while the creatures killed themselves against reflection. Equanimity and Diamond Skin gave 3.5 minutes of full invulnerability in total. When it had 30 seconds left, I ran back to the shore, leaving hundreds of grabbers floating belly up behind me. Fortunately, I had magnetism. Otherwise, I didn't know how I would have picked up all the shards by hand, especially considering how dangerous it was in the water. The problem was that the grabbers didn't always drop shards. From 100 fanged fish corpses, I got around 40 or 50 shards. This unpleasant discovery was balanced out by the fact that the beasts never ended. Either they respawned instantly or there was an enormous amount of them in the bay. I never figured out their secret in all my time on Corinza. To level up rank 4 of resilience, I chose the Path of Torment, and it took me 4 days. I still didn't realize what principle the game used to calculate pain experienced, but after every trip into the water, my new resource, Vessel of Torments, filled up by 15 to 20%. Then I could empty it by converting it into a single stat point, which is what I did, deciding to level up my physical stats in balance: strength, agility, and stamina. By the end of the path, the conversion rate was 10 times what it started as. A full vessel gave me 10 stat points. It's hard to imagine a duller grind. I wasn't even fighting, just standing and gritting my teeth through the pain of infinite tearing bites, my eyes locked on the timer so I knew when to run. Deaths took away time already in short supply. The rock grabbers inflicted a bleeding debuff, and it was important to make sure the dot ran out before Diamond Skin. When I'd completed the entire Path of Torment, 2 more paths for resilience unlocked: Path of Time and Path of Desolation. The first sped up perception. It slowed the entire world around me, and the more damage I took, the more the world slowed down. I didn't notice much of an effect at first, but at maximum level the storming mass of rock grabbers seemed as if moving in slow motion. I was moving as usual, and that opened up a new style of fighting: dodging. I never used to care about that, with destroying plague immortality. I never worried about taking damage. On the contrary, I tried to suffer as much as possible. Now it became fun to remove my hand an instant before the carnivorous little fish sank its teeth in. The miss put a second-long confusion debuff on the fish. That promised to be a huge advantage in future battles against more serious opponents. Path of Desolation unlocked yet another new bar. Hatred points. When it filled up, I transformed into a real Hulk. Absolutely all my stats, including my health and mana, my base damage, defense parameters, dodge, critical damage, movement speed, all of it was multiplied by 10. Not right away, of course, but only when the path was complete. The ability lasted exactly 10 seconds. The growing numbers in my profile offered me some entertainment, but they were useless in battle. I was still far lower in level than even the smallest fish. No matter how badly I wanted to save time, sometimes I couldn't help but take a break from farming and do something else. Cooking, for example. I even managed to invent lots of new recipes, although unfortunately none of them could help me farm more shards. Only one seemed useful. Burning Reaper Chili Deviled Sea Soup. I wandered into the Burning Reaper chilies in the northwest part of the island when I noticed some shapeless, smoldering flower buds. They grew on a strangely, perfectly round meadow. The flowers turned out to be chili peppers, and soup made with them turned hellish. And it changed the dish's effect, too. Instead of plus 20% movement speed, it tripled the duration of buffs. Shame I hadn't found this pepper sooner. It made my farming 3 times faster because I could stand in the water with invulnerability for over 10 minutes. By the end of month 2, I'd collected a third of the shards I needed and gained 9 levels of resilience. I had to level up stealth again since Beta had managed to steal it from me, but it didn't take much time. My 9th path was the Path of Sacrifice, useless for me because I had no friends with me. I had completed the paths of justice, reflection, equanimity, stubbornness, life, torment, desolation, and finally, the Path of Sacrifice. When that happened, a 10th path unlocked, and even from the description I could tell it was the last rank of resilience. After the first reading, it seemed like some kind of bug that must have emerged in the beta. In contrast to all the others I'd already received, the last path was nonsense. Path of the Absolute. Resistance to all damage types increased by 0%. Not counting the 0 instead of 1, it repeated the first description of resilience that I saw after unlocking it in the crypt of the Temple of Nergal the Radiant. Shaking my head, I closed the window and went back to grinding shards. The path leveled up extremely slowly. After a few days of uninterrupted farming, I was still at rank 1. When I got to rank 2, nothing changed in the skill description. Still 0% resistance. I decided it had to be a development bug and forgot about it. I only figured it out when I got the path up to level 10. Resistance to all damage types increased by 1%. Along with the 90% I already had, I'd gained a pathetic additional percent. But after a month of constant self-torture, that would grow to completely cap out my resilience, increasing my damage resistance to 99%. Practically complete invulnerability independent of the sleepers or the destroying plague. Soon I reached the limit of farming on Corinza. I had over 500,000 shards, but my level was over 65,000, and shards were no longer dropping. As it turned out, the game mechanics only let them drop when the mob was stronger. I could deliberately drop my level with a couple of death penalties, but 2 things stopped me. Not wanting to lose progress, and the dumb mechanics themselves, which based the shard drops not on my current level, but on the maximum I'd reached. Figuring that out cost me around 20,000 levels. So that was why it was so hard for the beta testers to farm shards. For a while I found suitable mobs by swimming away from the shore, local variations of sharks and octopuses, monstrous creations that had morphed and mutated many times. In the depths I met truly nightmarish monsters, and I didn't just get grabbed many times, but also killed. Yes, killed, in spite of my rank 10 resilience, and sometimes I couldn't escape to shore even with the speed boost from Path of Time. Soon it became clear I had exhausted the island. I was losing levels and not gaining shards. I had to move on. Hundreds of islands were spread around Corinza, if not thousands. Big, medium, little, and tiny. The ocean teemed with massive, hungry fauna, so reaching any of the islands was problematic. Swimming, which I had to level up fresh, was at rank 2. That meant I could breathe underwater and swim at the pace of a run, but even then I couldn't reach another island. After all my invulnerability effects dropped, it took those sharks just one bite to send me back to the respawn point. The problem was that while one chewed on me, the others just hovered around nearby and took no damage from reflection. After a series of deaths, just as I was beginning to despair, I finally made it to the nearest island. It turned out to be tiny and lifeless, but not far at all from other islands. One of the islands was far larger than Corinza, and home to life. There were not only mobs there, but even a small tribe of reptiloids, not raptors like our Ripta, or snake people like the Naga, but with bodies almost human. Scales covered them, and their heads were like from a turtle or Komodo dragon. The system called them lizard folk. In battle, the lizard folk inflated their fatty collar of skin and spat out something disgusting, aiming for the eyes. Their average level was beneath 150,000, but that was more than enough for me. More shards fell from them. I missed communication so much that I tried to talk to them many times, but the wild people aggressed as soon as they saw me. Although they wielded stone axes, spears, and primitive slingshots, their damage measured in the trillions. The important thing was to aggro the entire mob at once, so they killed themselves while my invulnerability was active. I spent a few days genociding their entire population. Thankfully, they respawned fast. They dropped poor loot, but in the hut of the tribe chieftain, I found a legendary helmet, Helm of the Summon Father. It wasn't suitable for me because it said clearly in the description only for shamans, but it did have interesting properties. On activation, the helmet summoned ghost snakes, which can't be killed. Breaking the chain, they disappeared on their own. I decided I'd give the find to Rygar, the kobold shaman, if I could get it out of here. Actually, I had a fun and interesting time of it then. There were all kinds of curious and whimsical wild snakes, birds, monkeys, tigers, rhinoceroses, altered by the magical mutations of the beta version, of course. The winged black-green tigers had long, segmented tails with freezing spines at their tips, a far cry from an ordinary tiger, and the rhinoceroses walked on their hind legs. I decided after a couple of tests to leave those alone. Their stats were insane, their defenses powerful, and fighting them took a long time and caused me too much pain for too few shards. By a lake in the center of the island, I met crystal turtles. Now there was another struggle. The turtles were tough, and they reflected damage just like I did. And even the reflected damage flew back like a boomerang. The trouble was that this back and forth only went on for 2 hits, and in the end I took the damage. And that's how I died, with my mouth open in surprise. I didn't bother the turtles again. I also happened upon an instance. A dungeon hidden within the undergrowth. I only found it thanks to my increased perception. First, I decided that the glimmering spot in the bushes was a sunbeam, but then I remembered that the sun had no such effect here. The instance was home to sentient arachnids starting at level 200,000. I could already imagine how fast I'd level up there. Holy nether. The first cave teemed with phase spiders, which were too strong for me. One of the beasts dragged me into a pocket dimension and left me there to ferment. The dimension turned out to be a small strip within a cliff face whose entire surface stirred and seeped acid. There was nobody to reflect the damage back to, and I died slowly. I was digested. Theoretically, I could have broken the gleaming red crystal, a glass ball in the center of the ground, a lock that closed off the dimension and prevented it from unfolding. But I was a long way to that level. It had too much durability. As I died, I vowed to come back here with my friends in normal dis and burn this arachnid lair to the ground. Over the next few weeks, I leaped up past level 100,000. My shard total was at 800,000. I'd found more ruins of the departed, leveling up stealth, invented a dozen dishes from local game. All was well, and I was confidently moving toward my goal. But then Nine found me. She appeared when I believed that I'd be knocked out of the nether very soon. She got lucky. With my enhanced perception, I saw a tiny dot against a cloud. I paid no attention, but subconsciously I tensed. The oddity kept scratching at my brain, and at the very height of my battle with a tribe of reptiloids, I realized that the dot was no dot. She'd seen me too and begun to quickly descend. With my increased speed from Path of Time, I ran as fast as I could into the cave where the tribe lived and, running by frightened females and hatchlings, I jumped down into an abyss. I fell 30 yards, but never hit the bottom. Depth's teleportation finished casting. And I was on Corinza again. I had to be very careful for the next few days. My shard farming rate slowed, but I couldn't let her catch me. I didn't know if my Depth's teleportation scroll would work in Nine's castle. It was certainly possible that her castle shield suppressed not only abilities, but scrolls too. During one of my raids to the Reptiloid Island, emergency exit activated and I was thrown out of Dis. I woke up in full darkness on the floor of my capsule. The back of my head throbbed. I felt blood pulsing in my temples, causing ever sharper stabs of pain. At first I didn't feel my body, but then I tried to get up, fell down and felt pain. Real, not virtual. Millions of needles pierced all across my skin like a hellish sewing machine from head to toe. Lying and waiting for my pulse to return to normal and the bloody circles in my eyes to disappear, I finally heard the voice from the capsule.
Attention. Life support cartridge reserves exhausted. Attention. Detected excessively high heart rate. Attention. Subject dehydrated. Attention.
The indicators on the control panel showed 0% for each cartridge. Hydrosalts, nutrient mix, and medical. They'd run out after 12 hours? I'd replaced them all for new ones the day before, and they should have lasted more than a week. I could only surmise that the stress on the brain was so great in the beta world that the body needed more energy. But 500 times more? It didn't make sense. I'd spent a year in the Nether the first time, and this time less. Although back then I'd spent most of my time in the meditative silence of limbo, whereas this time I'd been active. Maybe that was it. I quite literally crawled on my arms to the kitchen. My jelly legs dragged along the floor. I didn't have the strength to bend them and move faster. Surprisingly, even in this condition, the thought flashed up. It's a good thing my parents are on the moon and don't have to see this. I spent the next few minutes choking down water and orange juice. Next, I tossed back a chocolate bar, 3 bananas, and some synthetic milk. I spent another quarter of an hour healing with the home doctor. I was starting to feel better. I brought up the latest Dis news on the holoscreen and froze. The Alliance was streaming the start of the battle against Shaz's undead army, and Mogwai, who sounded exhausted, stood alongside Crit Terror and Deck. They were finishing off the last sliver of durability on Tiamat's temple. The Lich could handle himself without me. My presence would kill one of us, probably me. It would be silly to risk my threat status a second time by appearing near him and the Preventers. But the temple had to survive. My comm was full of missed calls and messages from my friends. They were all worried about me and spoke of the coming battle with rising alarm. Only Karina calmly asked about my plans after school. School? I'd missed my lessons while I was unconscious in the capsule. Damn. Ed suspected that I got stuck in the Nether again. As it turned out, the boys came straight from their final lessons and flew to see me. The last message from them wasn't long ago at all, so I contacted them and heard as I walked.
How are you? Are you okay, Alex? What should we do?
My friends' alarmed voices spoke all at once. I'm far from okay, but I think I found a way to get us out of this, I answered. Fly home. I need you all in Dis.
Will you make it in time? The fight's already started.
I have to. See you there. I had no time to safely switch off the home doctor. I pulled the needle connectors out and ran into my room. I quickly replaced the empty cartridges and climbed into my capsule. Back into the Nether.
Synchronizing.
Scyth ran along in combat with mobs hanging off him, and the minimap showed this was happening on the Reptiloids Island. In the several months of my absence, when I was lying in my capsule unconscious and then bringing myself round, my alter ego had had a very hard time. 9 finally came to the conclusion that Scyth was hiding on the archipelago's islands, and got 3 and 12 involved in the search. All Scyth could do was farm shards right beneath their noses, leaving with Depth's teleportation to any other island at the last second. All the betas that pursued him could fly, but not fast enough to beat instant jumps from island to island. Once, sensing that he was being watched on every island, Scyth jumped to Tristad and ran from there to the mire. That provided a good boost of shards, but in the end the mire beasts killed him, and he revived on Corinza again. And 9 was waiting for him there. Scyth was immobilized, taken to the castle, and his tortures renewed. 9 dropped his level, but not beneath 1,000, so he still had all his ranks of resilience. The Divine Treasure Hunter's bag successfully protected my property, and not only from dropping after death, but also from the theft that 3 attempted. So Scyth kept everything made by inscription, although it took an entire month before he was left alone for a minute to escape using his Depths teleportation scroll. 3 days later, he fell into the frying pan again. Scyth's consciousness melded into mine, and I took control of the character. I needed less than 1,000 more smoldering nether shards to make a rift. Hesitating a moment, I stopped, looked back, then started running again. A lizard folk shaman blocked my path. He magically raised up a rotting log overgrown with sparkling mist and smoking mushrooms and launched it at me, shouting, "Shack!" Flashing with scarlet light, the log flew toward me at high speed. I deflected it with Hammerfist, and it crashed into the chest of a massive reptiloid warrior, exploding in a shower of rotting wood. The warrior flew back, crashing an imprint into the cliff and slowly sliding down it, leaving a bloody trail. My enemy's speed was so slow that when I ran past the warrior, he was still sliding onto the ground. Once I got inside the reptiloid cave, I ran down the familiar route to the long drop, thinking as I ran, where to jump to, the mire or Corinza? I decided the island might be under observation by the beta testers. Scyth's memory told me that this time 9 had gotten everyone involved in the search. The choice fell on the mire. I could get the last shards I needed there. Finding myself on the pathetic spit of dry land where I once met the little puddle of protoplasm that was a sleeping god, I looked at the sky first of all. It shone clear. I could get to farming.
"You're very competent," a voice said behind my back. "The scroll was clever. 9 is still kicking herself for not burning your scrolls."
My eyes lowered, and I saw 3 floating a yard above the swamp. Shining threads extended from his arms above his head, wreathing through the air, encircling the space around our little island of dry land and forming a dome of an unknown nature. Opaque, flexible, impenetrable. 9's friend raised a hand, clenched his fist, and released black needle-like beams from it. As they hit the top of the dome, they broke down into soot, sticking to the surface from within. My legs bowed under the weight of my inventory bag full of loot, and debuff notifications suddenly hit me. All my abilities turned inactive at once. That hateful and so familiar trio of buffs from 9's castle were applied at once. Pacified, amnesia, and chained. An hour-long teleport block joined them. I was half a step from my goal, and I got caught again. Baring my teeth, I gathered my strength to resist, but it was already clear that 3 would give me no chance. All was lost. From my calculations, 5 minutes in real life was around 40 hours here, but if 9 caught me again, she could create a prison from which I would never escape. All right, I decided. I have to do everything in my power, but if I can't get out of here in the next 2 or 3 days, there'll be no point in hurrying. Then I just spoke to 3 as if we were old friends meeting at a bar, let's say. What was it Uncle Nick used to say? Show genuine interest in what people say to you. My interest couldn't possibly have been more genuine. "Hey, 3, I said as calmly as I could. "I didn't know you could burn scrolls in another player's inventory. How?"
"A trick of dimensional magic," he answered happily. "Not something 9 has ever been into, but she's never needed to be. She just has so many abilities that she doesn't always make effective use of them all. There are other options, for example forcing you to pick up an item with a special enchantment."
3 descended to the ground and sat, patting the space next to him.
"Where I'm from, they say there's no truth on legs. Sit down, Scyth. There's no hurry. Let's have a talk."
This was the first time I'd seen him speak with emotion. Until now, he'd always spoken mechanically. Even the home doctor delivered its analysis with more passion than 3. I sat down next to him, crossed my legs, asked, "And what would that item do with its special enchantment?"
"Blow up your inventory from the inside. The bag would break. The items would either be destroyed or thrown out in the immediate area, at random."
3 materialized 2 bottles of ale out of thin air and offered one to me.
You've been beating out shards?
What do you mean?
Grinding shards. You want to get out?
Don't you?
I can't. I don't exist in Dis's database. But you can. How many shards do you have?
Seeing my hesitation, 3 smiled mockingly.
I'll find out either way. 9 will come here, and this time she's going through your bags. Make no mistake.
Almost 1 million?
Ooh, almost, is it? And you started from practically nothing? Your level, I mean.
Yeah, something like that.
Why are you trying so hard? Your original has probably already left his capsule. Perhaps you don't know, but only an imprint of your consciousness was left behind here.
I left my capsule more than once. The one here now is me, the real one.
Is that so?
3 thought for a moment. I scanned his face and couldn't figure out why it seemed so familiar to me.
Then why do you have to do all this? Shouldn't Snowstorm have just restored your character, made you sign a confidentiality agreement? Or has someone replaced Snowstorm now? Is the game still under their control?
They've lost their influence on Dis. The world lives and evolves. They can't change the kernel anymore, and I badly need to get out of here as soon as possible. A lot of people are depending on me there.
Well, this day is getting far more interesting than I planned,
3 said, grinning and rubbing his hands with glee.
Now I regret not talking to you first, before 9. She has, you see, a very developed sense of property. Tell me your story.
I don't have time, 3. If 9...
She won't see us, don't worry.
I told him everything from the very beginning. About myself and my family, about how I met Clayton playing as Lich Dargo and flew to Cali Bottom, about how we started working with the non-citizens and what it all ended up becoming. Right now, all the game's top players are attacking both the temple and the undead army, I said, ending my story. I already offered to help 9. I don't know how, but I think I can do more than your piercers.
Are you sure you can deal with the player army?
3 frowned mistrustfully.
I haven't been able to test it, but I guarantee it. You won't take your levels out of here with you. You won't take anything with you. Everything here is recorded only in the local database. There's also a high probability that this will not accept you. It will either throw you back or erase you.
But I'll know that I did my best, 3. And if I do stay in the game, then I'll try to bring you guys out too. You've all gone insane here. 9 is a psychopath, don't you see that?
Haha, of course. But she always was that, from day 1. She has a special kind of mind, or some kind of warping of personality. In real life, she twisted off kittens' heads. She's a monster. But if she decides you're useful, then you'll never find a better friend. The important thing is to stay useful.
3 shook his head.
But as for me, after recent events...
You mean when 9-6 and 7-2 attacked you?
Uh-huh. 9 told you. Not like her. I'm with 12 now, and I think she's the only one stopping 9 from touching me. She covets a thing or two in my arsenal.
3 sighed.
All right. How many shards are you missing?
Around 1,000.
Here.
The trade window opened. 3 gave me a stack of shards, removed the dome above us, and said,
"Activate Lesser Rift."
I did just that. A ripple appeared in the space before me. It flexed, distorting perspective like hot air. Fantastical whirlwinds began to emerge around the site of the rift, forming a ghostly semicircle with a surface flowing like water. Black threads showed through in places, like cracks in the fabric of reality, revealing the great nothingness of limbo. A true whirlwind formed above the semi-sphere of the rift, sucking up dust, mud, and torn grass. For the first time, I saw what a nether rift looked like from within. Movement from the right caught my attention. Huge bubbles were inflating in the mire. The reeds rustled and mobs started crawling out. 3 casted something and a wall of flame surrounded us.
"Listen carefully," he said. 9 got the ability to create a rift when she got her first kill in an instance called Source of the Smoldering Nether. It's on Terastera, if the developers didn't change anything. How long until you unlock the continent?
Normally 20 more years, real ones, but I gained 300 levels in half a year. Uh-huh, because you're a threat. 3 hadn't heard of the system of threats before, and my story was new to him. Well, all right. I've waited 10,000 years. I can wait more, as long as I don't die here. Come on, the rift could close at any second. Go through. The whole swamp is on its way here. The mobs are drawn to the rift. What's your name, 3? Why do you want to know? I'll try to find you in real life. Dennis Kavarin. I nodded, offered him a hand. Alex Shepard. 3 shook my hand and said one last thing as I entered the portal. My friends used to call me Dick. Chapter 11. Plague Dust. The transfer didn't go as smoothly as it had done atop the Ravager. I hung in transition. The world around me blurred and froze like a washed-out speckled painting. Sound fled. Synchronizing. Error. Recovering current character parameters. Success. Checking. Discrepancy. Character level does not match zone of class sandbox. Transferring to respawn point. Dark surrounded me. The only thing I could see were the strange system logs slowly fading from my vision. When the final line disappeared, light began to break through the mist. The world appeared, turned to color. I saw the columns of Behemoth's temple standing out against the green of the jungle. It worked. I felt the touch of the sleeping god's thoughts, heard him. Hurry. It took me 30 seconds to examine myself and my profile and confirm that nothing from the nether had remained. My character was in exactly the same state as when I'd gone through with Harnathia the Ravager. Scyth, level 309 Undead Herald. The unconquered Herald set, which had been destroyed in the nether, was back again, but that was scant comfort. I had no time to grieve. The temple was minutes from destruction. I shrouded myself in cloak essence, cast depths teleportation to the half-destroyed temple of Tiamat. Crash's long corpse lay by the stairs. The temple was at 2% durability. There were 5 of them. Mogwai, Crit Terror, and Deck, the thought flashed. 3? Had been joined by 2 more from the elite, some mage girls at level 380 with change. Deck wielded a mighty hammer and was demolishing one of the last columns left standing. The roof had already fallen in, and 4 of the elite were destroying the altar. In the form of a gigantic panther, Mogwai was crushing it to gravel. Crit Terror and the girls worked from a distance, showering the structure with explosive arrows, bolts of lightning, and shards of ice. The closest to me, an elf girl called Bianca Nova, was attacking with streams of white-hot flame. I felt Tiamat's presence, her sadness and pain, and tried to mentally speak to her. Her divine voice boomed in my head, full of grief. Protect the temple. I cannot help you, Initial. I'll handle it, I promised the goddess. The first thing I did was throw Sharkan's mane at Mogwai to start his invulnerability timer from Path of Equanimity. Then I rushed the nearest target, Bianca Nova, firing off a hammer fist. To my surprise, she survived the hit and used Blink to move a short distance away, ending up 10 yards from where I hit her. I roared and rushed to catch up. The threat is here, she shouted, drawing the attention of the others. Focus on the temple, Mogwai commanded. Don't touch the threat. Heroism, the second girl shouted, buffing the party. Spiraling golden rings encircled all the members of the elite, and they suddenly sharply gained in size and speed. Sheep, Bianca Nova muttered, pointing a finger at me. A short flash and the world flickered. For a fraction of a second I turned into a white sheep. Liberation nullified it, and I rushed toward the elf again. Blink was still on cooldown, and this time she couldn't get away. My first hammer fist broke the girl's jaw, and a stunning kick hit her in the ear so hard her spine cracked. Bianca Nova's head leaned unnaturally to the side, and her legs flailed. -1 corruptor of the Temple of the Sleepers, I thought, furious. I used Plague Reanimation on Bianca Nova's corpse. And +1 minion. Then the thought of using Subjugate Mind came to me. It didn't take long to figure out who I wanted to control. Mogwai said Crit Terror was a top damager. Let's find out. My consciousness twinned, and I watched from 2 angles at once as Bianca Nova rose as a zombie, emitting guttural groans. As Scyth, I commanded her to attack the second mage girl, Lanayran, and attacked Mogwai, starting to take down his shield with a combo. As Crit Terror, I turned in place, drew my bow, and aimed an arrow into the eye of Dek, the solo adventurer. Biancanova still had her abilities, and I had no time to think about whether control of her character had transferred to the AI or not. In any case, she fought just as effectively. Her hands flowed through the air, materializing whips of concentrated flame. Then she lashed Lanayran's back to shreds.
"Are you mad?"
the latter screamed, turning and seeing who had hit her in the back. As a newly minted undead, Biancanova didn't look much like a zombie yet, not counting her broken neck and lolling head.
"What are you doing?"
In the meantime, Dek hid from Crit Terror behind a column and continued to destroy the temple. At my command, the archer followed after him and hit him with a volley of rapid shots. Mogwai realized the battle was going wrong and turned to me. His invulnerability was gone, and I'd managed to take away some of his mana shield while he stubbornly raked the altar with his mighty claws. Saying nothing, the hero sent me flying with a sweep of his paw, then jumped after me, pinning me to the ground and staring into my face. His cat's eyes suddenly blurred, changing shape. The face stretched out, the body widened and grew, the paws seemed to inflate, becoming more powerful. He was transforming into a bear. I didn't wait for the transformation to finish, instead releasing my entire supply of sleeping vindication, not at him in a single strike, but all around me. It had been so long since I last used Behemoth's gift at full strength and in the manner of Plague Fury. I surprised myself when I saw the invisible wave of death distort perspective for hundreds of yards around. Vindication dealt damage to everything I considered merited death or destruction in an area that depended on my perception. In my case, 489 yards around. The fabric of reality itself broke when the wave of sleeping vindication spread, setting the sand alight and destroying every cell of my enemies from within. Mogwai flew from me as if torn away by a storm. His mana shield was practically destroyed, and before the enemy could heal himself, I flew into battle, my fists flying, paying no attention to what went on around me. On the edge of my vision, I saw Dek. He wasn't hitting the column anymore, but fighting with Crit Terror. He must have decided the elites had a traitor among them. The zombie Biancanova was fighting Lanayran furiously. At my command, Crit Terror attacked her, too. Lanayran panicked, started running. Dek methodically drove Crit Terror's head into his shoulders. It didn't even take a full series of combos to finish off Mogwai's mana shield and start dealing direct damage. The druid, understanding that attacking would cost him dearly, managed to throw me off, then jumped onto me, pinned me down on the wreckage-strewn ground, and shouted,
"Dek, protect Lanayran! Lan, dispel Crit Terror!"
Blinking away from the attacks of Crit Terror and the undead, Lanayran managed to lift Subjugate Mind from Crit Terror the instant before Dek finished him off. But they forgot Biancanova, and she was casting a nidus of plasma right beneath Lanayran's feet. The mage girl cried, screaming, "No!" -2 temple corruptors. The first zombie hadn't survived her elite colleague long, but 2 more rose to replace Biancanova. Plague reanimation didn't require contact, so I raised Crit Terror and Lanayran too. At my command, the archer stunned Mogwai with paralyzing shot. The druid somehow threw off the stun, but then another cast immediately followed, and the bear turned into a sheep. Now both players who had turned undead attacked Dek. I decided the solo adventurer represented a greater threat to the temple than Mogwai due to his damage, and hurried to help my servants. It was essential that we finish off Dek before Mogwai turned back into a bear. We had half a minute. From what I understood from the class description, Dek was perfectly balanced, had no weaknesses, and had twice as many stat points as anyone else at his level. It was incredible to watch him fight. The form and grace with which he dropped his mighty hammer astounded the imagination. But there was nothing he could do against 2 zombie players and the threat, not counting his parting gift. Seconds before his death, Dek broke the seal on a scroll, and the entire area was filled with a burning, blinding light. I survived thanks to destroying Plague Immortality, but the zombies... When the light began to fade, I saw their skeletons fall away into ash on the breeze. Done with Dek, now my eyes found Mogwai just as he turned back into a bear. There wasn't enough time to do anything. He activated a mobile shield and, before I could break through the defensive membrane, teleported away, growling as he left.
"Bye, loser. We'll meet again, I promise."
I was left alone. The temple's durability was now at 1%. There was nobody left attacking it, but the destruction process didn't stop. The column deck had been attacking, crashed down, and cracks spread throughout the altar. I couldn't feel Tiamat's presence. The clan chat exploded with messages. I didn't read them, just wrote my own. Urgent, all builders and Gula to the temple. It's almost destroyed. We need repairs. It seemed the boys had been at the ready. Only a couple of minutes later, 2 depths teleportation casts materialized at the ruins, and my friends, Gula, and the entire temple building crew arrived. Gula nodded to me, looked around.
Gods damn it,
Gula swore. He immediately started barking out commands. In the meantime, he unloaded his tools and materials, touched the altar, and started his repairs. Spreading out around the perimeter, the other workers got to work. The boys surrounded me and started talking all at once.
They used 6 Armageddons to take out Desnafar.
But he managed to kill off half the Preventer army.
A ton of pugs turned up too, and someone from the Alliance threw an Armageddon at them.
Are you going to help our troops?
Infect answered. Ours? I laughed. 2 legates in one area cancels out immortality. The Lich will do just fine without me. Tiamat's temple is more important now.
The guards in Sharkon are protecting Shaz.
The guards. Embarrassingly enough, I'd completely forgotten about them. I rose to jump to the stronghold of the Destroying Plague. But then a stream of notifications hit me. Player Bianca Nova, level 382 mage, has decided to join the Destroying Plague. Player Crit Terror, level 389 archer, has decided to join the Destroying Plague. Player Lanairon, level 379 mage, has decided to join the Destroying Plague. The game interface message made it clear what was happening to the turned players. Or rather, has decided gave me a hint. It seemed that once they became undead, they were under my control until their first death, but then they got a choice. Change faction and race or resurrect as normal. That made sense. Snowstorm made the introduction of the new race a little easier by allowing those turned the choice. The counter in my quest from the Nucleus to turn the top players undead still remained the same. 0 of 9. Apparently these 3 didn't count, and the Nucleus needed the absolute strongest. I'll fetch the guards, I told my friends. Once I'm back, we'll assemble a new undead army to protect the temple from player attacks. You hide somewhere off to the side and call me at the first sign of an attack. Mogwai might have left some anchor here to let him open a portal. Depths teleportation. The stronghold of the Destroying Plague stood empty and looked peaceful, but the horizon burned with lightning strikes and spells from all schools of magic. I summoned Storm and flew there. Far away from me, a dune suddenly rose into the air, trembled, and condensed into an elongated triangle around half a mile long. The structure of the sand changed. It began to flow under pressure, turning transparent and gleaming with diamond facets, stretching out into a long spear. An invisible hand drew it back and threw it. I only saw who it was aimed at exactly when I approached and surveyed the battlefield unfolding a couple of miles away. Scattered squads of Preventers were embroiled in small skirmishes with Shaz and Lich's monsters. From the northern skyline, a meteorite rumbled toward the Lich, its rising roar drowning out all other sound. A giant, uneven crater yawned on the right beneath me, gleaming with dead bones from Desnafar, battle avatar of the departed. The monstrous half-mile-long spear drove the Lich into the sand and pierced its entire length through the earth. The meteorite was about to land in the very same spot. The Lich flew out of the hole in the ground as if nothing had happened and continued fighting. I didn't want to fly into the epicenter of the coming Armageddon, so I continued to try and make out the guardians of the treasury from afar. Shaz didn't seem to notice the falling meteorite, but he created a large black shield an instant before it landed, fully protecting him and his surroundings. The huge red-hot stone fell into the shield as if into nothingness, and the shield collapsed. All the same, Shaz was hit. His life paused at a single unit of health. It seemed the Preventers were using all the artifacts at their disposal. Still miraculously alive, Sharkon was frozen nearby in a defensive stance. Heaps of player corpses lay around him. I couldn't see the guards anywhere. The Lich held on to immortality, and he looked furious. He did something, and a few dozen undead units suddenly fell dead. The bones collapsed and flowed into the Lich in streams of plague energy. I noticed that the undead were somehow slowed, and even the fast bonehounds were running as if in jelly. At the same time, Shaz rose still higher and created his own version of a spear, although it wasn't so large. The crystalline stake sparkled as green charges ran across it. Spreading his arms, the Lich sent his cast weapon up to the skies, felled several huge nightmare rotters and terrible queases to draw in even more plague energy, then clapped his hands. The Lich's spear lanced down, multiplying in flight. The one spear became hundreds. Far away as I was, I could still hear the air crack. All the spears hit their target. Hundreds of players died at once. Not even hastily erected shields saved them. One of the survivors, who wasn't in the area of effect of Shaz's ultimate magic, created a blinding silver disk above his head. A column of light struck the sky, bounced back, and returned in 100 beams, lancing into the bodies of dead players. Not believing my eyes, I lowered Storm and saw all the players reviving with full health. The Preventer army recovered its initial numbers. In mere seconds, the revived players finished off the remaining undead roaming among their ranks and began to form up in battle formations. Then I was seen. The figures below squirmed, started running to and fro. Their mouths opened and they shouted something, but I couldn't hear the words. A few Preventers took off, and I instinctively sped up Storm, rushing to the back of the undead army. I turned in flight and saw as one of the figures scurrying below aimed a hand at the Lich and released something odd, so small that I couldn't make it out from above. All I saw was a black dot, a mote of dust that seemed to float toward Shaz in a strange spiral trajectory. I focused and recognized the spell's source. Horvak. I flew in a circle above Shaz. Spells, bolts, and arrows flew at him. I could see his body shake with each hit, but he wasn't dying, though I was nearby in the same area. Maybe because his immortality activated before I showed up. Wrong. It was something else keeping the Lich alive, and the resource wasn't endless. Or maybe I got too close. The black spark sent by Horvak reached its target and buried into Shaz's chest. A black spot appeared there and started growing. When the Lich was fully covered in black, he died. His body collapsed in a heap of ash, blowing into the air on the wind. Hundreds of triumphant roars carried across the desert. I was the only legate left, not only in this area, but in the whole world. In the next instant, messages flooded my vision. Sharkon, Flagrey, Nega, Amph, and Ripta were all back under my control. Dozens of nameless mobs joined them, all almost at level 600. Waving away the notifications, I ran to the nearest dune and saw the figures of the Guardians fighting behind it, highlighted with frames. I sent Sharkon there, first ordering him to go underground.
"The boss is back,"
Nega shouted, whipping a bleeding minotaur.
"The sleeping gods heard our prayers,"
Flagrey groaned. He was fighting off 3 leading players from Mizaki. Ripta and Amph successfully reflected attacks from a Titan and Elf that were joined by the players chasing me. They didn't seem to know my abilities because they fought furiously and passionately. I discharged Sleeping Vindication. A second later, only Sharkon, the guards in my group, and I remained alive within a radius nearly half a mile across. Now was just the time to decide what to do next. Reason told me to take to my heels.
"What's that?"
Nega pointed at the blackening sky beyond the dune. We ran up to the top and saw the whole desert covered in a silver veil from horizon to horizon, laying so thick that the sun was hidden in the sky. It covered us, too, sticking to our skin and equipment and seeping through it. Plague dust. Kills all life, infecting it with the destroying plague. I heard screams and wails all around, players twisted, rotting alive, and collapsing into piles of stinking flesh. Shaz was dead, but he had fulfilled the Nucleus's will. Chapter 12. All Hail the Hero. The Lakharian desert is often imagined to be an endless sea of sand, dotted here and there with wind-blown cliffs and even rarer oases. But in reality, it is far more diverse than that. There truly is a lot of sand there, and now the view over the state of Lakharia, long since wiped from the earth, is nothing but monotonous waves of dunes as if frozen in time. But there are also stone plains in the desert, and lifeless hills, mountain ranges, and dried-out streams, along with ancient ruins strewn across the land. In one of those, Infect managed to find the entrance to an instance. Today, it was the battle that played the role of archaeologist. The shock waves of Armageddon and sleeping Vindication freed polished stone structures from the sands. At first, I thought it was nothing out of the ordinary, just Dis revealing a new instance to the world, but we found nothing of the kind. We, meaning not only my guards and I, but Crawler, Infect, and Hung, who turned up just in time. Relatively little loot dropped from the players. Shaz left nothing at all behind when he died. The Preventers protected their equipment, but their bags were packed full of expensive reagents, ingredients, and all kinds of battle elixirs and potions. I couldn't carry it all off myself. The abundance of loot reminded me of the serendipity I was collecting for fortune. Shame the spheres only dropped when I was the cause of death. After that slaughter, the goddess's quest would have been complete, and I'd have one less thing to worry about. It was the same with Reaper's scythes. I tried not to think of how much they would have leveled up if they'd absorbed the unspent lives of the dead. It was upsetting. But only a little. On the whole, the situation had turned out far better for me than I expected. I'd gotten out of the Nether, saved the temple, and both armies, the Preventers and the Undead, were defeated. And then there were the mountains of loot that my friends indiscriminately collected. I looked at them and suddenly thought of Crag. Did he survive the battle? He was already undead, and plague dust should have no effect on him. Maybe Tobias was killed before Shaz died, or maybe the Lich killed him first, knowing the warrior's abilities. One of the stream of notifications I got told me that Plague Boost kicked in after the Lich died, but I hadn't gained any levels. In any case, I decided to go through the system messages later, in calmer circumstances. Leaving my friends to their looting, I took command of my dead troops and sent the remains of Shaz's army, now mine, to Tiamat's temple. A few Queezes and Rotters, a sole surviving Banshee lieutenant, 10 Bonehounds, and around 70 more units, a motley mass of beasts at level 600. Plague reanimation allowed me to keep only 100 servants at a time. The rest, it seemed, had simply collapsed into dust. I had to set up a solid defense for Tiamat's temple within a day. Tomorrow, an auction would begin in Kenema with a single item for sale, the portal key to Holdest. My mech ostrich spun its springy steel legs, somehow managing not to get stuck in the sand. I held it tight and went through long lines of logs while my guardian friends excitedly discussed the battle.
"You turned up just in time, boss,"
Nega shouted, running along beside me.
"If it weren't for you, our much-tortured bones would be gleaming in the sand right now."
A little to the right of her, throwing up sand, Sharkan careered along on his heavy legs. Flaygray, Amph, and Ripta sat upon it, but the succubus's ass was too dear to her. She was a fan of tenderized meat, she said, but not if it was her own sensitive backside. The subject livened the guards up, and they started making jokes, even more obscene. The prospect that soon they might no longer be undead clearly excited them. The first notification I read stupefied me. I don't know how Plague Boost worked with minions, but in my case a reaction was needed. Attention! Shaz, Supreme Legate of the Destroying Plague, level 591 Lich, has died. Plague Boost activated. As Legate of the Destroying Plague, you can claim 40% of Shaz's total experience, 24.18 trillion points. Accept? Understandable. In the heat of battle, the level-up effects could be a distraction, so the game mechanics allowed you to choose a more suitable time for it. Thoughts overwhelmed me. How would things work out with the players who were turned undead and my position as legate? Would Tiamat's temple survive now that Shaz was no longer blocking the path to it? What would happen if we lost the temple? So much to think about, and the Guardians kept trying to pull me into their frivolous chatter. All of this together, plus many more questions and doubts related to my parents, Tissa and Karina, the clan and the Preventers, the non-citizens, the Nucleus and the Sleepers. With all of it together, I didn't realize right away that the numbers measured in the trillions. Millions of experience points. Once I realized that, I accepted Shaz's final gift without hesitation. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. Current level, 564. 1,275 free attribute points available. Level 400 reached. Rank 4 is now available to your skills, abilities, and crafts. Level 500 reached. Rank 5 is now available to your skills, abilities, and crafts. Attention! Achievement upgraded to What a Great Day to Die. You have leveled up to 375 without dying once, and your name will once again go down in the history of Disgardium. Reward: chance of second life passive skill activating increased to 75%. Attention! Achievement upgraded to Just a Perfect Day to Die. You have leveled up to 500 without dying once, and your name will go down in the history of Disgardium. Reward: chance of second life passive skill activating increased to 100%. Choice of where to revive after death, place of death, or linked respawn point. Unlocked achievement, first ever, Just a Perfect Day to Die. Achievement Just a Perfect Day to Die earned for the first time in all the history of Disgardium. Reward: active skill, Spirit Shackles. Spirit Shackles creates a 30-yard zone in which the souls of defeated players are pulled in and held for an hour. The owner of Spirit Shackles can choose whether the owner should revive in place, go to their respawn point, or wait for the timer to run out. Attention! This skill does not revive deceased players if their game timer to revival has not elapsed. 10 seconds, 1 hour, and 12 hours for the first, second, and third deaths per day, respectively. Unlocked achievement, first ever, Level 400. You are the first in Disgardium to reach level 400. Your name shall forever be recorded in history. People like you expand the limits of what is possible for all sentience, and give others an example of what can be achieved. Reward: Grain of Transformation Artifact. Grain of Transformation. Divine Artifact. It's okay to change your mind. One-time use. Resets all main stat points and allows you to redistribute them. Unlocked achievement, first ever, level 500. You are the first in Disgardium to reach level 500. Your name shall forever be recorded in history. People like you expand the limits of what is possible for all sentience and give others an example of what can be achieved. Reward: active skill, Flight. Flight. You can fly without limitation. Does not require mana. Threat rank increased. Current class, F. As I was showered with incredible achievements, gotten basically for free, just for being near when the Lich died, I felt no particular joy. But relief did wash over me. I was far higher in level than any other player now, and it would take them a long time to catch up to me. If they even could. It was just a shame that now I didn't know where to grind, and I wouldn't be able to help my friends anymore. I was so high above the mobs that the boys wouldn't get any experience after the penalties. Incidentally, I'd died in the Nether. It was a good thing that deaths in Beta Dis didn't count. The thought flashed up and immediately drowned in a horde of thoughts about the new possibilities available to me. Spirit Shackles could be used in instances to ensure that my dead friends revived right back into the fight, and it seemed I could now always choose for myself where to revive. I didn't know whether to use Grain of Transformation yet. My stats didn't matter too much to me now, but flight. Without much thought, I took off, leaving my allies and Mech Ostrich confused. Deprived of its rider, the mount slowed. It was as easy as could be to control the flight, all done with the mind. I flew up 100 yards, felt the hot desert air beat against my face. I flew at roughly the same speed as Storm, but it was one thing to move on the dragon, and something else entirely to fly on your own, feeling no support beneath me and seeing the ground zoom by beneath me. My heart dropped to my heels as soon as I so much as looked down. The Guardians were jumping up and down, waving their arms, and even Sharkon's blunt face stared upward. Forgetting my fear of falling, I emitted a victorious cry, extended an arm ahead, and started describing circles at full speed above my minions. I'd never felt so good. Even running into a level 500 vulture didn't ruin my mood. I knocked him down with one hit as I flew, realizing with elation that if I wanted to, I could stand in the air as if on land, receiving an invisible anchorage for stunning kick. And generally, three-dimensional space gave far more possibilities in battle. Once I'd flown to my heart's content, I dropped down to look through the logs further. The notifications didn't stop at achievements. When I expanded the last messages, I saw new ones. Several mentioned "All Hail the Hero," but I ignored them. Another seemed far more important. Attention! You are the sole remaining legate of the Destroying Plague, and you automatically receive the rank of Supreme Legate. New ability unlocked. Call of the Supreme Legate. Call of the Supreme Legate. You can instantly summon up to 10 of your minions or up to 3 junior legates of the Destroying Plague to your position from anywhere. New ability unlocked. Plague Dust. Plague Dust. When you die, you return to the lair of the Nucleus to await your next reincarnation. Your body disperses into plague dust, which kills all life by infecting it with the Destroying Plague. I'd already seen plague dust, but I decided to try out Call of the Supreme Legate in action. Selecting all my minions, I ordered them to run to Tiamat's temple while I jumped there with Depth's teleportation. "Where are you going, boss?" I heard as I went. Arriving at the temple, I waved at the builders, who had already restored the altar and were starting on the roof and columns. I activated Call of the Supreme Legate, selecting the Guardians and Sharkan and 5 random undead minions. I can't say it happened instantly. 10 circles of varying sizes materialized on the ground around me. They were filled with poison-green slime that gurgled, boiled, and disappeared, leaving perfectly drawn holes filled with ectoplasm. The substance fountained up and froze, turning into the shapes of my minions. A strange way to teleport, I thought, as if all my minions are being created anew. The stunned faces of Flagrey and Nega would go down in clan history. I'd be sure to put the magic pictures on the tavern wall, the stunned zombie satyr with his mouth wide open, baring blackened horse teeth. The alcoholic temptress beside him, a dead succubus with eyes wide. As it turned out, the transfer was far from painless for them. Their flesh melted away, seeping into the sand, and then something pulled the now liquid minions underground and reassembled them again at the destination. I had to explain myself. "Sorry, I was just testing out a new skill. Anyway, joke's on you guys." "Jokes like that will land you in the hospital," Flagrey growled, offended. "Where you brought us from, we could build a road to Ruby City out of bricks lying around." "Ruby City?" I asked, confused. "Forget about it. It's in the Inferno." An offered bottle of the strongest ale from Shadowrung served as a peace pipe. The Guardians took turns to drink from the bottle and soon calmed down. Amph didn't drink, but smoked some kind of foul-smelling weed. He chittered at us via Ripta that he agrees with everything, then left to go talk to my Iggy. I didn't like it when they talked. Those 2 overgrown insects were plotting something. Staying with Ripta, Flagrey, and Nega, I shared my plan. While they were undead and I was their legate, my Guardians needed to level up with Plague Boost. The dead army created by the Lich is useless to me. I suggest you take control of it and start to slowly feed them to the local monsters, absorbing experience from the minions as they die. The Temple of the Sleepers needs defense, and I can't handle it on my own. Better to have 5 high-level Guardians than 100 weak soldiers." "Weak?" Flagrey snorted. "Shaz leveled his troops up pretty well." "You'll get even stronger. Objections?" "I don't get it. Don't you want to get stronger?"
"Sure we do,"
Nega answered peevishly, licking her lips. The succubus was nervously flicking her tail. Something was bothering her.
"And we'll defend the temple without regard to our own lives. Never fear, boss. But you said 5 Guardians. Where's the 5th?
She looked this way and that, counting off on her fingers.
"Me, Flay, Anf, Ripta. 4.
Sharkan will be the 5th.
"But why? When the sleeping god returns our life to us, the monster will simply disappear. Maybe it would be better to—"
The succubus slowly ran her finger along her throat. Anf heard her and broke away from Iggy for a moment to chitter something indignant. Ripta supported him with a crackling squeal. Flagrey coughed to draw my attention. "My colleagues believe that our brainless friend deserves at least a chance. If Tiamat can return his life, then he probably won't be so kind, and may immediately try to swallow us all, but at least then he'll have a worthy send-off."
"Or we will. And I don't care if it's worth it or not. It's a risk. You love creating problems out of thin air, you old fart,"
Nega snapped, shaking her head.
"What else should I expect from a drunken and sentimental old demon crusty with sand? Diablo with you. Do what you want."
Ignoring the angry succubus, I appointed her and the other guards as commanders of the undead squadrons. I didn't wait for the army to reach the temple. I'd already missed school yesterday. A second day's absence wouldn't be forgiven. I needed to get a good night's sleep and be ready to hit the books with a fresh head. I also hoped that the dismal, foggy memories of the events in the Nether would pale that I'd stop having nightmares. Before I left, I walked around the temple grounds. Gyula told me that everything would be restored by morning. The builders planned to work without rest. The Guardians went to meet the dead troops to get started with leveling up right away. The sand rippled on a distant dune, showing Crash's movement underground. Wait! What better time than now to level up my pets? Along with Iggy, I walked away from the temple and summoned Storm. Kicking up sand with her mighty wing beats, the dragoness landed nearby. Her bluish-black skin covered in mithril plates sparkled, and although I couldn't smell it, I was certain it smelled of ozone. Once my pets were assembled, I pulled out a legendary scroll. Of One Blood, a legendary one-time use scroll. Unique item. On activation, equalizes your pet's level with yours. And, breaking the seal without hesitation, I activated it. The figures of my pets, a huge fearsome dragon, a predatory dragonfly-like insect with a huge stinger sticking out of the lower segment of his body, a monstrous segmented worm gleaming with diamond dust, all lit up with the flashes of level-ups. The logs replaced each other at a furious rate, reporting not only my pets' increase in level but also their new skills. I had time to lament the fact that my mech ostrich wasn't leveling up. It would have made a decent small siege tank. My empty thoughts lasted around 20 seconds, but there was still a long way to go before my pet's light show ended, so I got started on a not particularly important but unfinished task. The desire to see everything through to the end pursued me as ever, forcing me to read the last unopened notifications. They were all in the All Hail the Heroes series, for 3 first-ever achievements. Each gave me 3,000 reputation with all the main global factions and a bunch of fame. All the same as usual. Out of sheer habit, I decided to go down in history as a player who wishes to remain nameless, and that's when it happened. Both the achievements for reaching level 400 and 500 gave me a new version of All Hail the Hero. All Hail the Hero. Would you like to make your name public? Doing so will give plus 1,000 reputation with all the main global factions, and plus 5,000 fame. Attention! The achievement First Ever, level 500, is of great significance to all Disgardium. All sentients must know the hero's name. You cannot refuse to make your name public. Global notification in 9, 8, 7. 7 seconds passed. The sky darkened, fanfares trumpeted, and silver bells began to ring over the whole world. All hail the hero! Herald Scyth has performed a feat that will go down through history. He is the first in the world to reach level 500. People of Disgardium, glory to Herald Scyth. All hail the hero! Hail Scyth! Without reading to the end, I hit the log out button. The door chime rang while the intragel was still draining off me. An unfamiliar fat man spoke clearly into the camera.
Alex, it's me, your Uncle Esteban. Your dog brought me the slippers.
That was the code phrase that Jairo Morales had forced me to learn by heart. I opened the door. The man quickly entered, pushing me aside and locking the door, then touched his skin just behind his ear. His figure morphed. The holographic mask of a stranger's face disappeared. It was Jairo himself. I wasn't surprised. The security officer had warned me that he wouldn't be leaving me alone anymore. Only I never suspected that it would start tonight, and that Jairo would turn up in a disguise.
What the hell, Alex? He said, shaking his head. Not a good idea. Pack your things. Grab some warm clothes, too.
The April weather was warm enough, but I didn't bother asking questions for now. 5 minutes, I nodded, and ran off to pack a backpack.
You have 2,
the security officer shouted after me.
Willie's picking up your friends, they already know. And don't forget to put the house in vacation mode.
Just my luck. Mom had hidden all my winter clothes. I had to make do with a universal hoodie with climate controls. I ordered our home assistant O to secure the apartment, switch off all the electrics, darken the windows, draw the blinds, activate extra electronic locks on every room. I switched off AT the cat dog last. Right now he was a German shepherd. I looked into his intelligent eyes. I don't know when we'll see each other again, AT, but I'll miss you. He licked my face and I scratched him behind the ear. The robot pet curled up as if going to sleep, then shut down. Before leaving the apartment, Jairo brought his disguise back, pulled the door open an inch, and threw a flight of miniature drone eyes through the gap to check the path to the roof. While they did their work, the man spoke quietly.
Stay behind me, don't stick your neck out, and if anything happens, go back to the apartment and call the police. Got it? Let's go.
Hyro's flyer was as ordinary and unassuming as they came. Maybe it was used only for work, but I was in no state to be picky. We began to take off. The security explained.
We're going to meet Willie and the others at a hiding spot and spend the night there. In the morning we'll fly to school and apply for a transfer to distance learning. Your parents can confirm it remotely, but you have to be there in person.
I know. They check the students' biometrics. I've looked into it.
Right.
Hyro flew the flyer not just with confidence, but with mastery. He shot ahead at the fastest possible speed, overtook, maneuvered, hopped from one sky lane to another. Closer to the edge of the district, he suddenly gained height above the directing lights of the skyway and revved the flyer to even greater speeds. At the same time, he kept talking.
I'll talk to the local police department, get them to send some droids just in case. There'll be plenty of journalists and rubberneckers at your school. Decide for yourself what to tell them, if anything. I can't advise you there, and you don't pay me to. That said, you can't go wrong with no comment. We'll fly from there to Alaska. We have a fully equipped bunker there.
What about the capsules?
We can rustle up a couple. Not like the ones you have, of course. A little more basic. But that's just until the end of the week. By then, we'll have the base in Cali ready. It's a waste, but you'll have to buy a new capsule. We can't take yours. They'll track it down.
And they won't track down another we buy?
It'll be billed to someone else on the other side of the planet. Without add-ons. Yoshi will deal with that. He's a good guy, knows all about networks, encryption, AIs. I want to bring him in, along with a few others. What do you think?
Let's discuss it later, I suggested. Are you sure the building in Cali is a good fit, Hyro?
It would have been compromised if I'd stayed in Excommunicado, but Willie and I activated our old New Leaf plan when we left. We signed up our families as Mars colonists, but sent some non-citizen acquaintances in their places. The checks there aren't particularly thorough. They take all comers. By the way, we don't have to rent that building. We could buy it. They want $10 million for all of it.
I nearly swore when he mentioned money and reminded me of tomorrow's auction. If we sold the portal key, then we could hire more people and buy the building.
And that will solve the security issue, Hyro continued. I have friends among the Wild Ones. They live in the zones. They have nowhere else to go. If you offer them a place to live, then the Triad will never reach you. Some financier will need to calculate it all. The Wild Ones can't pay until they get back on their feet. They might want to go into this, apply for those free non-citizen Snowstorm capsules. I don't know.
He seemed to be thinking aloud, but expected no decisions from me. I thought there was some sense to his ideas, but there was an even simpler way. Delete Scyth, accept Snowstorm's promised rewards, and live out my life in peace. A high citizenship category, money and education, a job, all my dreams were a few clicks away. Goodbye, Scyth. Hello, calm and prosperous future. I spent the rest of the journey deep in thought, realizing that I was blindly trusting someone I didn't really know, essentially placing my fate in his hands. My already sour mood worsened when my parents called. I saw Mom first.
Alex, what's going on? The hotel is crawling with journalists. We're shut up in our room. Our comms are blowing up. Everyone wants a comment from us. Where are you? Are you going somewhere? What's going on, Alex? We're on our way to you right now.
Mom's worries and questions poured out without pause until Dad interrupted her.
Relax, Ellen, he said gently. Let Alex answer.
Mom fell silent. I told them what happened in brief, explained who Hyro was and what we planned to do. I also asked Dad to hire a guard with my money.
That's unnecessary, Dad said. The hotel is perfectly secure. Could I talk to Mr. Morales, son?
I have to credit Hyro. He answered all Dad's questions confidently and calmed down Mom, convincing them that they'd best stay on the moon for now. It would be safer there. On parting, Mom said,
Mr. Morales, Hyro, Alex's life depends on you. Keep my son safe. Swear that.
I swear on my life, Mrs. Shepard. I'll do everything I can to keep Alex out of danger.
Hyro crossed himself.
God is my witness.
A tear rolled down Mom's cheek. I, on the other hand, felt calmer, as if Hyro's vow was proof that he wouldn't betray me. I knew it was silly to trust him blindly, but staying home would be even worse. If I didn't trust Morales now, then why offer him a job in the first place? Situations like these were exactly why I hired him after all. 5 minutes after the conversation with my folks, Hyro tapped me on the shoulder, interrupting my thoughts.
Write to your dad and ask him to go somewhere quiet. I need to talk to him alone.
Dad didn't answer my message, but soon enough he called. I handed the comm to Hyro.
Mr. Shepard.
Just Mark.
Mark, the situation is critical. You aren't safe. Alex is going to send you the details of a dependable man. Contact him. He'll give you security, and without giving your wife any reason to worry.
Thank you, Mr. Morales.
Just Hyro.
The security officer smiled.
No problem. It's my job.
How much do we owe you for the help? Dad asked.
Nothing. The clan will get the bill.
Half an hour later, the sky was fully dark and the flyer landed at the Rocky Mountains. There, by a loud waterfall, there was an inconspicuous hatch camouflaged with fir branches. We waited by it for the others to arrive. Hyro lit a cigar, and when the lights of a flyer flashed in the sky, he gave the signal with his torch. The cargo flyer softly descended. Its doors opened and a little girl ran out, then the guys, and Willie, Hyro's partner. The girl turned out to be Ed's sister Pollyanna. His grandmother, on the other hand, refused outright to go anywhere. She even threatened Willie with a shotgun.
She said she wasn't about to start surrendering at her age, and we've all gone mad. But at least she let me bring Sis,
Ed said as we descended into the bunker.
She didn't believe me, of course, but Willie managed to find a way.
Mrs. Rodriguez is a tough nut,
Willie smiled.
but Hung's parents are worse.
That's for sure.
Big Hung agreed.
They didn't even want me to go anywhere. They said they'd protect me themselves if something happened. My family nearly had a whole HQ set up. I never thought we had so many guns in the house, and I've searched the whole place in my time.
Same deal, Malik added. Only mine wanted to do the opposite. My dad, cousins, and uncles wanted to come with me and hide the women somewhere else. Mom said she was proud of me. Why? For being Alex's friend?
For pulling your family out of poverty,
Ed muttered. So your parents all know now? I asked.
Your face is all over the news, Alex,
Hung shouted.
Don't you even check it? We're catching a lot of attention, too,
Ed said.
Like, here's that team of juniors, the Awoken clan. The Class A threat and his buddies, damn it. Nether, did you agree to all hail the hero deliberately? Was that part of the plan, revealing your name?
No way. I shook my head, explained how it all happened.
By the way, Tissa's been in the news too, Malik added. Some journalists managed to get on the White Amazon's island, but she didn't even comment, just put up her hood and hid inside the Ochre Witch's house.
I suspected that going public would cause a furor, but so quickly? The boys told me they were watching the news the whole flight over. Snowstorm made an announcement. If there was so much as a hint that the elimination of the Class A threat involved real-life pressure, then any clan found to be involved would receive a lifetime ban and no rewards for eliminating the threat. The Alliance of Preventers held a shared press conference where Hinterleaf, Horvath, Colonel, and others spread their hands amicably and said they wouldn't comment until they reviewed their play strategy after some of the players were turned undead. As for me, nothing had changed from their point of view. They would still try as hard as they could to eliminate the threat, but nobody had any personal grievances against Alex Shepard.
Alex, kid,
Otto Hinterleaf said, a serene expression on his face.
In the name of all the Alliance, I guarantee that none of our people will try to interact with you in real life. Just keep playing. You've been doing a great job.
The other Preventer leaders said the same, with the same fake smiles. They tried hard to change the subject from me to the outcome of the battle with the undead army, but nobody revealed any details or even answered the direct question of whether anyone in the Alliance had decided to re-roll.
All in good time, Horvath said. Anyone who decides to change race will have to wait 48 hours to re-roll. Be patient. There isn't long to wait.
Mogwai had gone underground, along with his whole clan. Nobody knew what was happening in Elite, but I still heard something important. As it turned out, after he escaped from me, Mogwai gathered all his clanmates and jumped through a portal to the undead battle site. He and his elite friends were seen a few minutes before Shaz died. We lay down to sleep at 4 o'clock in the morning. Hyro told us we were getting up at 6 and flying to school at 6:30. We didn't plan to stay for lessons. We needed to get to Alaska as soon as we could to get a capsule ready for the auction. The boys decided to switch to distance learning too, which made sense. We had to stay together from now on, at least until all this ended. Without even taking off our clothes, we lay down next to each other on damp old mattresses on the floor. Just as I was drifting off, I got a message on CrapChat. "Hello, Mr. Shepard. I hope your promise of an exclusive is still valid. If so, now is a great time for an interview. The editor has authorized me to offer you $3 million. Ian." My answer was short.